Hello and welcome to the Megacast by Actual Tech Media. Today's topic, developing your 2022 cloud plan. And I encourage you to think about it for a moment. What's your plan in 2022 to better utilize cloud computing in your IT organization? That's what this event is all about. And we've got a huge lineup of some of the most innovative cloud technologies represented on the Megacast today. You'll hear from experts at Rapid7, Zerto with TierPoint, Rubrik, Pure Storage, NetApp, PlyOps, Turbonomic, Ping Identity, Firemon, OutSystems, Red Hat, Sophos, and Faction. Wow, this is going to be an incredible event. Thank you so much for joining us on the Megacast. Before we get started, there's just a few things that you should know about the event. My name is David Davis of Actual Tech Media, and I'll be serving as the moderator along with my fellow moderator, Mr. Scott Becker, who will be joining me later in the event. As always on the Megacast, we've got some incredible prizes. I'll be talking about those here in just a moment, as well as the eligibility requirements for those prize drawings. We're all former IT professionals here at Actual Tech Media, and we know how tough it can be out there in the world of enterprise IT. We encourage your questions. We want to help to solve your technology challenges here on the Megacast. So while many of you have already said hello and good morning and good afternoon there in the questions pane, we also want your technical questions regarding today's solutions and cloud computing. We even have a best question prize, which I'll be talking about here in just a moment, to help encourage those questions. And I'll also have some poll questions for you along the way in the form of poll questions, and we appreciate your participation in those. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your audience console, and I'll be monitoring Twitter during the event. If you tweet using the Twitter icon, the hashtag for the Megacast, which is ATM Megacast, will be automatically appended. I also want to call your attention to the Handouts tab. It's there that we have a number of resources hand-selected by today's expert presenters, and we encourage you to check those out. We've got special trial links, ebooks, solution briefs, white papers, and more. As I like to say on the Megacast, we've got a mega lineup of prizes, and today is no different. We've got 5 Apple iPhone 13s in your choice of color. The awesome new iPhone 13, we'll be giving out 5 of them on the event today. And as if that wasn't enough, we've got Amazon $500 gift cards given out every 30 minutes after every presentation. Now, you must be live in attendance to qualify, and you must also meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions, which you can find there in the Handout tab. I'll be announcing the winners live during the event. We also have our Best Question prize. This is for an Amazon $50 gift card, one for each session on the event today. So that's another Amazon gift card that can be won roughly every 30 minutes. Now, the catch with the Best Question prize is that we'll be contacting those prize winners via email after the event, because that gives us a chance to review all the questions and determine what we feel is the best question for each session. So we encourage your questions. If you have something on your mind, make sure that you ask it, because you'll be entered into the Best Question prize drawing. Of course, you must also meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions, which, like I said, are there in the Handouts tab. All prize winners have the option to make a donation to selected charities, and you must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We reach out to prize winners via email after the event. Over the years, thanks to generous prize winners, we've donated thousands of dollars to the charities that you see here on the screen. If you win a prize and you'd like to donate it to someone less fortunate, we would love to help you do that. The hashtag for today on Twitter is ATM Megacast, and like I said, if you tweet from your audience console there, that hashtag will be automatically appended. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter and me, your moderator, David M. Davis, as well. Subscribe to the Actual Tech Media social channels on YouTube, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes podcast store. And of course, we post all of our latest and greatest content there on LinkedIn, so make sure that you follow us there as well. In your Handouts tab, you'll find a link to the Gorilla Guide Book Club. If you haven't been there before, this is a great place to download free, easy-to-read enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. It's a great way to stay up to date on enterprise technology solutions. And yes, you can read these on your mobile device, your iPad, your Kindle, and yes, they are all completely free. Another great way to have an opportunity to win some Amazon gift card cash is by referring an IT friend or coworker to Actual Tech Media's online events, and you both could win an Amazon $300 gift card. We do these prize drawings each month, and you can use the Refer a Friend link in your Handouts tab to do that. You'll also be automatically redirected to this Refer a Friend page at the end of the event. And don't worry, we won't spam your IT friends and coworkers. We'll send them an invitation with a list of upcoming events. If they don't respond, we'll send them one more reminder, and after that, we won't bother them again. So with that, it's now time to kick off today's Megacast keynote presentation with our friend, Mr. Ned Bellevant. He's a blogger, he's a Pluralsight author, speaker, and more. You can find Ned over at his website, nedinthecloud.com, and also check out his YouTube channel where he posts a ton of great content. And don't forget about his awesome cloud-related Pluralsight courses over in the pluralsight.com video training library. Ned, it's great to have you back on the event. Take it away.
This is Ned Bellevant, and today I want to talk to you about 5 reasons why you need a platform team. Now, before I get into those 5 key reasons, first I want to back up and define a platform team. What is a platform team and how would it fit into your organization? Now, I want to say upfront, this is really for larger organizations, not the small, medium size, but more the larger or enterprise type size businesses, because a platform team is there to service internal customers. And when I say internal customers, I mean either different business units or different application development teams. The platform team is there to service those internal customers. They're not on your application development team. They're not part of that sort of DevOps unit. They're not on your operations and monitoring team. They are separate and distinct from that. They are a standalone team that is there to provide a platform for your internal customers and your ops team. Okay, now that we kind of understand what a platform team is, why do you need one? Let's start with reason number 1. Consistent offerings across clouds and on-prem. You may have already built something akin to a platform team when you were all on-prem and using something like VMware. Your VM admins, to a certain degree, were running a platform and offering compute as a service. And if you went big, if you got like vCloud Director or something, you even had a self-service component of that platform. But things have changed. You've now added a cloud dimension to all of the different services that you use. And those cloud platforms all have their own self-service portals and a way for people to just swipe a credit card and start going. What the platform team is there to do is to build a platform that goes around the various clouds and services you're using, including what you have on premises. Now, why do you want to do that? That brings us to reason number 2. Enforce standards for compliance and security. That's right, those pesky old things like standards, compliance, and security. The larger your organization is, the more important it's going to be to have a certain level of consistency when it comes to standards, best practices, how you're approaching security, and compliance. Your platform team is there to work with the InfoSec folks and to work with the compliance folks and design the platform and templates on that platform in such a way that they adhere to what security wants to see and what compliance wants to see. Now, there is the possibility when you design these offerings for your internal customers that they may not meet the needs and the extreme acceleration of your application development teams, which brings us to number 3. Investigate new services and features. There's a balancing act that the platform team has to do when it comes to interacting with their internal customer, which is the application development team, and the other stakeholders, the folks in InfoSec and the folks over in compliance. The application development team wants to go fast and use the newest and greatest features. And the InfoSec team and compliance want to make sure that you're actually adhering to the best practices and standards. The platform team is there to investigate new solutions that have been brought along either by those application development teams or maybe coming from a vendor that has a new offering. And once that offering has been vetted, now it is integrated into the platform and made available to the application development teams to consume. Now, how are they consuming that service or that platform? Well, I'm glad you asked, because that brings us to the next reason. Create self-service workflows. The platform team's job is to create an offering, to create a platform, and then get out of the way. The application development teams have grown used to the cloud self-service model, where they can stand up the necessary infrastructure, services, and features they need for their applications without having to ask for permission or put in a help desk ticket. If the platform that the platform team is building requires sending in multiple help desk tickets and interacting with a bunch of other teams, the application developers are just going to go swipe that credit card over to AWS and open up a new account, because they got stuff to do and they can't wait for the platform team or the ops team to get that new feature or that new service available and make it self-service. So the platform team has to listen to what the application developers are telling them and incorporate in the platform what those services and features are and make them self-service. So all the app developer has to do is maybe write something in infrastructure as code, submit it, and boom, they're using that service. Now, the very last thing I want to add is the customized experience that's expected within that platform. Integrate toolsets for custom experience. Every organization is going to have different needs and want a different portfolio of services and tools. Not every tool fits every organization, and in that way, it's up to the platform team to assemble a relevant set of tools that can be consistently used across the board by the different application development teams. Now, maybe that could mean using GitHub for source code, using GitHub Actions to create CI/CD pipelines, using some third-party tool to do the static code analysis and security introspection, and maybe another tool that's going to hold the artifacts from what's been built from the source code repositories. There's a ton of different services out there, some of which you're going to hear about today, and tying them all together in a way that is easy to consume for the end user, for those application development teams, is what the platform team is there to do. I know that was a lot of information to throw at you all at once, so let's review again the 5 reasons why you need to build a platform team. Number 1, consistent offerings across clouds and on-prem. Number 2, enforce standards for compliance and security. Number 3, investigate new services and features. Number 4, create self-service workflows. And number 5, integrate toolsets for a custom experience. I hope that you found this information useful as you work to build your internal platform team to help service the application development teams you have in your organization. If you'd like to interact with me, you can find me on Twitter. It's Ned1313, or at my website, nedinthecloud.com. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay healthy and stay safe out there. Bye for now.
All right. Thanks so much, Ned. Always great to hear from you and learn from you. We appreciate your really cool content there. So thanks for being on the Megacast today. I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there, our first poll of the event. It says, which of the following would be of value for your organization of a platform team? So that's what Ned was talking about there, 5 reasons to build a platform team. This is a multi-select question, so feel free to select more than one option on here, and I will share the results of this, and you can kind of see how you stack up with your peers at other IT organizations, across the United States and around the world, how you stack up. So I'll give you a moment to respond to the poll. If you don't see the poll, push refresh on your web browser, and 99% of the time that will resolve it. If you haven't answered one of these polls before, you just do it right there in the slides window. Select one option, or in this case, multiple options, that correspond to you and your company. So I'll give you a moment to do that. And actually, it looks like we've gotten a ton of responses already. So let me go ahead and share the results. And it looks like the leader here was 43% who said enforce standards for compliance and security. Security is, kind of always a winner here. In fact, that's what our first presenter is going to be talking a lot about here, security, followed by offering consistent offerings across clouds and on premises. So thank you to everyone who responded to that. And then one more poll question before I introduce you to our first presenter on the Megacast. This is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing cloud solutions at your company? So today you'll be learning about 13 different cloud solutions. If you find a solution here that really, you think could help you to help make your IT organization more efficient or more agile, or your company more scalable, or increase security, what's your time frame for taking some action? All right. Thank you to everyone who responded there to the polls. We do appreciate your feedback. We'll have more polls, of course, during the event. But with that, it's now time to kick off the Megacast with our first presenter. I'm excited now to introduce you to Dane Grace, Technical Product Manager at Rapid7. Hey, Dane, thanks for being on.
Hey, David, thanks for bringing me on. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. Take it away.
All right. So today I'm going to talk about our feature Cloud Configuration Assessment, which is our cloud resource inventory and misconfiguration management tool within Inside VM. Before we dig into that, I wanted to talk about the rough workflow of sort of traditional or more classic vulnerability and remediation management, because really that's what Rapid7 and Inside VM and previously Nexpose was known for, was the sort of scan engine, network assessment of assets within the premises of a network, and identifying vulnerabilities on those types of assets. And I want to kind of run through this workflow just to understand how this is sort of a delta or a departure from what Rapid7 is typically known for. So as we all know, in the traditional infrastructure sense, generally speaking, you have something like a host operating system. On top of that is the software installed on that, and then we identify the vulnerabilities, throughout that stack. So Nexpose Inside VM, for example, with our scan engines, we could spider the network, identify assets, either perform credentialed assessments of traditional assets or non-credentialed assessments of assets by looking at network ports, et cetera, identify misconfigurations and vulnerabilities, and then report that back to the user. And sort of the underpinning concept here is that there was some sort of host OS for us to log into or install the Inside agent on, which gave us inroads into sort of the software stack that we were trying to assess and address and identify vulnerabilities and misconfigurations in. But as we know, especially over the last year and a half with the situation with remote work due to COVID, the network boundaries become a lot more porous, or at very least it's dissolving. And there's a lot, at least from my experience, I've seen this uptick in interest in the cloud. So, customers that I spoke to a year or two ago that were somewhat hesitant to move to the cloud, or it was some sort of far off project that they would undertake, have accelerated that due to the new face of work and remote work. So as we look into that, let's look at how Cloud VRM differs from traditional VRM. And really what it comes down to is the stack of technologies that you're using and how those technologies are stacked in order to assess this for vulnerabilities, especially from the Rapid7, the VRM product side of things. Whereas traditional environments are static, cloud environments can become inherently ephemeral. EC2 instances, things like AWS Fargate, serverless, infrastructure as code, these sort of clear the board for our traditional sort of VRM assessing tools, both from the agent side and from the scan engine side. And moreover, you're not looking at delivering solutions by way of patches, right? It's not, this is a vulnerable version of Windows, you have a vulnerable version of the Java runtime engine. It's there are these misconfigurations in the service that you're using, and we need to identify that. Also, the ability to inventory ephemeral assets, EC2 instances, that sort of thing. And with that comes specific challenges, right? Because these tools are so powerful, and because they're built to breed agility and to serve nearly any need, there are a billion ways to configure them, and probably more ways to misconfigure them. And oftentimes the defaults fail open, which from a security or vulnerability and risk management perspective can be problematic. And so if you have a VRM tool, oftentimes you need a feature or a specific tool to address cloud environments, because as we've sort of outlined here, these are inherently different than traditional assets. Not even just a laptop, but a server rack, or even virtual machine instances, which could be relatively persistent. And so for us, this is where we come into cloud configuration assessment. We had a preview version of this product that focused solely on AWS. Rapid7 in the middle to early 2020 acquired DivvyCloud. And with that, we integrated DivvyCloud into the Insight platform to create Insight CloudSec. That's also sort of includes our functionality brought by our acquisition of the Kubernetes security vendor Alseed. And with that, with Insight CloudSec, we have this very powerful code base of enterprise class software that will handle enterprise grade clouds. Which, given our home-built preview version, began to beg the question, what were we going to do with this? Where were we going to go with this? There seemed to be a huge overlap. So with that, we were presented with the opportunity to take a subset of that functionality and expose it in Insight VM. And the specific use case here is for teams that have limited bandwidth or limited budget in order to tackle their cloud security program, and so they can't either justify the budget, or they just don't have the time to make full use of a full-fledged and enterprise-grade solution such as Insight CloudSec, or for a team in which, for an organization in which the cloud they aren't a cloud-native business. They're not a cloud-first business. It's just a place that they do work, and so really they need a look at sort of the most important assets as well as the misconfigurations. So with that, cloud configuration assessment is powered by Insight CloudSec, and what it does is it gives us the ability to inventory resources across AWS, Azure, and GCP, whereas the preview of our cloud configuration assessment feature was focused solely on AWS, address the most popular resource types and assess those against CIS benchmarks for misconfigurations. And what that does is that gives us a tool that can take a perhaps immature security program, or a security program with limited budget or bandwidth to handle the cloud security program, and gets them in the seat going on the road down a more secure cloud environment quickly. Again, just a quick look at what we're looking at. So we're providing coverage and inventory capabilities for the top 50 resource types across AWS, Microsoft Azure, and GCP. Misconfigurations across all three of those, as well as the ability to manage exceptions for specific findings. And this is really to ease the burden of operationalization, in that we understand that organizations do have the concept of acceptable risk, and we want to be able to support you there. And so we have the abilities to support you there. So looking at the resource types that we're looking at, this is a non-exhaustive list, and we are planning to add more. But you'll see here, this is sort of the greatest hits of all of the of resource types within AWS, GCP, and Azure. And again, our idea here is to hit the services that are most likely deployed by organizations and quickly get them into inventorying these, getting an idea of what is present, what is present, and what is going on with their environment. And then digging into some of the misconfiguration checks. Again, we're applying relevant CIS benchmarks against AWS, Azure, and GCP resources. So for us, this would be things like serverless function, not within a private cloud for AWS. Our instances don't have endpoint protection installed for Azure. Looking at databases, right? Ensuring that a database instance doesn't allow anyone to connect with administrative privileges, or with identity management, make sure that policies don't have full administrative privileges are not created. So that star, which gives them all of the keys to the kingdom. And again, these are high impact benchmarks intended to really jumpstart users into a more secure cloud environment. So with that, I would like to jump into any questions we might have.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have some questions for you, Drew. Great presentation, by the way. Let me go ahead and bring up this poll question for everyone out there in the audience. We want to hear your feedback on this. What additional information would you like about the Rapid7 solution? And so let's see, there's a lot of great questions coming in. They're wanting to know, what's the difference in functionality between Insight VM Cloud Configuration Assessment and Rapid7's Insight Cloud Sec?
That's a great question, and to be honest, that was one that we really hit upon, especially when we had the preview of Cloud Configuration Assessment up, because there was this massive overlap. The way I would describe it is that Cloud configuration is essentially a CSPM tool, whereas Insight Cloud Sec takes you beyond just inventory and misconfigurations. There are things like policy assessment, not just CIS benchmarks, but DISA, SOC 2, NIST, as well as policy enforcement. We have Insight Cloud Sec has a number of automation options, so automated remediation options, both human triggered and automatically defined, where they have this concept of bots, where if a bot finds a misconfiguration, it'll go and try and close that misconfiguration, as well as support for things like Alibaba Cloud, Oracle Cloud, and things like that. And the other half of it to note is that CCA only supports resources in which there is a corollary across all three providers. So the resources that we're supporting, for example, it's EC2 on AWS, virtual machine on Azure, and compute on Google. But if there are resource types that are specific to AWS, Azure, GCP, in which there's no corollary across all three providers, we don't support that in CCA, whereas DivvyCloud would. So really, the resource types that we support in Cloud Configuration Assessment is a subset of what ICS supports. So I hope that answers your question.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Let's see, another question here. They're asking, how do containers security and what cloud configuration assessments differ? Oh, how does container security and cloud? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the question of sort of workloads versus infrastructure, and I think the challenge here is that security teams really, they think of things in vertical slices, right? They're not. The industry has generally approached cloud security in sort of addressing single tools, right, or certain classes of tools. Whereas the security teams are like, no, this is what my applications run on. I need to secure not only the workload, but the host that workload's running on, and possibly the host that the host is running on. A classic example of this would be, containers, for example, where you could run them in multiple fashions within something like AWS, and not that I suggest anyone do this, but you could run a Linux instance on EC2, install a Docker host on that Linux VM within EC2, and then install containers on top of that, right? And so really, you have 4 layers of technology that you need to secure. You need to make sure that the container image itself doesn't have any software vulnerabilities in it. You need to make sure that the Docker host doesn't have any software vulnerabilities in it. And you need to make sure that the underlying Debian host doesn't have, or Linux host doesn't have any software vulnerabilities in it. And then you need to make sure that EC2 is configured in such a way that it itself is secure. And so with Cloud Configuration Assessment, we're really focused from a container perspective, where you could have a container running on a container host. We're really focused on the underlying cloud infrastructure, not the workload that goes on top of it. So my analogy that I use is, if the cloud infrastructure is the road on which a car drives, and the container or the virtual machine image is the car on the road, Cloud Configuration Assessment is primarily focused on the road that the car is driving on, not securing the car itself.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Analogy there. Another question here. They say, I hear a lot of acronyms: CSPM, CWP. What do these mean, and how does this fit in with the Cloud Configuration Assessment?
Yeah. So CSPM, Cloud Security and Posture Management, and then CWP, Cloud Workload Protection, and then you'll hear vendors call their platforms Cloud Workload Protection Platforms. I go back to my analogy there, where CSPM tools are primarily interested in the road, and then CWP vendors are interested in the car. But again, I would like to stress, as in my previous example, security teams have to secure all of it. They don't care if the road is crumbling or the car is crumbling. Their concern is that everything runs, everything's safe, and everything gets to its destination, safe, sound, and uninjured. I mean, this isn't to be a shill for either vendor, but I think the differentiation there is a bit of marketing. I'm not saying there isn't value in the term CWP or CSPM, but at the end of the day, the security team is responsible for all of it, generally speaking, right? And I often hear that as I'm talking to customers about Cloud Configuration Assessment or Inside CloudSec. They say, great, you handle the underlying hosts and infrastructure, but what about the virtual machine or the container running on top of it, as our previous question illustrated. And so, yeah, I mean, you make that differentiation of the workload versus the infrastructure, but again, security teams are responsible for all of it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Another question here, is Cloud Configuration Assessment an additional product, and do Insight VM customers have to buy another license, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. Cloud Configuration Assessment, we're not charging a separate licensing fee, so it's not an add-on module. The way we've worked it out, and DivvyCloud and later Inside CloudSec had this concept of Buildable Resources. So it's basically instances of compute, database, and cache and search instances. And what we do is we have Buildable Resources within those three categories, and we do some calculations to normalize the number of billable resources you've used over a month, and then those will use Insight VM licenses per how many billable resources you've used for the month. So it'd be normalized, right? And the idea there is we didn't want to penalize customers to try and use another feature within Insight VM, one. And two, I'd like to call out that those Insight VM licenses aren't special cloud licenses. They're seats for anything. That same license could be used for a laptop, a server, or a cloud resource, just to simplify the billing and make it make more sense for our customers.
Okay. Next question, do you have to install an agent or configure a scan engine to use Cloud Configuration Assessment, or how does it really pull its data from the cloud environments?
Yeah, so each cloud provider differs a bit, but we use APIs to pull the data out. You have to configure, for example, with AWS, you have to configure a role with proper permissions, and then we use the SDS assume role in order to inventory your environment. But no, there's no operational burden of having to deploy and update agents or configure scan engines or anything like that. We're going cloud native to cloud native, so we're pulling via the APIs, and then we process the data on our side.
Okay, that makes sense. And then another question here, we may have talked about this one, but they're asking, do you provide security at the firewall level?
That'd be my follow-up question would be like firewall configuration rules, which I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, there's a bit there.
Yeah. I guess I read it as, is Rapid7 a firewall, or do you have a firewall solution?
So we don't have a firewall solution. No.
Okay, got it. And then another question here. What about orchestration? Jamie is asking if there's a way to integrate this with like orchestration tools.
Yeah, for that, I would point you to Insight CloudSec. They have a number of extensions and integrations that you could leverage, but that would be something that I would push that would be something that I would say this is a worthy conversation to have with Insight CloudSec. Also, they have their own internal sort of remediation and automation tools as well, so I'm sure you can do some sort of 1-2 punch between ICS and whatever orchestration tool you're using.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, let's see, Rob's asking, do you offer templates or pre-built policies around cloud configuration to speed up deployment and testing based on compliance standards?
Absolutely, ICS does. Cloud configuration assessment is only assessing against CIS benchmarks, but you can absolutely do that in Insight CloudSec with for things like NSS, SOC 2, FedRAMP, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a number of built-in policies that you could, GDPR, right? There's a number of built-in policies you could assess against. And actually, I think there's policy enforcement as well, so which is powerful, right?
Right. Okay. Another question here, do you provide Kubernetes CIS, or are there CIS benchmarks for Kubernetes?
There are. We don't currently have that as a resource type within Cloud Configuration Assessment. That's one of the ones I want to add. But inside VM, if you have an underlying host OS for to scan, a scan engine or an agent will identify it. And then with our acquisition of Alseed, Insight CloudSec absolutely does that. They do policy enforcement within Kubernetes at runtime, as well as misconfiguration of the Kubernetes host itself, as well as CI/CD integration. So you can look at the configuration and make sure that you're not shipping a Kubernetes instance that's configured in an insecure way. Because I'm sure we've all read the horror stories in the news about Monero miners getting deployed to misconfigured kubelets and running up incredible compute bills for those poor organizations.
Wow, yeah, that's scary. All right. Yeah. Let's see. So if folks want to get started with Rapid7, what do you recommend? What kind of resources do you think would be the best choice?
I think just go to the Rapid7 website, reach out to someone to take a look. We have a link in there to talk to someone and really start talking out your use case. Rapid7 has quite a few offerings across a broad range of products. And really, I would like to make sure that we're addressing your needs. So I think it's best to have a conversation with someone with either with one of our Rapid7 folks to get a better understanding of what you need. So we're not over equipping or under equipping you to meet your needs. So I say just talk to someone on our side and we'll get you fitted for the right products.
Absolutely. Yeah, sounds good. All right. Well, Dane, I see 22 questions still there in the electronic queue we didn't have time for. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks. But really great presentation.
Yeah, I'll stick around and take a look at those.
Awesome. Thanks for being on, Dane.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you to Rapid7, of course, for being on the event today. Make sure that you check out the handouts tab there. You'll find a link to Rapid7 Cloud Infrastructure Security Solution Brief. And it compares and contrasts Insight VM Cloud Configuration Assessment versus Insight CloudSec. Make sure that you download that resource before you go. All right, and if you haven't answered the poll, now is the time to do so. I will leave that up while we announce our first prize winner on the Megacast. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Alex Oryx from Alabama. Congratulations, Alex Oryx from Alabama. And with that, it's now time for our next presentation on the Cloud Megacast. I'm excited to bring in now Zerto and TierPoint. Welcome Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, and Sarah Fowler, Director of Product Marketing at TierPoint. Andy and Sarah, take it away.
Welcome to today's webinar with Zerto, an HPE company, and TierPoint. My name is Andy Fernandez, and I'm the Senior Manager of Product Marketing at Zerto. And I am also joined by Sarah Fowler, who's the Director of Product Marketing at TierPoint. We're very excited to be here. We're going to make sure that we monitor the chat throughout this webinar so that we can answer any question you have, whether the question is for Sarah or myself. Just put it in the chat and we'll be able to get to it very quickly. So let's get to today's topic. And that topic is around DR strategies. We're encountering, we're getting close to the new year. And with that comes a lot of initiatives, a lot of planning, and a lot of evaluation that needs to be done. So we're going to talk about today specifically around disaster recovery as a service. So let's go through the agenda real quick. So for today's agenda, we're going to talk about what are the actual challenges that every IT organization faces. What are those challenges specific to DR? And then because of those challenges, why people choose disaster recovery as a service to be able to solve for that. How does Zerto deliver that value as a DR solution? And how does Zerto and TierPoint as a managed service provider provide that disaster recovery experience that organizations are looking for? And through the whole presentation, we'll make sure to address any questions that you have. So let's get started. So what we look at here are standard challenges that we're seeing. They haven't changed too much in the last couple of years, but there are three things that we know. The first one, we know that data growth continues to skyrocket. Not only how much of that data is growing and how much of it requires to be managed and stored, but where that data is growing. And it's in completely disparate locations, whether IoT, whether we're looking at work from home, we're looking at containerized deployments, SaaS applications. We see that there is a sprawl of data that still needs to be managed. So that brings a lot of challenges there. Number two is cloud platforms, whether that is cloud workloads or adopting the cloud as a platform, for example, for disaster recovery. It brings a lot of value, but it's also a new technology that some organizations aren't used to yet. So there are some challenges there in adoption, challenging in being able to succeed, and to truly uncover the financial benefits of the cloud as well. And the third one is obvious, ransomware. We're seeing an increase in the severity and the volume of these attacks, and no organization is safe. It's not a matter of if, but when. Now, when you combine all three of these core challenges, we also realize that organizations and consumers are demanding less and less downtime. They want access to their applications as quickly as possible, and they do not want to see any disruptions, right? That applies not only to your customers, but your partners and your employees as well. So while solving these three challenges, you also need to be able to improve your SLAs. But what does that actually look like from a responsibility perspective? What this means is there's two ways of categorizing this. There are your unplanned activities and your planned activities. When we talk about unplanned, that's where things like ransomware, natural disasters come in. And usually what this means is you need to have the ability, combining with a backup and a DR solution, you need to have the ability to be able to move your data elsewhere. This comes from infrastructure failures, outages, hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, you name it. But we also consider ransomware kind of a DR scenario as well. If you think about certain ransomware attacks that completely disrupt businesses and their critical applications, it's clear that it's a DR scenario because they lead to unplanned downtime and data loss. But then you have the unplanned events that you can kind of account for throughout the year, right? Which is, I know some of my employees are going to delete emails. I know there's going to be user errors, and I know there's going to be corruptions. And I need to have a solution that allows me to quickly select these files and restore them quickly. But then there's also the plan section, which is I know I have legal requirements. I have to retain data for this much and have the ability to recover this quickly. And then you get into a few of the challenges that we've talked about. My organization has asked that we move to the cloud, that we modernize our infrastructure, that we consolidate data centers. All of these activities are important because they're business building, but they bring a lot of challenges as well, specifically disruption, specifically time, resources, and labor spent on them as well. And then you have your tests and dev, right? This is kind of a generic category, but we're talking about your ability to effectively perform patch management, your ability to effectively test your data, DR, and backup. These are all things that we have to solve for as an organization, whether it's in-house IT or using a service provider. So that's where the challenge or the question of, do I do this myself or do I use a managed service provider come in? Throughout this section, we're going to talk about the challenges and the reasoning as to why people move towards disaster recovery as a service. And then we'll get into why Zerto is beneficial. And then ultimately how TierPoint is able to really package that up in the services approach. So if you think about the biggest DR challenges, this is data that we're seeing from the IDC State of Data Protection Disaster Recovery Readiness Report from 2021. And it showed what organizations are looking at as specific challenges within DR, which is we don't have the staff that is knowledgeable or skillful enough to do this in a mature way with the SLAs that my organization is demanding. Or maybe we do have the staff time, but we have the staff, but we don't have the time, the resource availability to maintain a secondary site to perform these operations. As I mentioned before, SLA is a very important aspect as well. But then there's also things like costs, moving to the cloud, and these are challenges that organizations have with DR, regardless of what that DR practice is, whether it's on premises, doing it yourself, or using the public cloud or a service provider. But this is where disaster recovery as a service brings a lot of value because one, it's about infrastructure, and two, it's about finances. What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is we have to think about what are all the activities, the time, the resources, the labor, and the budget that I have to dedicate to building my own data center, to building my own DR practice towards using disaster recovery as a service. So when we think about the DIY model, right, this is I manage an IT organization, and I know that we have to build a secondary site somewhere for me to fail over to. For me to able to do that, I have to account for compute from a DR perspective, right? There's a capacity there. I have to account for the storage. I need the infrastructure and the hardware to manage this. With that comes maintenance contracts. I need to have security infrastructure, right? Networking, firewall infrastructure. I need to buy a DR solution, manage that solution. And then I also need to have the hypervisor management tool licenses as well. I need to have monitoring. I need to have support. I need to perform patching, maintenance. I need to pay for power. I need to pay for cooling. I need to find a location. I need to do all these things for me to have a redundant facility that I can use. And that is just costs, right? But think about the people that I have to hire, the people that I have to train, the people that I have to continually add administrative overhead to in order for me just to have a secondary site to fail over to and perform that operation myself. But if I want to use a site that is not a site I own, whether that's public cloud or a service provider, then I have to just have the right sizing and storage requirements. I need to purchase those licenses, probably just pay per month. And then I use my compute on demand. And what that means is essentially I'm offloading all of the capital expenditures and just paying for what I'm using. I'm reducing a lot of the complexity. I can use that staff that I had for DR operations for other things that are much more important and conducive to the revenue of the business. So not only am I able to offload all these capital expenditures, offload the complexity, the time, the resource, the labor, but also move towards a consumption financial model and also improve my SLAs. Now, as I mentioned, you have two options. You have the option of being able to just use a secondary site. I still have the staff that I have, but we're just using AWS or Azure. Or you have the ability to use a service like TierPoint, a managed service provider that will do everything for you, where you're able to gain a lot of benefits. And when we talked about the DR challenges of I don't have time, I don't have the resource, and I want to improve my recovery time, those are challenges that you're dealing with. Disaster recovery as a service makes a lot of sense. With DRAS, you get an expert partner, people who are trained specifically for this. Your implementation is exponentially easier than building your own data center. You set the recovery objectives that you want, and they will meet it. It's simple, it's secure, it's built with security in mind, and you're bringing a mature business continuity disaster recovery organization. Now, as important as that is, it's also extremely important that you think about a solution that can power this. So when you're thinking about, okay, I know I want to use a managed service provider, but what is the actual DR solution that I want to use? It's time to consider Zerto. With Zerto, the core of what we do is continuous data protection. What this means is we use replication, near synchronous replication that essentially is creating changes every 5 seconds. So instead of using backup, instead of using other technologies, you use a Zerto software-only model that's a scale-out architecture that will work anywhere on the hypervisors that you use to the infrastructure that you want to use. So what this means is if an incident happens with Zerto, you're able to simply select from checkpoints from thousands of recovery checkpoints a day. Now, I mentioned that Zerto gives you thousands of recovery checkpoints a day, right? It does so by block level replication, which means that instead of using backup solution that gives you 1 checkpoint a day, you have thousands to choose from, and they're replication based, right? So these are non-disruptive events. This is happening as your business is conducted. These critical applications are being replicated. With Zerto, the replication is combined with journaling technology that allows you to simply select a point in time, as we see in the UI here, throughout the day, and you can fail over an entire site, you can fail over an application, recover an application, and you can even perform instant file level VM and application restores, which brings a tremendous amount of value because it minimizes a lot of the data loss. This is what improves your RPO. And as we talk about RPO, it's extremely important to compare this to disaster recovery or backup solutions that use snapshots, right? I'm taking a copy of that data once a day, and then that is what I'm using as the single point of recovery. With Zerto, that's thousands of recovery checkpoints that you can easily select and use to be able to solve and accelerate and lower your RPOs from hours, days to 5 seconds. Now, RTO is just as important. So as I mentioned, RTO, right, recovery time objectives, is extremely important to know why Zerto delivers and is able to accelerate your RTOs, meaning after a ransomware attack, after a DR incident, it would take me an hour to be able to recover an entire site and get operational. With Zerto, it just takes a couple of minutes. And the way that we do this is how we treat our applications. Every other DR solution, every other backup solution, either copies or replicates data on a per VM basis. Right? You have an enterprise application that has multiple VMs. What Zerto is able to do is able to replicate all of them at the same point in time. You designate what we call a virtual protection group, and that virtual protection group now then just replicates every 5 seconds your entire application stack. This turns your operation of having to restore and recover data, your enterprise critical applications, from days just to a couple of minutes. So it's crucial to understand I need a service provider that can deliver these benefits for me, but you need to find a service provider that is using the right engine, the right replication engine, that has automation, that has orchestration, and it can help you get operational as quickly as possible. But you can give the keys to a Ferrari to somebody who doesn't know how to drive them, and there's no value there. So you need a service provider that's able to deliver that. So with that, I want to transition over to talking about TierPoint. So I want to introduce Sarah Fowler, who's the Director of Product Marketing at TierPoint. And she's going to go over how, combined with Zerto, TierPoint is able to deliver an exceptional disaster recovery as a service solution. So with that, let's move over to Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Andy. I'd like to first take just a couple minutes to give you some background on TierPoint and our relationship with Zerto. So we've been working with Zerto for about a decade now and are one of their top 5 partners worldwide. We were honored this year to be named their 2021 MSP of the Year at ZertoCon. At TierPoint, we have a deep bench of DR expertise with engineers that are dedicated to recovery services. They have essentially been living and breathing DR and Zerto technologies for years. We support over 1,000 customers with recovery services, and I believe at last count have over 10,000 VMs protected with our DRaaS solutions. So who is TierPoint? TierPoint is a leading data center and managed services provider. It's our goal to enable hybrid IT solutions and guide our clients on their path to IT transformation. We have a unique combination of clients, facilities, solutions, and services. We have a very large customer base with thousands of clients in a variety of sizes and industries, and we really support a broad spectrum across those sizes and types of organizations. So from small businesses to mid-market to Fortune 500, and in verticals or industries like healthcare, technology, and financial services. We also have one of the largest and most geographically diversified footprints in the nation. We have 40 enterprise data centers in 20 markets coast to coast. They're all interconnected by a low latency, highly secure national network. This network of data centers is particularly relevant to our disaster recovery business. We can deploy a private cloud in any of the 40 data centers and have 8 multi-tenant or shared cloud pods across the US. As a result, we have the ability to offer geographic diversities our clients are seeking. So for example, your business is located in Dallas and your production workloads are housed in one of our Dallas data centers. You can set up your recovery site or your recovery target in any of our other facilities. We see a lot of clients maybe take their recovery sites to Nashville or to Chicago. So you can get the diversity you want as part of your DR strategy, and it's all within our network of data centers. So I won't spend too much time on this slide, but I did want to note that we have an extremely comprehensive solutions portfolio. So our capabilities cover private, multi-tenant, hyperscale, and hybrid cloud platforms. We can offer co-location in all 40 data centers. We have disaster recovery services, security services, other managed IT services. It's also probably worth mentioning that we have a great professional services team that can help design a cloud roadmap, plan a migration, or work to establish a broader business continuity plan for an organization. All this is important because at TierPoint, it's our goal to become that trusted advisor and partner with our clients to really understand their business needs in order to customize an end-to-end solution that both meets the current requirements, but can also evolve to support their future goals and business outcomes. Okay, so circling back to the importance of DR in your 2022 cloud plan. With Zerto, the technology's there. They're a proven leader in this space. Their platform is going to allow you to meet your recovery objectives, but don't discount the importance of the human element. If we think back to the earlier slide that Andy referenced with the top DR challenges, the top 2 are IT personnel knowledge and skills, and then their time and resource availability. Unless you have the individuals on your teams that specialize in DR or have the time to focus on the necessary recovery-related tasks, leveraging an MSP to support your recovery plan really makes a lot of sense. It can be critical in the event of an outage or a disaster. So MSPs, they can assist in a variety of areas. So from the planning and design phase to supporting during an actual failover event. This slide has a handful of items that I've laid out that sort of demonstrate the value an MSP can bring to an organization's recovery strategy. And many of these we've heard directly from our own clients. First up, MSPs with professional services capabilities can really help you develop a more holistic business continuity plan to support your organization's recovery goals. They can do this in a variety of ways. Sometimes it's through a comprehensive business impact analysis, by doing a risk assessment, or a deep dive review of the current IT infrastructure and its ability to handle a disaster. MSPs can also help with the design of the actual recovery systems. As we know, IT environments and hybrid architectures are very complex, and leveraging the expertise of DR specialists or engineers can help make sure it's done right the first time. For many organizations, testing is something that gets lost in the shuffle of the day-to-day. Working with an MSP helps keep that testing regular or helps keep it up to date with scheduled rehearsals and testing exercises to ensure that everything is working as it should. Another big component of sort of the planning and consulting support provided by MSPs is runbooks. Runbooks are authored by experienced DR engineers in collaboration with the clients, with the organization. The MSP, though, is very instrumental in updating, validating, and maintaining that runbook. This is particularly important during a failover. So an MSP's DR engineers, they'll follow that collaboratively developed, that tested runbook to bring the infrastructure back up. I think the key point that I'd like to leave you with, or that I'd like to make here, is that by leveraging an MSP, your team has access to the expertise that they need as it relates to disaster recovery and the ability to focus on other things, whether that be other strategic projects or a disaster instead of the recovery related tasks and processes. Now I'm going to hand it back over to Andy to wrap it up.
Thank you, Sarah, for following up and really talking about how TierPoint's able to deliver that DRaaS experience with Zerto. At the end of the day, it's about finding a partner and a solution that allows you to get operational, get back up and running as soon as possible post-event. Zerto and TierPoint are able to do that for you entirely. With that, I want to leave a few actions for you. Two of the assets I want to leave for you are, one, the State of Data Protection Disaster Recovery Analyst Report, and the IDC Tech Spotlight, Continuous Data Protection. Take a look at these objective studies, kind of look at the data of the difference between DR, backup, the challenges that organizations are seeing, and the types of solutions you should look for, especially when you're looking at protecting your critical applications and how you should evaluate continuous data protection. So with that, we'll make sure to answer all of your questions. Hope you're able to access these items as well. We'll post links on the chat as well. Thank you so much, and I hope you have an incredible day.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Andy and Sarah. I learned a lot about Zerto and TierPoint. This sounds like a great solution that could help so many companies out there better protect their data and recover their data rapidly, should some sort of disaster strike. So I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there. It says, what additional information would you like about the Zerto and TierPoint solution? And I'll leave this up here for a moment while I announce our next prize winner. And I want to remind everyone that questions are rolling in for Zerto and TierPoint. If you have a question, now's the time to post it. We don't have time for a live Q&A discussion here with Andy and Sarah, but they are in the questions pane there. They are answering your questions as quickly as they can. So thank you for those questions in advance. And of course, don't forget about our best question prize as well. All right, excellent questions coming in. I'm routing these over to Andy and Sarah as quickly as I can. And so with that, it's now time for our next Amazon $500 gift card prize announcement. This one's going out to Pedro Hernandez from Virginia. Congratulations, Pedro Hernandez from Virginia. We have, looks like 11 more Amazon $500 gift cards to give out on the event today, in addition to our best question prizes. And don't forget about our grand prizes. We've got the 5 iPhone 13s. The next grand prize drawing is going to happen after the next presentation here, where we will hear from Rubrik. All right. If you haven't answered the poll, now is the time to do it, because we're about to move on to our next presenter. All right. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the poll responses. Let's keep the Megacast rolling here. And with that, I'm excited now to introduce you to our next presenter. Welcome, Drew Russell, Technical Product Manager at Rubrik, here to talk about Rubrik for Microsoft 365. Drew, take it away.
They're scheduled today to jump on our webinar. My name is Drew Russell, and I am part of the Microsoft security practice here at Rubrik. I want to spend a few minutes with everybody today talking about Microsoft 365. We're going to cover what's the high level landscape look like from 365 these days, and why that translates into more and more of our Rubrik customers looking at 365 data protection seriously for probably the first time, since they've been a part of that platform, and then dig a little bit deeper into the architecture aspects of how we protect 365 itself. So let's jump right into it here. Like I said, wanted to cover what does today's Microsoft 365 ecosystem look like. Part of my job is talking to customers across the globe, every industry you can think of, every customer size you can think of, and they're all telling me, almost the exact same thing. Now more than ever, their business critical operations are flowing through Microsoft 365. And by its nature, that means more and more business critical data lives in the 365 ecosystem. And if we look at the stats Microsoft provides around this, it tells the exact same story. Just this exponential growth that they've seen over the last 2 years, with that only increasing with hybrid work kind of being the new de facto standard that's in place, again, kind of across the globe here. The other thing that almost all of our customers are telling us is, they have a very limited last line in defense for this data. And that translates to 74% of the folks surveyed in this case have no data protection in place for this business critical data in 365. And since there is that limited last line of defense, and all that business critical important data living in the ecosystem, today's threat groups view Microsoft 365 as a gold mine. And this is a direct quote from some of our partners over at Mandiant. If you're not familiar with Mandiant, they are one of the industry's leading cybersecurity incident response organizations. They're basically who gets called if the Fortune 500s of the world are breached. They go in and determine how that breach happened and then help the customer get back up and running. So these are the folks with the boots on the ground, analyzing real world attack situations. And they're, across their board, they're seeing a plethora of money being spent on understanding Microsoft 365 and then simultaneously how to attack it by these threat groups. That's one of the reasons why it's very easy to go out and find headline after headline, of these external attacks happening, across the board. It's not just one organization experiencing it. It's not just two. 70% plus of organizations have experienced some kind of attack happening in the 365 ecosystem. The other kind of really important thing to remember here, in the overall context of Microsoft 365 data protection is it's not just these external threats you have to keep in mind. It's also these internal situations that can happen, whether it is a rogue admin going in and causing havoc, or like this example from KPMG where they went to apply a retention policy. And if you're not familiar with those, we'll kind of cover those next. They applied that retention policy to 145,000 users accidentally. And with a click of a button, all of their chat history was deleted. So different situations like that really kind of have to be combined with these external threats that we're seeing in the ecosystem today to really understand, what the overall threat landscape looks like. So the next thing, you have to look at here is, how does Microsoft look at data protection for Microsoft 365, specifically zero trust data security? If you're not familiar with that term, in essence, it means, never trust, always verify. And this slide is, in essence, a copy and paste directly from the Microsoft documentation, where they are focused around complying with legal and regulatory standards. And the way they have that categorized is into these kind of four broad areas. And each of these areas have a multitude of tools underneath it to help achieve these goals. So let's kind of start with the left side here and work our way through the flow here. So first step here is pretty obvious, right? You have to understand what data lives in 365 in order to protect it. Once you understand that data, you can start doing things like apply different protection policies to encrypt it, to restrict access. Once that's in place, the next step is, how do I prevent that data from being leaked accidentally? Or how do I detect different risky behavior on top of that data? And then the last section here is govern your data, where the main goal is to retain the information that you need and then delete the rest. That way it can't be affected in any kind of situation. And this is really the main area I want to focus on here. This is traditionally where we see our customers focused in terms of a core kind of data protection aspect in terms of backup and recovery. So dig into the govern your data section, right? This is again for compliance and regulatory requirements, not for backup recovery. And this is by design for Microsoft. The way they have this broken up is in two kind of broad categories here. So information governance tools and records management tools. Information governance tools are kind of the broadest area here. This is your classic business data that would live in ecosystem, PowerPoints, PDFs, everything that you use to run your organization on a day in, day out basis. The main goal with the tools under this category is, keep what you need and delete what you don't. Like I said earlier, the concept here being if the data is not present, it can't be, accessed accidentally. It can't be, deleted by a rogue admin or, some kind of threat actor that got access to your environment. The next section here for records management is really focused around, actually, let me go back here. So the main tool that customers use in this information governance section is retention policies. Vast majority are going to be familiar with these. These are kind of on by default. In essence, what you do is create a policy that says, keep your data for X period of time. After that time period, it passes, delete that data from your ecosystem. And this is all automatically handled on the back end for Microsoft. So really a set and forget tool. All right, so going back to records management here, these are very specific use cases, kind of the diamonds here in the graphic. And the tools around this are very heavily centric around different legal and compliance tools or compliance regulations. And then other kind of very critical business data that can't be affected in some shape or form. The main tools we see customers using in this case is litigation hold. Pretty self-explanatory. What the litigation hold is, mark some piece of data as being on hold. Once that data is marked, if anything is deleted or modified, a copy is again automatically created on the back end in the 365 ecosystem, so it can be accessed later on if needed. And this is either through their extensive e-discovery suite that comes part of 365, or exporting it out to the corporate lawyers involved here. All right, so now that we have kind of a high-level understanding of what these native tools are, the question that's really driving all of the conversations today around Microsoft 365 protection is, what would you do if you're hit by a ransomware attack? Or what would you do if you experienced a rogue admin or somebody on your internal teams accidentally deleting the business critical files in your ecosystem? And these questions are a top-down question usually. So they're being asked by the C-suite, they're being asked by the board of directors, and then probably just as importantly, or maybe even more importantly, is being asked by the cybersecurity insurance auditors. If you guys haven't had the, I'll call it the fun of dealing with cybersecurity insurance, the short version here is it is very difficult to get these days because so many payouts have been happening. The rates are just astronomical in this case. So if you're going through and if your company's looking at this insurance or trying to decrease your premiums, the auditors are going through and asking these questions. It's, do you have this business critical data living in 365? And if your Azure environment is compromised or your Microsoft 365 environment is compromised, what would you do in these cases? So, in order to answer that question right, you kind of have to understand what this threat landscape looks like and how these native tools enable you to recover from there. So what we've seen happening is, it's your core parameters being breached. It's not 365 itself. They have a very, very solid platform in place in terms of their security mechanisms, but that 365 environment is still connected to the rest of your ecosystem. So threat actors can get into your ecosystem through any number of means. Once they have that, we've seen them work their way up the stack to where they can get global admin access. At that point, they obviously have keys to the kingdom. So they can do different things like exfiltrate the data off of your platform, send it to their command and control servers, and then delete that data. Once that happens, you'll get the ransomware note, and then you have to figure out how to get that data back and get it back quickly. So The two options you have in place are to restore from those retention policies that we talked about earlier. In this case, though, they are, since they're not designed for backup recovery, they can actually be used as an attack surface to your ecosystem. So like we mentioned earlier from Mandiant and their take on today's threat actors knowing the Microsoft ecosystem extremely well. They're familiar with these retention policies. They went through, created a new one that said, find any data in the ecosystem that is older than a day old and automatically delete it. And just like that, everything is erased from the ecosystem. The other option here is that litigation hold we talked about. At the end of the day, though, litigation hold is not designed for mass protection. If you kind of think back to the image we had, there was that small subset of those diamonds where Microsoft would apply these litigation holds. At the same time, litigation hold by its nature also nullifies, some of the other aspects of these native tools. Very easy to talk about retention policy here again, where the goal is to remove the data from your ecosystem. That way it can't be compromised. In this case, litigation hold, kind of negates that. The data still lives in your environment in this case. So basically that leaves you with no good options, and you're forced to pay that ransom to have, those threat actors send you back your data to get it back up and running. The other really important part to remember here is it's not just your 365 ecosystem that's being attacked in this case. It's the rest of your cloud workloads. It's the rest of your data center workloads simultaneously being breached and attacked here. So how does Rubrik kind of come into play here, and how can we help in these situations? So, the most important aspect of this is being able to create this logical air gap between your Microsoft environment and then the backups that are stored in Rubrik. So this is a full SaaS offering. We'll go into a little bit of the details here in a second, but in essence, we reach out to Microsoft 365, pull the data back into Rubrik, and then have that fully segmented from your environment. That way, if threat actors do get those global admin credentials, they don't have access to your backups. They can't delete those. So they'll go through and, delete your data. But in this case, once you get the ransomware note, if you have Rubrik in place, you're able to actually get that data back up and running, since it's in a fully isolated cloud vault on the Rubrik side. At the same time, it's not just being able to recover your Microsoft 365 environment in this case, it's being able to unify that protection across all your workloads, unify those restoration jobs. That way you can ensure your entire environment is back up and running. The really important part to kind of note here too, this isn't a Rubrik versus Microsoft story. And in fact, it's quite literally the exact opposite. Microsoft has an amazing suite of tools focused around compliance. Our customers use them on a regular basis, and more importantly, they use them in tandem with what Rubrik brings to the table. So the overall recommendation, right, is to leverage everything Microsoft has in place. Identify your data, restrict the access, have the encryption in place. But what Rubrik does is allow you to protect from those external and internal threats that we mentioned earlier, and do it in a way that is fully automated from a management perspective, and then being able to get as granular as needed from the restoration jobs, and then do that in bulk. So worst case scenario happens, your entire 365 ecosystem is blown away from a data perspective. There's all that business critical data that you need to get back up and running. So Rubrik allows you to do that in an easy to manage fashion. And that's exactly why probably, a month and a half, 2 months ago, we announced that Microsoft took an equity stake in Rubrik, specifically around a kind of core joint mission statement up here, right, up on the left, I should say, all around being able to take a concept of zero trust data security and apply it to each of our joint customers. And really all that is being driven around 2021 main imperative of ransomware. And this is, like we talked about earlier, it's a C-suite level conversation. It's a board level, top of mind across the board. So, this investment from, Microsoft allows us to do a whole bunch of things on the back end, in terms of ensuring we have adequate protection in place, leveraging their engineering resources, their product management teams to make sure, the joint products we have in place meet their standards, meet the Rubrik standards, and allow our customers to have a holistic data protection solution, for any kind of internal or external threat scenarios. So the fun part here, how does it work? So First and foremost, security is top of mind when we design the solution. So if we work our way through the stack here, start with being able to authenticate into your Microsoft 365 ecosystem. All of this is done through what Microsoft calls modern authentication. It's their implementation of OAuth. What that means is we never have access to your credentials. Microsoft gives us a one-time access token, and then from there, we'll create what are called enterprise applications to enable our API access into the 365 ecosystem. And then those enterprise applications are scoped specifically to the API permissions we need. Once we have those in place, we'll reach out to 365, like I said, ingest that data into the Rubrik platform, all fully encrypted at flight, and then land that data in a Rubrik Cloud Vault that is also fully encrypted. The important aspect here is that this is fully isolated from your environment. If you're 365 or Azure or really your main environment is compromised, these backups are secured in a Rubrik controlled instance. Once that initial configuration is placed, you can take our SLA policies and apply those to each of the high-level applications. So think of applying an SLA policy to OneDrive, to SharePoint, Exchange. That way you have a base level of protection in place. And I guess to take a step back here too, if you're not familiar with the SLA policies, what they allow you to do is define your business use case and logic for backups. Take a backup every 4 hours, keep it for 30 days. Take a backup for a month, keep that for a year, and just kind of automatically handle that on the back end. You can also get down to the individual user level and get as granular as you want to with these SLA policies. That way you can ensure your VIPs, your top priority users, have a more frequent backup frequency than maybe the intern who started yesterday. When talking about Microsoft 365 protection, the most important aspect to remember here is it's an extremely complex API system that we have to work with here. If I relate this back to the on-prem world and taking like a VMware snapshot, we'll call the specific API for snapshot and then ingest the data into Rubrik. There's no equivalent of a snapshot API in Microsoft 365. So there is 4 or 5 different APIs that we leverage on the back end. The main one being Microsoft Graph. Microsoft Graph allows us to talk to the individual applications through a single endpoint. But then each of those individual applications also have a specific API dedicated to them. So there's a OneDrive API, an Exchange API, etc. And each of these APIs have their pros and cons. So which one works best in situation A, which one works best in situation B, and at the same time, what happens if these API fails? They're used by something like 300 million users across the globe. So it's not a matter of if the API will fail, it's a matter of when. So how do we automatically handle those failures transparently and ensure that we are always ingesting your data according to the SLA you defined as part of your protection policy? The other really important part here is eking out the performance of these Microsoft APIs. So, since they are globally available, Microsoft does an amazing job of, maybe amazing job, not the best way to describe it, but they very, very heavily throttle these APIs. If we're talking to a single connection point in a 365, we can hit those throttling limits almost instantaneously. Which is exactly why our approach is to load balance our connections into the 365 ecosystem across multiple enterprise applications. And if you remember, the enterprise applications are how we have API access into 365. So we're able to achieve an industry leading level of performance to get your data back as quickly as possible here. The other part to kind of keep in mind here too is the underlying architecture plays a pretty important role in this as well. So under the covers, we're using the Azure Kubernetes service to dynamically scale up our compute workloads to meet your demand. So, for example, if you're taking a snapshot, we'll create a new container, or if you're doing a new resource job, create another container, and we can automatically scale those up to whatever whatever limits we need to ensure we're meeting your performance and reliability expectations. And at the same time, all of this applies to the rest of your ecosystem, whether it is in Azure or in your data center with vSphere. You can take these same SLA policies and apply them to those workloads as well, and then utilize the Rubrik Players interface here, which is our SaaS-based application, to manage the the recovery of those workloads in the event of an attack. So that's all I really wanted to cover today. The main goal was to make sure you have an understanding of what today's ecosystem looks like for 365, both in terms of its overall usage and what the threat landscape looks like for that, and how Rubrik and Microsoft have joined together to offer a solution that allows you to take advantage of best of both worlds: the native tools for Microsoft that are focused around compliance and regulatory issues, and then the core backup and recovery that Rubrik offers to protect you from internal and external threats. The other thing too is we're going to, I know we talked about doing a demo here. We actually have a new guided workthrough that we're going to send out as a leave it behind here. You can get hands-on access to the player's interface and walk through a demo yourself. In my opinion, it's way easier to understand that ecosystem by clicking through and getting actual hands-on time. So we will send that out here after the webinar as well. So appreciate everybody's time today. And I am in chat here if you guys have any questions, so please feel free to throw those out.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Drew. Really appreciate that. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik solution? And of course, we appreciate your feedback on that. We got a ton of great questions coming in here for Drew over at Rubrik. He is in the chat electronically, responding to those as quickly as he can. We don't have time, I'm afraid, for live Q&A, but we'll be doing that after our next presentation. So keep your questions coming in, of course. Don't forget about our best question prize as well, and the poll on the screen. So thank you, everyone. It's now time for our next set of prize winners. And we have another Amazon $500 gift card, this one going to Christian Popart from Vermont. Congratulations, Christian Popart from Vermont. And our first grand prize for an iPhone 13 in your choice of color goes out to Chris Richardson from New Jersey. Congratulations, Chris Richardson from New Jersey. All right, I also want to remind everyone there in the handouts tab, you'll find a link to Rubrik.com. They've got a lot of great resources on their website. Of course, they have their new Rubrik ransomware recovery warranty you want to check out, which is pretty cool. They have an upcoming data security spotlight event happening next week. You can register for right there on the homepage to learn more about Rubrik. And of course, there are resources from all of today's presenters there in the handouts tab as well. All right, if you haven't answered the poll question, now's the time to do so, because we're about to move on to our next presentation. And with that, I'm excited to introduce David Staman, Staff Field Solutions Architect at Rubrik. David, I've seen a lot of your great content over on Twitter. It's great to have you here on the Megacast today. Take it away.
Welcome to the Cloud Megacast, and we're going to talk about how Pure Storage can simplify your hybrid and multi-cloud solutions. My name is David Staman, a Staff Field Solutions Architect here at Pure Storage. And so when we think about the cloud, it's a different location, but a lot of the similar problems that you once had on premises. There's a lot of choices out there, whether you're using Azure or AWS, whether you're using managed disks, unmanaged disks. Do you pick standard SSDs, ultra SSDs, premium SSDs, right? A lot of considerations there. Do you want cost? Do you want performance? Do you want availability? On the other hand, with AWS, a similar thing, right? GP2, GP3 disks, very popular from a general purpose disk, but not necessarily performing. IO1, IO2, IO2 Block Express, performant, but expensive. Instant Store works, but it's non-ephemeral. So it means that as the machines reboot, that storage goes away. And as these cloud providers kind of change all the time, it's hard to implement the right option at the right time. And there's also a lot of considerations when we think about the cloud. The idea here is that you kind of want to have a seamless way to orchestrate and have bidirectional mobility. And with Pure Storage, we can do that. So whether you're using your storage on premises in an MSP or hosted environment or even a colo, or whether you're using the cloud, you're going to have a common shared set of data services. And the reason why this is important is because on-premises and your cloud data is very different. When you have on-premises data, you have these highly reliable arrays with built-in snapshots and DR. They're very efficient than provisioning, deduplication, compression, and really from an API perspective, you can use it however you want. When you go to the cloud, well, there's a lot of other considerations. Things aren't as resilient. They're lower availability, lower durability. You can pay for it to be globally replicated. Durability comes at a cost. Efficiency also is very inefficient because you provision or you pay for everything you provision, whether you're using that capacity or not, and you tend to have to over provision just to be able to get performance. So for example, in AWS, you want a 100 gig disk, perfect, you deploy a 100 gig disk, but you might get 100 IOPS. If you want to get a full performance of that disk, it's going to be a 5 terabyte disk and you get that 16,000 IOPS. But what happens if you don't need 5 terabytes? Well, you're paying for it, whether you like it or not. And that's where kind of Cloud Block Store comes in and can help with that. And then different set of APIs, and they're all based off the different cloud providers. It's not a common set of shared data services. And so what can Pure Storage do? Well, what we've done is we've taken our enterprise cloud storage or our enterprise grade flash array and deliver it natively in the cloud. So whether you are in AWS or Azure, right, you have a environment that is going to be the high reliability and efficiency, hybrid mobility and protection, and a consistent set of APIs and automation. So you don't have to learn a completely new tool set. It also allows you to use the same Pure One data storage management to kind of see insight into both your on-premises and cloud arrays. And then it actually runs the exact same Purity software. So there really is no differences in the features you get on-premises or in the cloud. And the idea here is that we bring this evergreen model to the public cloud. When you think about the storage, right, you no longer have to worry about the Azure managed disks or the Amazon managed disks, right? In this case, you just get an array, and each array has a pre-built performance and capacity characteristics. And so features are always on, right? No RAID, no storage pool, deduplication, compression, data at rest encryption is always on, and you get all of our best-in-class snapshots with no performance impact. And so the idea here is that you leave all the hard work to us. Let us figure out what is the best underlying components to use, and over time, with our evergreen model, you'll be able to adopt those new solutions as well. And then just provision LUNs, right? Provision LUNs as small or as large as you want, no difference from a performance and no difference from a capacity. So it really makes that efficiency a very great object. And really, the array is uniquely simple. So really kind of 4 use cases we like to target. The ability to migrate to the cloud, but also what happens if you need to migrate out of the cloud. Disaster recovery to the cloud is also a very popular topic, and also dev test or hybrid analytics. And then what happens if you're already in the cloud today and you need some levels of high availability? When we think about the lift and shift migration, well, there's a couple options, right? You might utilize Azure Site Recovery or Cloud Endure to kind of move that OS over. But the idea here is you use Purity replication to replicate that data. It then is going to be a native disk on Cloud Block Store, and then through iSCSI, you'll connect it up to your machines. And what this allows you to do is have that seamless mobility, have the ability to actually migrate your data into the cloud at a lower time frame because we'll actually consume less bandwidth because we're preserving that inline deduplication and replication. And then again, if you ever need to replicate back on premises, you don't need to worry about converting all that data because it's already in that native format. Same thing applies to hybrid disaster recovery, right? We have the ability to natively replicate up to the cloud. And say you're doing a warm DR target, you might have those Windows or those Linux machines already stood up, kind of say maybe connected with a empty volume. When the time comes for a DR event, all you have to do is take that replicated snapshot, instantly overwrite that disk, and you're up and running. Then what you can do is reverse your replication back on premises. And this is kind of important because the cloud is very expensive, especially from an egress point of view. And so if you have an application that you failed over to the cloud, let's say it's 20 terabytes, you want to go ahead and fail that back on premises, traditionally you would have to replicate 20 terabytes again. But with our inline deduplication compression, say you're getting 4-to-1, well, maybe you're only replicating 5 terabytes instead of 20. But what happens if some of that data already exists on premises? Then that's going to be even lower. So we really make that levels of efficiency better. The next idea here is the intra-cloud disaster recovery. What happens if you are already in the cloud, so say AWS or Azure, and you want to fail over to another availability zone or another region? And what this allows you to do is stand up another cloud block store, and then go ahead and do replication. If you're within the same region, you can do our active cluster or active DR replication. That can be our near zero RPO. If you're going within that same environment or maybe across regions, you can use our asynchronous replication, and that is our periodic snapshot style of replication to have those point-in-time snapshots on another array that just in case one region or one availability zone becomes unavailable, you'll have your workloads and your data in another environment to get that up and running. Another great way is utilizing CloudSnap. CloudSnap allows you to natively move snapshots to the cloud, or if you're already in the cloud, move them to another environment. And so whether you're using a flash array or pure cloud block store, we have the ability to offload those snapshots to Azure Blob or AWS 3. And sometimes it might be for long-term retention, right? Snapshots you just want somewhere else. But what happens if you kind of want to do a cold disaster recovery? You have a slightly higher RPO and RTO, right? It's not that really low time frame. What we have the ability to do is utilize CloudSnap. So whether again you're utilizing a flash array or cloud block store, you would offload those snapshots to that S3 or Azure Blob target, minimal interval of every 4 hours. What this allows you to do is either pull back those snapshots down to your on-premises environment and utilize those, or what you could do is on demand stand up Cloud Block Store and pull the data you need to out of that and fail over to the cloud. Then when the time comes, you can either copy those snapshots back to that bucket or then directly replicate back to your on-premises environment. So it really provides you the flexibility to kind of pick and choose what solution you use and when, really depending on what your timelines are. Another great way to kind of think about this is a feature we have in our AWS-based Cloud Block Store, and this is called Fibernate. And so what this allows you to do is we use S3 for our persistent data. And what we'll do is we'll kind of flush all the data to S3, terminate the ephemeral drives, and shut down the controller instances. So this will greatly reduce the resource consumption of our storage array. And this allows you to kind of say, okay, well, I've done a synchronization, I'm going to shut it down, right? Maybe power it on once a day, a couple times a day, once a week, synchronize it, then shut it back down again. Also, kind of a really great time for test dev, right? You may not always need your test and dev data, right? You're not doing things on weekends. So you have the ability to kind of terminate that array and really only use it when you need it. The next really powerful use cases are kind of our snapshot style of clones, right? So think about dev test, or we're going to talk about also hybrid analytics. When you think about the cloud, right, snapshots and clones are very costly or non-existent, especially in Azure, right? In AWS, snapshots are cloned, they're stored in S3. There's kind of some write penalties. It looks like they're instant, but there's still some that's data being moved in the back end. When you need to revert that snapshot, again, it's going to be a pointer file. It's going to look like it's instant, but there's going to be performance penalties as you're reading from that. On the other side, whether you're looking at premium SSDs or ultra SSDs, right? Premium SSDs, you can do snapshots. Ultra SSDs, there are no snapshots. So what happens with that, right? The idea here with Cloud Block Store is all of our snapshots are metadata based. So you can really create as many snapshots as you want at no cost. The only ability of what you're kind of changed, or the only data that you're actually charged for, is the unique data that would consume capacity. And so that's very efficient. And so what this allows you to do is either have data sets that you replicate from on-premises to the cloud, or whether they're data sets you already have in the cloud. Create 1, 2, 20, 100 snapshots. We don't really care. We're going to dedupe and compress all that data. They're going to be free. They're going to be instant. You can kind of build your retention policies around them. So it really makes this environment a very great kind of a use case for this. Well, what happens if you're interested in learning more on how to get your hands on Cloud Block Store? Well, the great thing is it's in the marketplace. So whether you're in the Azure or the AWS marketplace, we have two listings. One will be for a subscription, one will be for a product deployment. The subscription will provide you the license key. You can also get that through our Pure as a Service. What the deployment allows you to do is pre-build the form, and it's going to go out and either deploy an Azure Resource Manager template or an Azure CloudFormation template. For our solution, you don't have to manage each individual component. And then this will automatically provision all the resources that compromise CVS. And so what happens if you don't want to do that the manual way? Well, we have a lot of ways to do automation, right? You can automate with Terraform. We have a Terraform provider that can go out and deploy your Cloud Block Store for you. It can also handle the decommission. We've also created a solution in which we call the quick launch. And so what this allows you to do is, as it ties in with our Terraform provider, it can quickly deploy an environment needed for Cloud Block Store and all the needed prerequisites, whether it's in AWS or Azure. So a really great way to build a demo environment, do a POC, or just get your hands on it. And if you really want to learn more, right, the idea here is that if you have any kind of iCloud commits, well, you can go through the Azure Marketplace, go through the AWS Marketplace, get that license key. If you want an ideal method for kind of looking at a unified model or more of a flexible option, definitely take a look at our Pure as a Service. This is an ideal for customers who are looking at this unified subscription model. And if you're interested in learning more about Pure Cloud Block Store, take a look and scan this QR code. It'll link to our support site where we have a whole bunch of details of information, webinars, walkthroughs, and even more that you can learn a lot more about what the solution can entail. And then don't forget, on December 8th, we will introduce a new level of our flash array family. So please join us at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time, and register today. www.pureStorage.com/launch.html. And if you want a quick launch, go ahead and scan that QR code. So thank you very much, and let's stand by for some quick Q&A.
Yeah, great presentation. We just brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience. We encourage your participation on that poll. We want to get your feedback. I learned a lot about what you guys are doing there at Pure, lots of innovations, and even a big new announcement. Sounds like happening next week, so lots of excitement. You ready for some questions, David?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right. Yeah, we got a lot of great questions coming in from the audience. If you have a question for Pure, now's the time to get it in. I'll just start with this one here. They're asking, what kind of data reduction can you get from Pure Cloud Block Store compared to native Amazon or Azure disks?
So that's a great question. So one of the things about the cloud is that there is no native data reduction. And so depending on your solution, right, we have some proven data reduction, whether you're using databases, whether you're using standard virtual server infrastructure, whether you're doing snapshots and clones. On average, we see about 4 to 1 for those general workloads, but it definitely varies. If you're a current Pure customer today, whatever data reduction you're seeing on your on-premises array will be the exact same thing that you see in the cloud. We actually tend to see a higher overall data reduction in the cloud, just because people are trying to make their storage more efficient there and kind of maintain multiple copies of the exact same data set.
Yeah, that's a great point that a lot of folks might not think about, that you store data in the cloud and there is no native data reduction, deduplication kind of features going on there. So a great point, great feature. Another question here. They want to know, how does Pure Cloud Block Store help with cross-availability zone HA?
Yeah, so it's depending, right? So we can think about this in a couple different scenarios depending on the cloud. So if you think about AWS, right, there may not be native replication. You're pretty much taking a snapshot and storing that in an S3 bucket in another region. Whereas with our Purity solution, one of the things is that we are highly available within an availability zone. But the other aspect of that is we can use our native replication to deploy another Cloud Block Store in another availability zone and either utilize our asynchronous replication. We can do our semi-synchronous replication, which will be almost a near zero RPO, or we can actually do our active cluster, which is our synchronous replication, and actually achieve a zero RPO, zero RTO solution across availability zones. And that's available in both AWS as well as Azure.
Very nice. Very nice. A lot of functionality there to make sure the data is always available. Next question, does Pure enable data mobility from on-prem to cloud?
Yeah, and so it's definitely a really great way. And so the idea here is that as customers are looking at moving to the cloud, sometimes the goal is that they want to get it there sooner than later. And so they may just do a lift and shift migration compared to a full re-architecture. And so in that place, using our replication, we can actually replicate existing data sets from an on-premises environment directly to Cloud Block Store. And then customers can either redeploy their images, say it's a database server, right? They might already have a custom image up with SQL installed and then gain access to their data. And it's great there. It's a native format. There was no conversion required for that. And if the customer ever needed to migrate that data back on premises, again, they could do that directly. Because of our inline deduplication on our replication, we're actually going to, one, reduce the amount of bandwidth needed to get all of that data into the cloud, but also if you ever need to egress that data, we're definitely going to reduce those costs as well.
Nice. Nice. Cost reduction is always a huge benefit. Let's see. Another question here. They're wanting to know, how does Pure help with cloud disaster recovery? Is that a good use case for this?
Yeah, so one of our, I would say our first customers and one of our public references is a customer doing DR, right? And so the idea here is that having the ability to have very low RPOs and very low RTOs in the cloud is kind of something that's really key for those business critical applications. And by being able to preserve that and have that consistent set of replication, they were able to keep that very low RPO and RTO in the cloud, be up and running, but then also whenever they needed to revert back down to their on-premises environments when that site become unavailable, it's there. I tend to hear a lot of customers are trying to get out of the data center business, so they're trying to use the cloud as an extension of their data center, and this helps. And again, like we said, cost is key. So when we do replication and we can reduce the amount of egress costs, that's definitely going to be kind of a big thing, and also make it more efficient and not have to move as much data. So not only is it the RPO and RTO to actually get to the cloud, but it's the RPO and RTO to fail back from the cloud as well.
Okay, smart. And then what about dev tests in the cloud? There's a couple of questions about that here as well.
Yeah, so like when we looked at the video, right, is one of the problems in the cloud is snapshots, and duplicate data are very costly. And so when we think about our snapshot technology, that's something that Pure does extremely well. Our snapshots are all metadata based, which means that when you take a snapshot, it's instant. Doesn't matter if it's 1 gig or 1 petabyte. Same thing applies to reverting those. And so when you have multiple copies of those data sets, one is we're able to make those tasks really efficient. And we're also able to deduplicate that data. So whether you have 1 to 100 copies of that data, it's going to consume the exact same amount of space, which makes that very efficient. So if you have any kind of like analytical applications where you're doing data analysis against the exact same data set, but just 80 times, right? Think about that. You might have 80 copies of that data, and you have to pay for 80 copies of that data if you're using native cloud. Whereas with Pure, you would get an 80 to 1 data reduction and only pay once for that data set. So a very efficient form to actually utilize that data.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want to pay for a copy of your data like 80 times in the cloud. So good info. Let's see, another question here. They're wanting to know, what about cloud storage pain points? I know you talked a lot about some of the different ones, but what about some cloud storage pain points that this might address in general?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is trying to figure out what is the best storage for which job. And I think the way we do that is we make all those engineering decisions for you. Instead of you having to figure out what type of storage to use, we provide an array and it has set performance and capacity. A big pain point I hear from customers is that when you provision volumes, right, is scale comes with, or performance scale comes with capacity. And so if you have a very small volume, you might have very low performance, and you tend to have to over provision those volumes to be able to get performance. And so we make that very efficient because we don't have that issue. We also thin provision all that data. So we're pretty much deduping, thin provisioning all that data you're not using, making your storage more efficient. So I think those are kind of a lot of the pain points, and also just like the data mobility, really ones that the ones that we see the customers wanting to have addressed the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Here's another good question. Lots of good questions coming in. Justin is asking, can I perform fail back or fail over with array-based snapshots using Cloud Block Store?
We do. With that, that's kind of where we go. So we'll replicate the data up to the cloud. You'll take that snapshot, convert it to a volume, mount it to your cloud-based VMs. When you want to reverse that replication, you'll put that volume back in a protection group, replicate it on premises, and then you would then take that snapshot and overwrite your on-premises environment. So that's definitely one of the use cases that we see customers using.
Okay, excellent. There's a question here about kind of how the billing works for Cloud Block Store. Would it be included, say, in my AWS bill, or do I get a separate bill for that? How does it work?
So it's kind of a twofold approach. So part of the license is part of the cost is the underlying infrastructure. So in AWS, that will be some EC2 instances, and Azure, some Azure VMs and Ultra disks. And so part of that cost is that. The other cost is going to be billed from the license to utilize the software, build at effective capacity. So it's kind of a small approach. It's also available through the marketplace from a license or through our pure as a service. So kind of a two cost thing, but it can be completely unified through the AWS or Azure marketplace if that's what you want.
Okay, nice. Jamie is asking if Pure can help with their challenge around protecting cloud workloads and data in Office 365. Would this work for that?
So this would work for the cloud workloads. So our solution, since we are network-based, we require iSCSI connectivity. So we can help from a security perspective. A couple things in the news, right? Ransomware. So we have a feature on our flash arrays called Safe Mode. All of our volumes and all of our snapshots are already immutable, but Safe Mode pretty much prevents the deletion of any data without any type of multi-factor authentication to our support team. And so we have that same solution in Cloud Block Store. So you can protect those data there. As far as Office 365, there will be no direct integrations there.
Okay, got it. And then another question, can Pure replicate between AWS S3 and Azure Blob if an organization is using multi-cloud strategy?
So today, right now, when we do our Cloud Snap offload, it is only configurable for a single target. So it would only be able to do S3 and Blob at a single time. We are hoping to enable more multi-target support. So we should see that feature soon to be able to offload to 2 different types of storage.
Okay, makes sense. And then another question here. They're wanting to know, I lost it for a second. What about the encryption and security of the data as it's being stored in the cloud?
Yeah, and I forgot to cover that. I should have covered that with Jamie. So we have the encryption data at rest. So we can either use, like in AWS, use customer managed keys or AWS managed keys. Same thing applies to Azure. It's all encrypted, and we also have a second form of our purity level encryption, which means if someone were to gain somehow access to the underlying disk, they won't be able to do anything with that data. So all of our solutions are highly secure, available. We're even available in some of the web clouds out there.
Nice. And then what about management of, say you have multiple Pure like flash arrays, and then you have storage in the cloud. Is there a single point of management?
Yeah, so the idea here, right, is Pure One is our cloud-based management portal to kind of see all of your fleet of arrays. And so that provides you that single pane of glass to kind of look at your on-premises and your cloud experience. On the other hand, it's the exact same Purity software as our on-premises arrays. And so it's the exact same user interfaces, the exact same APIs, the exact same automation. And so it's going to be the exact same tool set. So if you are a newer company moving to the cloud and you don't understand all those cloud technologies, right, it's a really great way to still manage your cloud-based storage the exact same way as your on-premises storage. And it's kind of that cohesive experience. Nice.
And then there's another question here. They're wanting to know, does it matter what the application is that's running in the cloud, in terms of compatibility with Cloud Block Store, like if it's a container-based application or a Windows server, or does it make a difference?
It really doesn't. A lot of the biggest things will be like, do the software vendors support certain types of storage? So I know, for example, like SAP requires that they can only be test dev on our solution, right? And that's just in general because they don't validate iSCSI. But whether it's databases, right? We have SQL customers, we have Oracle customers, we have customers doing virtual server infrastructure, we have all types of data warehousing. We really don't have a compatibility. We're block storage. So as long as you have an application that can support block storage, then we kind of work there. So that's pretty much everything now. We also work with containers, right? So say you're using AKS, EKS, you can tie in with our solution. Again, we also work with Portworx, which is our Kubernetes platform, our data management platform that we recently acquired. So really a lot of use cases out there to be able to utilize it. The list of what we cannot do is very small. The list of what we can do is very large.
Very nice. And then I know you talked about, potentially cost savings that could be gained by adopting Pure Cloud Block Store. Is there some way, or do folks have some way to estimate how much they might save?
Yeah, so if you go to our Pure Storage website, we have a public TCO tool. We are doing some updates to it. But the best way to kind of think about this is reach out to your local Pure teams or your partners. We do have a TCO tool that we can kind of provide a full end-to-end solution. We kind of need about some very basic information: what cloud, what region, how much capacity, and then we can provide you a TCO tool to kind of see what that would look like. But it's definitely out there because of the features we have.
Very nice. And so you said if folks want to get started with this or they want to try it out, this is available in the cloud app stores. Is that right?
Yep, the cloud marketplace. So all of our solutions, we have a no license trial, which we can do for 45 days. Customers can go out there, get their hands on it, play with it, just responsible for the underlying infrastructure costs. If you're looking for something a little bit more involved, again, you can reach out to your partner or your Pure teams, and we can do a more of a hands-on deep dive POC and kind of help you a lot more and have a little bit more of a feature-rich no license POC.
Very nice. All right. Well, David, it's been great having you on. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you.
And thank you to Pure Storage, of course, for supporting the event and presenting here today. Check out the link that's there in the handouts tab. That will take you to purestorage.com and specifically to the Pure Cloud Block Storage page. And there's a lot of great resources on that page that will answer many of the common questions, as well as case studies from customers and research papers as well. And then, as David said, you can go to the AWS and Azure marketplaces and try out Pure Cloud Block Store for yourself for free even. So thank you to everyone who asked a question, and thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. It's now time for our next prize winner on the Megacast today. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Amanda Husky from Virginia. Congratulations, Amanda Husky from Virginia. All right, and with that, it's time to keep the Megacast rolling here with another awesome expert presentation. I'm excited now to introduce you to Will Stowe, who is a principal architect at NetApp. Will, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Hello and welcome to the webinar today. My name is Will Stowe and I am a principal architect here in the Office of the CTO at NetApp. And today we're going to be talking about doing more with Azure using the NetApp Cloud portfolio. And we're going to start this off by taking a quick look at a data point from Microsoft's earnings from their Q4 2021 report, showing the massive year-over-year growth, 51% growth that they have seen in cloud services. And with that, it's important to note that Azure as a platform is amazing. It provides lots of value, lots of services, lots of features for customers. The reality is that with that, it doesn't solve every single problem perfectly for every customer. Microsoft acknowledges that. They're well aware that they're going to need assistance in their ecosystem with a variety of solutions, and that's where NetApp really fits in, providing customers additional agility for their workloads and solving challenges for them. So let's cover that. Starting off with Microsoft and NetApp. Our relationship that we have had over the years. We've worked with Microsoft for a very long time, going back to the early 2000s, where we began working with them in partnership around data center file services, providing NFS and SMB shares for a wide variety of workloads inside of the data center. Moving on from there into the enterprise application space. So think of things like Microsoft SQL Server, Exchange Server, SharePoint, those kind of things. Progressing from the applications and building upon that momentum, we moved into the private cloud space. This really kind of predates Azure before it really began to ramp up. This is, again, customers who want that cloud experience, but they're trying to take advantage of their capital expenditure inside the data center. And then moving on from that rapidly into the Azure space, where we have worked with Microsoft over the years with Azure in terms of providing individual features, services. We'll be talking about those today, but just so you can see on the kind of the right-hand side of the slide there, this has been building into the crescendo of where we are today. Lots of services that address many, many needs inside the Azure ecosystem for customers today. To finish this piece off, just a quick accolade, the most recent Partner of the Year award we have around customer experience here in 2021. All that to say, we are definitely not new to the Microsoft ecosystem. We've been working with them for many a year now, and we'll continue to do so in the future. Let's talk about a few of the scenarios that you're going to see with customers who are looking to solve a variety of challenges, both in data center and in cloud. The way that they typically look at these problems in terms of how to solve them. From some perspective, you see customers that are looking at the lift and shift paradigm. I want to move my workloads from my data center to cloud 100%. This could be a real estate question. Maybe we are in a data center that no longer can facilitate our workload. It could be a variety of reasons that would present this as an option for customers. The next piece is the hybrid cloud, which is, I think, predominantly what we see not only with Azure, but with really all the providers today, where they are going to have workloads that span data center and cloud, right? Some workloads are going to be cloud first, some are going to be data center or edge, depending on the requirements, depending on the customer's needs. And then there's Azure native, right? We have applications that were born in the cloud, if you will, and that's where they're going to run and stay in perpetuity. Let's cover that first scenario in terms of lift and shift. What does that look like, and from a challenge from the customer's perspective, and how does NetApp address some of those challenges? I would start off with movement of data. Data movement is, I think, probably the most paramount challenge that customers run into when they start looking at, we need to move some of our data sets or our entire data set, our workload, into the cloud. This is where NetApp provides a ton of value. First and foremost, for customers that are using NetApp solutions, clustered on tap, all-flash FAS, hybrid FAS systems in the data center at the edge today, and they're looking to move those workloads into the cloud. This is where things like NetApp SnapMirror provide absolutely tons of value to the customer today. We have the ability to spin up a virtual appliance inside of Azure via the marketplace. We call that Cloud Volumes on Tap, and it is a great landing zone for this type of scenario. Customers can simply go through and set up a SnapMirror relationship from their data center across their networking of their choice to their Azure networking, their virtual network, by way of, say, Azure Express Route or Azure VPN. And within minutes, they can set up a SnapMirror relationship and start moving data in real time to the cloud. I think this is a game changer in a lot of ways, because it allows for customers to be able to do this in such a way that they can quickly and easily start replicating data into the cloud and let that process run, even as they're working through the process in real time of what do we move. There's this analysis paralysis that can sort of take hold. The great thing about SnapMirror is it can run in the background while you're figuring that problem out. So it's, again, very, very powerful. It doesn't stop there, though. We have customers who are, taking advantage of NetApp solutions today, and they're using, they may not be using our storage platform at their data center or at their edge, and that's perfectly fine. We have a solution we call Cloud Sync for everything else. This would be for replicating file data, object data into Azure, either the Cloud Volumes on tap or to other solutions like object storage or Azure NetApp Files, etc. But it is there as a way to move data intelligently, efficiently, with a very easy to use and navigate user interface that we provide to do that process very, very simply done. So it's great for, moving any other workloads that may fall outside of the NetApp to NetApp replication option. This is what you would use for the bulk of everything else on the truck. The thing to keep in mind here is that, Microsoft in Azure, they have lots of solutions that they also provide to do data movement and replication. And this is what I was getting to before, their previous point about starting the replication of data while you're figuring out what your ultimate goal is of how you want to move your workloads. There's usually going to be a few tools that are involved here. Really is kind of the crux of the argument. So we would be one tool of a few that are probably going to be a candidate for actually moving all of your data sets. So things in this would include tools like Azure Migrate or Azure Site Recovery or third-party virtual machine replication tools. Things like Zerto or Jetstream, those kind of things. If you're going to consider, if you have a VMware-based solution on-prem today, looking at something like using Azure VMware solution inside of Azure with HCX, all these work together in tandem with each other very, very well. So the question often comes up, why would I not use the default feature in Azure? Meaning, there's lots of native services in Azure that I can use for my data storage today. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that there's usually not a answer. There are multiple answers, right? There's many ways to solve the problem. Other adages you can include in that idea there. But to make an example for storage, you could look at, say, object storage. An Azure storage account is one way to solve my storage needs. Or Azure disks behind a virtual machine, or Azure NetApp Files that we actually provide as a native service with Microsoft inside of the Azure ecosystem. Ultimately, what Microsoft is driving for is they want customers to solve their challenges in the most efficient way possible that solves the problem, right? It might be that object storage is the best answer for you. It might not be, and that's okay. Using the native services, using the marketplace, all of these work in tandem as a cohesive way to solve a variety of problems, be it storage or networking or compute, analytics, you name it. This is really, I think, the idea and the goal for Microsoft is to ensure that they are solving the customer's challenges in the most efficient way possible. And that's where NetApp really has a lot of value, because we are able to do that both in a native perspective with, say, Azure NetApp Files, to the marketplace with Cloud Volumes on tap, things like that to really address the customer's needs based upon the requirements. Let's move on to the hybrid cloud component of this conversation. Again, so we've moved from lift and shift to the next phase, which would be the hybrid cloud, which is the answer is, where do I want my workload? I want it to be as close to either the line of business or to the piece of manufacturing or whatever the case is. I want my application to perform the most efficient way possible, given the set of requirements that it has. And this is where hybrid cloud really shines. Being able to take advantage of the best of both worlds. Again, NetApp addressing the call here with things like our cloud manager, which is, think of it as our gateway into our cloud solutions, which is available on our website at cloud.netapp.com. As an aside, you can go out there and register a free account today and start having a look around for yourself. Inside of Cloud Manager, you can find services like Cloud Volumes on Tap, which is our virtual appliance that's available inside of the marketplaces of all the providers, Azure included, obviously, but also things like cloud tiering, which would be the ability to take your NetApp engineered system inside of your data center or your Cloud Volumes on Tap appliance inside of Azure and be able to intelligently tier blocks, cold blocks of data from that appliance, from that engineered kit of gear in a data center over to object storage to lower your your TCO for that workload. I can drive my cold blocks of storage over to object storage to be able to free up additional capacity for other workloads inside of those systems. Other things like global file cache is a great example of this too, where I can use NetApp global file cache to keep my gold standard or my pristine set of data inside the cloud as my central repo for that content, but at the same time be able to replicate and cache that at the edge wherever it needs to be globally, so that I have things like intelligent replication to get the data where it needs to be. So I'm only moving the data that I really need to have at that site. Also to handle things like global file locking as another example of value that's going to provide to you. All these things, again, are working in tandem to address the customer need of, I may not want to have everything in the cloud, I may not want to have everything at the edge or at my data center. So this is that nice middle ground for customers who, again, this is what we find. It's the majority of we see customers today in the field, but have both options in front of them to address needs as they come. All right, so let's take a look at the third example here, and this would be the Azure native, or all in on Azure. This is for customers who are looking at we may be starting up a new business, a new project, a new line of business, whatever the case might be, and there's as far as we are going to get started with our workloads, we're going to spin up an Azure account. We're going to start deploying services day one inside the cloud, and that's where everything's going to run. We're seeing more and more of this as we go further into the maturity of cloud adoption, as it offers more and more services, especially for enterprise customers. I think in the past you've had some customers who may aspire to be all native inside the cloud, but there were blockers that were prohibiting them from making the jump from lift and shift or hybrid into the cloud in general. And also for net new startups who just are going to have their workload inside the cloud as well, 100%. So from this perspective, a few things to keep in mind. So with the move into native cloud, you're going to have some table stakes, things that you have as requirements for running your business, your applications. One is going to be for central data storage. And in many cases, again, getting back to the question before about, why would I not use a default feature in Azure? In many cases, when customers think of cloud storage, they usually default to object storage. And in many cases, you can view that as unlimited storage in a lot of respects. However, many applications do not have the ability to read and write to and from object storage today. They require a file system, a file share, if you will, or some device to be able to communicate with as part of their applications. This is where Azure NetApp Files really fits that bill for a native Azure solution that offers NAS protocols. And when I'm talking about NAS, I'm referring to NFS version 3, NFS version 4, 4.1, SMB protocols. These are going to be for your Linux open source applications, virtual machines, containers, Docker images, etc., that can use NAS for shared storage for their applications. Databases can run on this, you name it. Pretty much anything inside of Linux can consume NFS right out of the box. Also for Windows-based applications, I'm running Windows Server, I'm running SQL Server, I'm running other applications, say, that require Windows-based services and access to SMB shares to share data across multiple systems, locations, user teams, that kind of thing. ANF or Azure NetApp Files fits this build perfectly to be able to spin up hundreds of terabytes of storage within just a few clicks of the button, or by way of an API, a Terraform, Ansible, you name it, right? Depending on how you want to consume that, there is a way to do it either through the Azure portal or by way of a programmatic solution. Take your pick. And it's a great way, I guess, to close that piece out. In terms of storage, ANF is a fantastic solution that you can use for those cloud-native applications that need to run inside the cloud automatically. ANF is really there to fit that bill. The next piece is going to be for compute. So, you ultimately are going to have some virtual machines running inside of your application space. Some of those could be running applications natively inside the VM. Some of those could be virtual machines running containerized-based applications, either through a simple container engine like Docker runtime as an example. It could be through Kubernetes. This is where our Spot portfolio really shines, being able to provide value of taking advantage of running against Azure VM Spot instances with your compute to drive down the overall TCO of those applications. Things like Elastigroup, as an example, allows you to run, think of your scale out applications where I want to be able to deploy, one or more copies of an application on compute. Elastigroup can do that with Spot instances in a reliable and predictive manner so that you can remove that element of failure of losing that Spot instance, which can be removed, taken from you with very, very short notice. Elastigroup does a great way of predictive analysis to be able to run those applications in an intelligent way. Same thing goes for Ocean. In this case, this would be for your Kubernetes-based workloads around Azure Kubernetes Services. As you're running those applications inside of AKS, there's still a compute cost because there are nodes that are running, worker nodes that are running those applications inside of Kubernetes, inside the managed service. Again, Spot with Ocean, which is an element of Spot, can be used to drive down those costs using Spot instances to do that piece very quickly, quickly deployed and easily consumed. The last piece I'll talk about here is Astra. This is our Kubernetes-based data protection and data mobility solution for running containerized-based applications, stateful applications inside of AKS, and being able to protect those workloads very quickly and easily through a no software-based install required solution, all SaaS. All right, so moving on from here, just a couple, having some fun with this. We would say that 110% of cloud customers want to get the maximum return of their investment on their technology. This is where NetApp really comes in and does a great job of adding tons of value of allowing you to save time and money on your cloud consumptions. One last thing here to kind of cover before we wrap things up, some takeaways. We are big fans of Microsoft. We've been working with them for 20 years now, 20 plus years now, working with Microsoft, our friends at Redmond. That will continue. We are here to make Azure better. Azure is an awesome portfolio of solutions and services. We are plugging in where we can to add some really cool technology to solve some interesting challenges that we see customers experiencing and make their overall journey into Azure a more palatable one. And I think to close this out, we're just getting warmed up. We are looking to provide additional features and services and technology for ongoing challenges we see customers having as they're making their way into the cloud, or the ones that have been there for a few years, solving those problems in creative ways. And with that, I'll close this out. The last slide here, NetApp unlocks the best of cloud. My name is Will Stowe. It's been great to be able to speak with you today. I want to thank you for your time and have a great day.
Great presentation, Will. Thanks so much. We just brought up a poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? And we'll leave that up while we take your questions. Lots of great questions have been coming in during Will's presentation. And Will, are you there? Are you ready for some Q&A?
I'm here.
Awesome. All right. So let's see. First question I wanted to ask you, Will, this one comes in from Rob, who's wanting to know, how is NetApp addressing immutability regarding its backups?
So a few different ways. I guess the net of it is that our backups are effectively read-only, right? So they're not able to be changed. You can pull them back and restore them, but the actual data by way of a recovery point inside of a snapshot is read-only by design. So across the portfolio, of Cloud Volumes on Tap to Azure NetApp files to our gear you can buy in the data center at the edge, all of them work in that same fashion.
Good, good, very, very good. That's important these days to protect that backup data. Another question here, Casey's asking, I heard that Azure uses NetApp storage for its regular storage account. What's the difference with NetApp files on Azure?
That's a really good question. So I really can't get into the details of how Microsoft architects their native storage solutions. I can tell you that it's different than Azure NetApp files in the fact that with Azure NetApp files, we are jointly engineering that solution with Microsoft. So it does have physical kits of NetApp engineered systems inside the data center, so all flash systems inside the data center. So it is alike in the fact that all those solutions are inside of that actual region. However, Azure NetApp files is built a little bit different from things like Azure files or Azure storage accounts, which is a slightly different type of architecture.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. Here's another question, kind of a long question. I'll try to paraphrase. They say they have a NetApp storage replication going between two data centers. Can I replicate NetApp to Azure, then fail over VMs to Azure for a temporary landing space while we're migrating workloads to the new data center? Do I pay NetApp on demand for a short period of time? How is replicated data deleted from the cloud? A lot going on there, but any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, right on. I think the best way to answer that question would be to look at Cloud Volumes on Tap and Azure Site Recovery. I think it would, putting both of those two solutions together, this gets back to that lift and shift model of using kind of a 1-2 punch, the NetApp solution to replicate the NetApp storage data, and also using Azure Site Recovery to replicate the virtual machines themselves over to Azure, so that when you want to test, your DR plan to make sure things work as expected, you can do that in the most cost-efficient way possible. That gives you all the tools you need, the best of both worlds, if you will, to get that done.
Excellent. Excellent. And then another question here, they're asking, does your solution have the capability for customers to choose where their data is stored, specifically like not to store the data in certain places? Would they have that option?
Yeah, so that's a great question as well. So with Azure NetApp files and Cloud Volumes on Top, you have the ability with those solutions to pick the region where you want to deploy the actual service. So you would, from there, if I wanted to connect to, say, US South Central, I would deploy the service in that region so that it doesn't, I can prevent any type of data moving past any type of geopolitical boundary or whatever the factor might be for keeping that data in a certain locale. That's easily done when you deploy the service the first few clicks.
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, that's important to know. I mean, you got to know where your data is. This person they're asking, is NetApp only for Azure Cloud?
No, we actually are in the three major hyperscalers. So we have storage, in compute, and Kubernetes solutions and others, monitoring, et cetera, for all the hyperscalers. So for AWS, for Azure, and for GCP, we have solutions across the board for all three of those providers.
Very nice. Very nice. And then what about this question? They want to know, what have you seen as the greatest barrier to migrate highly customized legacy applications to the cloud, and how do you overcome them?
The time and again, the challenge seems to be with customers of being able to take applications that are, like using air quotes, legacy. They typically have performance characteristics or capacity requirements that just, they exceed what's available inside of the traditional solutions from the cloud providers today, be it object or be it virtual machines or whatever. Azure NetApp files specifically for this piece is unique in the fact that we're using an engineered system that is married nicely into the Azure experience so that you can have that enterprise storage experience, but in the cloud, be able to consume it in that fashion. And we found customers time and again have been able to leverage Azure NetApp files as a way to move those big, difficult applications into the cloud successfully.
Got it. Okay. Nice. Yeah, that could help a lot of companies out there. I mean, there's so many highly customized legacy apps that need that cloud migration. Next question, can the storage be encrypted at rest? They say our institution is very concerned about storing sensitive data in the cloud.
Absolutely. So Azure NetApp Files can store data at rest by default. It is nothing you have to enable or anything. It's just turned on by default. That's going to use FIPS 140-2, and the keys are managed today by Microsoft. So it's something that's managed by the service itself. You don't have to think about it. You just store your data on there, and it's all encrypted at rest.
Very nice. Very nice. So how should folks get started with this, Will?
So with Azure NetApp Files, you can simply go into the Azure portal today and look for NetApp, and you will find Azure NetApp Files there. For our other cloud solutions, go to cloud.netapp.com. You'll find everything you need there, all the breadcrumbs you need to get to the right locations. From that one location, it'll get you directed in the right way, the right way.
Excellent. All right. Well, Will, it's been great having you on the Megacast today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we've got, it looks like 20 more questions there still for you, Will, in the electronic queue. So maybe you can get back to some of those folks. For more information on NetApp, of course, check out the Handouts tab as well. There is a link in the Handouts tab. This will take you over to netapp.com, specifically to the Azure NetApp Files landing page, where they've got an ebook. There's a getting started link there, top 5 questions to ask, and lots of great information on the NetApp Azure Files solution. So make sure that you check that out. All right, if you haven't answered the poll question on the screen, it's going to be up there for just a few more moments. So we encourage you to do that. And I'll just leave it up while I announce our next prize winner. This is for an Amazon $500 gift card, and it's going out to James Lodenquai from California. Congratulations, James Lodenquai from California. All right, and with that, I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. I'd like to introduce you to, he goes by Suds, Vice President of Product Management at PlyOps. Suds, are you there?
Hey, yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for being on. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Megacast event webinar, Your Cloud Journey with PlyOps. My name is Suds Jain. I'm the VP of Product Management and Strategic Alliance at PlyOps. A little bit background on me before we go to the company. I recently joined PlyOps from VMware. I've been coming with 10 years at VMware, driving the product management for cloud infrastructure team, basically bringing the cloud core platform on-prem, hosted environment, managed environment, as well as in hypercloud environment with Azure, AWS, as well as GCP and Ali Cloud across the board. So basically, how the VMware cloud core platform is brought up on different environments. That is what my focus was. Excited to be here with PlyOps, and that's where I'm going to talk about today. So I have a very high-level agenda here. Company introduction, basically start with some of the challenges we see from PlyOps perspective when we talk to the customers, and introduce PlyOps Extreme Data Processor, and some of the customer use case and journey we have been engaged with customers, and wrap up with key takeaways. So yeah, I think PlyOps is a pretty young company. It's been in existence for less than 3 or 4 years now. Our mission is basically we are focused on accelerating the performance and dramatically reducing the overall infrastructure cost for various infrastructure databases, let's see, whether rational or NoSQL in-memory database applications. And now we're going deep into AI/ML and deep learning kind of data needs, and then expanding into 5G, IoT, and other use cases. So these are all a lot of data-intensive workloads, and we try to address the performance aspect as well as the TCO aspect of those applications. It's a very powerful and experienced team coming from strong background in database, storage, semiconductors, cloud from different companies, and very, very excited. It's a lot of strategic investment from Intel Capital, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Western Digital, Xilinx, and whole slew of other investors as well. We have been, as I said, young company, but getting a lot of recognition. And starting from 2019 onwards to 2021, a whole slew of recognition from the industry for PLABs, and very excited and very proud to be part of the team here. Whether it's in Flash Movie Summit, whether it's in CRN, whether it's in Gartner or across the board, we have been getting a lot of recognition. And I will say this is just a start for us. Okay, so let me step up a little bit on how we see the customer challenges, especially because, as I said, on our PLABs focus is around data. So as we go and engage with the customers, we see across the board, there's an explosive growth of the data, whether it's in the edge or whether it's in the cloud or across the board. Even in when you're talking about network or CDN, there's a lot of data growth as well on that front. And as this data is going, there's more and more data need to be processed in real time. And that's where there's a desire and need to process the data faster and faster. And that's where you see a lot of innovation happening in different fronts. But that's also causing a lot of imbalances, so to speak, between CPU versus storage versus network. And, there's always, for last, I will say 15, 20 years, CPU was the smart kid on the block, which has been processing it and is able to keep up with the customer needs. But I think increasingly you see there's a sort of a shortage on the CPU cycle. That's why GPU is becoming more mainstream in certain use cases. And then, of course, beyond that, DPU and other purpose-built processors coming into the fray to address certain application needs. And that whether it's in storage, whether it's data, whether it's network processing as well. And then beyond that, I think what we see is as the data is going, applications are not optimized to handle this kind of data growth. And that's why these applications are not optimized. And that's what is resulting in I will call it infrastructure sprawl. Basically, the infrastructure is going a lot faster than it need to be. And for today, most of the time when you go and talk to the customer, they just throw more and more two-socket servers to the problem and try to address that. But it's not the most optimized version of the infrastructure you like to see, both from a power perspective, whether it's as a real estate perspective, as well as from TCO. Across the board, it is non-optimized. That's how I see it when I go and talk to the customer. And then as you go infrastructure and as well as, and you access this infrastructure sort of a more non-optimized way, it's impacting your reliability, availability, and stability of the infrastructure and serviceability of the infrastructure as well. And then, of course, as we discussed earlier, the cost and the value you get per dollar you spend is sort of going down as well. So that those are some of the challenges. But in addition to that, there's a stronger and stronger need and desire from the corporates, especially to be more and more carbon neutral. And but the problems which they are the way they're handling is not the right way, because they are throwing more and more power to the problem, and they want to reduce the carbon footprint. They want to be carbon neutral. I don't think we have a very strong strategy in most of the corporate customers we are talking to as well. And what is the PLABs value? PLABs is trying to address some of the success from some of the value proposition we are creating with this around workload acceleration, data efficiency, data availability, and overall TCO, and as well as go green. Basically, we are sort of, I call it solving the hard problem around how CPU, data, and storage need to live in harmony, both from processing perspective as well as from handling and transportation and storage of the data. And of course, we want to make sure that we create what I call lower latency with intelligent hardware offload. That is where we are putting a lot of focus from the value proposition of labs is concerned. And when saying hardware offload, we are talking about hardware offload on-prem as well as in cloud, and I'll talk about a little bit on that as well. And data efficiency, I think one of the main elements of value proposition for labs is how do we handle the data more efficiently, not just accelerate the data from processing perspective, but also how do we handle it from storage capacity, better compaction, better encryption, better media efficiency handling, better serialization of the data as we in and out of the data from the storage tier. That's where also there's a lot of value proposition Labs is trying to create. And data availability, I think this is something, a very strong value of FlyOps as well, where we are able to provide you a dry fail protection with virtual hot capacity. That means you get no compromise on your cost or for that matter in the capacity, but you get hardware related full dry fail protection with no additional cost and no performance penalty, whether it's in when you're doing the data as well as when you're recovering the data. In both scenarios, performance penalty is very minimal when you're recovering and no penalty when you're handling the data. Faster rebuild with minimum performance drop, as I mentioned earlier. Overall TCO, we are putting a lot of emphasis on TCO as well. Higher workload consolidation, significant reduction in data infrastructure cost with better consolidation, better processing of the data, and also making sure that it's green. And we have done a lot of sort of value proposition around that, and I'm more than happy to dive deep with customers if they are interested to follow up around how we can articulate the value. I'm not going to go all the details about these value propositions. That might take more than 2 hours for me to go over it and make sure that it's clear to the customer, but happy to deep dive on this value proposition. Okay, with that said, let me sort of introduce what I call perhaps XGP data virtualization engine. I'll go a little bit bottom up here. So if you see it here, we have our hardware, as I mentioned earlier. We call it XGP Data Processor XDP, which is running in on-prem with a PCI card which comes from clouds. But equally important, we can also make it available as part of the hypercloud environment, whether it's in NPV1 or F1. That's more happy to follow up if anybody is interested in cloud environment. And it works with across the board storage tier. It can work with local SSDs, whether it's IT in instance or on-prem in your NVMEs or any other storage tier, as well as it can work with over the fabric JBOFs, which are sort of emerging category of storage to be used, and as well as in the cloud environment, whether you are using IO2 or using some other storage in the cloud, we can make it work. So we work with your existing storage and make it better. That is, and make it better for your data processing, data storage, data access, data transport as well. And we make that happen with this, what we call an XGP data virtualization engine. That's where our secret sauce is in the hardware plus data virtualization engine. That basically offer you a common platform for accessing it in different application needs. For example, you can access it as a native block, you can access a native KV or RocksDB if you are using RocksDB based application, or in future we may expand it to different byte or even go into different database or file system as well. And we are trying to make sure that we are able to accelerate different environment, whether it's in storage or RDBMS, NoSQL, analytical, doesn't matter. We think with this common data virtualization engine based on XGP, we can offer you value for different use cases. And we have done a lot of benchmarking internally as well. More than happy to deep dive, but this is something available today in commercial form. And if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to Labs team on that one. And the heart of this is our innovation in the hardware. as well, which is running either in cloud environment on F1 or in V1 kind of instances, or is running in your on-prem environment with our PCI form factor device today. It gives you order of magnitude better performance, better reliability. Basically, we can give you dry field protection with the 2x performance of RAID 0, which is unheard in storage industry as of today, but we are able to provide and make it available to the customers in production environment. And of course, we provide a lot of compaction and serialization of the data, so it gives you order of magnitude capacity enhancement as well. And we make it available with a very, very low cost, sort of media drives. In fact, we can make QLC better than your enterprise grade media you're using today, TLC or any other media. And that's also a very, very important factor where we drive the cost as well as efficiency out of that. So that's where the value proposition of HDP hardware is. And as I said earlier, we've been working with many applications and use cases, and very excited to see that order of magnitude better benefits for different use cases, whether you're using ROS-DB, QLC, blocks, or Redis, SQL, MariaDB, MongoDB. We see it better TCO, almost 75% saving when you're using Redis or in block in terms of cost as well as from in terms of scaling as well. So we can give you a lot more benefits, both in on-prem as well as in hosted or cloud environment. I think let me sort of. Oh, sorry, I think I double click on it. I don't know. I think. Sorry, there's a lag on my end. So click. Anyway, so we have a lot of use cases and value proposition, but I just highlighting few. For example, if you're using in-memory database or, for example, Redis or any other, with FlyOps powered environment, you can do a significant order of magnitude consolidation and bring down the overall TCO as well as improve the overall performance. And that is what we are able to demonstrate with Redis, and we are in some of the active trials with a very, very large customer on this kind of use cases. As well as, trying to make this happen on, whether it's in edge or is it in, your far edge, you call it, or you can't call it thick edge, or even core data centers. If you want to run your analytics workload and use some of this HTAP or RDMF or NoSQL application, we should build that slate and make it available with a better TCO, better carbon footprint, and a common platform for varied infrastructure and analytical needs as well. And we are able to also provide better predictability and better uniformity in terms of access and edge SLAs, so to speak, as well. And we are able to also consolidate overall your edge footprint. So there's a very strong value proposition when you're trying to run, let's say, video analytics or any other such application at the far edge or in the thick edge environment. We are able to provide a strong value proposition. This is another use case where we sort of is a software-defined storage, where the storage cluster is providing multiple sort of access to the compute workloads. But the way they do today, and I think most of the storage software-defined storage vendors are addressing this in that form, where they provide the erase coding where they do this drive block grouping across the servers. I think that works, but it's just that it provides inherent inefficiency with erase coding, and as well as it gives you anytime a drive fails, it ends up reducing the overall cost of performance because you end up building over the network. what our customer is able to do is consolidate drive groups within the server before it's grouping it across the cluster. With that, basically, it's isolate any drive failure from cluster level performance in the rebuild, or as well as providing user coding within the system before it goes to the the cluster. So with that, basically, the benefit is you have added drive fail protection. So that means if you're running the FTT 1 or 2, you get additional FTT failure to tolerance, and as well as if any time any drive fail, you completely isolate that from the cluster level degradation of the performance. In fact, many of the software-defined storage vendors today they recommend replication instead of erasure coding if you want higher performance, and we are able to do that at a lot more value proposition for that customer. So I think there are varied use cases for FlyOps in storage, database, analyticals. We talk about it, and in addition to that, we think it is not just that. We also are addressing one of the biggest sort of concern with large customers are handling today is around how do I reduce my carbon footprint. So we are able to do that significantly for customer in terms of the server rack data center consolidation, providing better wear and tear on your storage as well as on your network, and efficiency, manage the data growth in data centers. So we are doing it very efficiently, data storage and data compaction and data access. That helps a lot in terms of your carbon footprint. And not just that, we also accelerating your CPU bottlenecks, so that way you can consolidate further. So that's where we are in terms of overall, I call it green initiative and the value proposition of what we are able to offer using FlyOps, XGP data virtualization engine. And very excited to be on board. I'm a new person in the company, but very excited to see what company has done and help it out in going forward. How do we address the needs around customers as data customers are sort of in a mode where there's a whole lot of growth in the data and data is trapped. So it needs more and more acceleration. Moore's law is not helping anymore on that front, and FlyOps is definitely coming in and addressing some of the challenges. And the good part is customers already accept that heterogeneous computing with CPU and other smart devices is here to stay with the GPU, DPU, and we are sort of coming in and trying to make sure that we provide order of magnitude advantage for customers in increasing the performance, increasing the data protection with full speed, no performance penalty, and no capacity penalty, and no rebuild penalty or minimum rebuild penalty on that one. Seamless integration, we are trying to make it very, very seamless for customers to consume, whether it's in native block, whether it's on native KV, or if you're using RocksDB or using Byte in future or other areas, we can make it very seamless for customers to consume. And we want to make it more and more efficient media accessible to broader and broader use cases. That's something we are trying to focus a lot on. And it's a common platform for varied application, as I mentioned, and very, very excited to see a lot of traction with the customers, and happy to have more deeper dive with the customers who are interested to follow up. And feel free to reach out to me. My email address is in the first slide, or to our marketing team, or you can tag us in social media anywhere you want. Yeah, I think we are available on LinkedIn, Twitter, and as well as on the web. Feel free to reach out either way. That's pretty much it on my end. Thank you very much. From my side, I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's time for questions. A great presentation, Suds. We appreciate that. We do have a poll question I want to bring up for everyone out there in the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the PlyOps solution? And obviously, there's a lot of interest in what y'all are doing at PlyOps. We got, I see 15, almost 20 questions here to cover. We won't have time for all of them, but lots of great questions have come in. And so I'll just go ahead and start with this one. They're asking for a DBA or developer to use XDP for any of my databases or NoSQL applications. Do I need to make changes in the software to work with PlyOps XDP?
Oh, good question. Very good question. I think from that perspective, as I mentioned in my slide number 4 or 5, where it pictorially shows, basically we are making it available as a block interface. So that means so it goes into sort of a very low end of the tier in the stack. That means all the application and even most of your storage stack, everything else does not need to change. With that, basically, you are able to integrate any application if you're using block or KV. If you're using KV, you should be able to, it's native KV, you should be able to integrate this clouds-based model as well. And also, if you're using DocsDB, you can sort of go with the DocsDB-based implementation as well. So from our perspective, we are trying to make it very frictionless for customers to consume their application, their infrastructure on top of PlyOps, and whether it's in block, KV, or other interfaces as we move forward.
Excellent. Yeah, I like that. Sounds easy. Another question here, they say, as an architect, how do I utilize XDP to increase application protection from SSD failures? Does it mean compromise on the performance, or what do they need to know there, Suds?
Yeah, very good question. I think, okay, so the way it works is we are taking care of the drive fail protection. That means it's built into it. As long as you are using XDP or PlyOps solution, you don't have to worry about it. And you can be, hot plug these drives. And we present the capacity to you in a block form or KV form or any other interface. And that capacity is you to consume. Within that, we can sort of manage how we do the drive fail protection. If any drive fails and you need to rebuild, we take care of the rebuild as well. And if you add a new, or you replace the drive, let's say you hot replace the drive, we recognize that and we should be able to detect and provide you the added capacity on top of it. So we do that, all the management within the PlyOps hardware and software together. And we offer you block, and with that, you are just consuming the capacity. You don't worry about how it's been managed.
Excellent. Nice. And then another question here, can I deploy XDP in the cloud?
Yes, as I said in my slide as well. If you're interested in cloud, I'd love to work with you because XDP engine is available in a PG form, and it's available. We can make it available on F1 or NPV1 and make it available for your use case. Love to follow up if you're interested to have XDP on cloud.
Excellent. All right. Well, Suds, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A time slot, but there's a ton more questions for you there in the electronic queue. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Great presentation. Thank you for being on the Megacast today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
For more information, for more information on PlyOps, check out the Handouts tab. There is a resource there you can download on how to scale your data center storage to meet explosive new demand with PlyOps. And if you haven't answered the poll, now is the time to do it because we are moving on to our prize drawing time. We have another Amazon $500 gift card and an iPhone 13 in your choice of color. The Amazon $500 gift card, this is going out to Justin Gunderson from Wisconsin. Congratulations. And grand prize number 2 for an iPhone 13 in your choice of color is going to Dan Merwin from Colorado. Congratulations. Still a ton more prizes to give out on the Megacast today, so make sure you stay tuned for those, as well as Some really awesome presentations here still coming up. Turbonomic, Ping Identity, Firewall, OutSystems, Red Hat, Sophos, and Faction. And so with that, let's keep the Megacast moving. I'm excited now to introduce you to Dina Henderson, Junior Product Marketing Manager, and Mary Nachimov, Cloud Product Manager at Turbonomic. Dina and Mary, it's great to have you. Take it away.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Our discussion will be on developing your 2022 cloud plan. So on today's call, we have myself, Dina, and Mary. I am a product marketing manager here at Turbonomic, and I manage and often moderate our webinars like today. And similarly, our blogs oversee our content creation there. Now, generally, our team is focused on educating the market on new approaches and mindsets that are required to continuously assure application performance and, of course, succeed in this very complex world of cloud and containers. Mary, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, thanks for having me today. It's great to be here. I'm a cloud product manager. I do many things around cloud optimization, work with a lot of 500 Fortune companies to optimize their cloud and help them to really succeed in that journey. And I'm also a huge fan of user experience. So, you know, if you guys are interested in that, we can talk about that later as well.
Thanks, Mary. So just a quick disclaimer before we hop into the discussion that we have planned today. For this presentation, we are focusing on what is generally available today, and we'll be clear about what's available today versus what's roadmap if that comes up. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, onto our discussion. So to kick things off, we know that cloud adoption is rapidly increasing, but success is not easy. So by the end of 2021, 67% of all enterprise infrastructure will be cloud-based. 80% of companies report receiving bills 2 to 3 times larger than what they budgeted for. And the number one priority for organizations in 2021 is optimizing existing cloud resources for performance and cost. Mary, is there anything you would like to add on why cloud success is not easy?
Yeah, sure. So as you can see, most of the companies will have to move to the cloud. We see here some stats, but it's really essential to keep up with the competition and grow your technologies further into the future, you know, taking all the benefits that the clouds are offering with big data, flexibility, agility, scalability. So here it's really hard because many times people come from the on-prem world or they're new to the cloud, and the cloud is a much more complex to manage infrastructure than we ever saw before. But today we're going to show you how we can break it down to a few easy steps, really to take ownership of the cloud and own the cloud instead of cloud owning you.
Thanks, Mary. So now, Mary, can you talk us through what Turbonomic Application Resource Management, or ARM, is?
Yeah, of course. So first of all, in anytime we talk about technology, performance is the most important metric, because once the performance is not intact, we're going to lose our users. So everything we talk about here today will take performance into consideration first. However, to achieve performance, sometimes it can be really expensive, and the goal of any company in the market today is to achieve performance at the lower cost. And that's what we're here to show you today. The platform that we're working with has 3 steps, as you can see here on the slide. First, we show you what we discover. That's the observability part. We'll show you the full stack of the application. Second of all, our platform will take all that into the algorithm and give you actionable insights. that will tell you exactly, immediate steps of what you can do for your environment to keep the performance up while maintaining the cost as low as possible. And lastly, as you grow in your journey in the cloud and you're ready to let the software manage the infrastructure for you, that can be really revolutionary for many people when you just click and slowly but surely automate, and start, letting the software take control and just viewing the results of the cost, how the cost is going down, how the performance is going up, etc., etc. And on the right side, that you can see the full scope of what we're able to do. We're working with the compute tiers, the storage tiers, databases, great optimizations on RIs and other discounts plans like savings plans, and of course, Kubernetes.
So Mary just explained to us what application resource management is, and that our three main focuses are observability, actionable insight, and automation, all while achieving that continuous performance at the lowest cost. So now that our listeners know what ARM is, Mary, can you explain what our approach to cloud optimization is?
Yeah, sure. I would love to explain the 4 steps you can achieve for cloud optimization. So the cloud can be really overwhelming in the beginning with all the services they provide. And when you start taking advantage of the services, many times you will get a bill shock at the end of the month. And here we are to break this down for you and make it very simple to start using the cloud while keeping your cost, at the budget that you want. So let's take a look here. So we have 4 items. Suspend. First of all, you need to suspend everything that you're not using. For example, over the weekend, you can put a schedule where you suspend all your virtual machines and other services over the weekend, because nobody's using them over the weekend. It's just a waste. So unlike the on-prem world where things used to run 24/7, the cloud world where you basically charge by the minute, you should suspend things that you don't use. You can do it over the weekends or overnights. Secondly, you should delete any items that you don't use. In the cloud, when you delete a virtual machine, many times the volume that attached to that machine is not deleted automatically and remains in your system, and you keep paying for that volume until you delete that. So in addition to that, you should also delete abandoned VMs that we see a lot in customer environments. Anything that it's not used by you or your users, you should delete that. That's another huge savings mechanism. Scaling, that one is more complicated because you can't just scale down virtual machines to the smallest size. You really should think about what runs on these virtual machines, about the performance of the virtual machines, and that scalability area is really neatly done by our software, where we look into all the metrics and we scale you down to the perfect size while taking performance into account, and also your savings plans or any other saving mechanism into account. That's really neat, and I'll show you this in a few minutes in the demo. And lastly, after you suspend on times, delete all the things that you're not using, and scale everything to the perfect size, you can start and buy reservations. Since your environment at that time will be already minimized to what you really need, buying reservations only will give you bigger discount on top of that. And that's how you really win the cloud game.
Okay, so Mary just told us what Turbonomics' approach to cloud optimization is and how we achieve that. Mary, can you now elaborate on why our listeners should focus on scaling workloads and not purchasing RIs?
Yeah, of course. So look at this chart over here. When we purchasing RIs, we should really, because I work with a lot of customers, and customers many times when their bill grows, they are really quick to buy reservations because they need to just decrease the cost as soon as possible. But once they buy reservations, they're locked into that amount of capacity for the next 1 year or 3 years, depending on the plan that they purchased. However, we can see here that any environment has the predicted capacity and the unpredicted capacity. And what we should really aim for is, first of all, we need to shrink the capacity. And that's where the scaling, suspension, and deletion is coming along. So once we shrink the predicted capacity, only then we need to buy the reservations as the last step, because now our environment is much smaller and we will be much more efficient when we buy the reservations. You can see here that we also don't need to buy reservations for our full environment, only for the predicted amount that we're going to use. And that also is neatly done with our software. We have very similar charts to this one, just to show you exactly what you need to buy and the cost and savings that are going to produce.
Okay, thank you, Mary. And now my favorite part, Mary is going to share out her screen and give us a demo of what we were just talking about.
So I'm sharing the cloud homepage of Turbonomic. As you can see, you have the menu over here. Here we have what we call supply chain. This is internally what we discover, the full stack from the application really to the region of any cloud that you have. We're multi-cloud, we support Azure and AWS currently, and more to come. After you see and recognize your environment, this is one of the cool things that many times nobody else can show you the full stack of your application, but we can. Then we go and we see our environment. So I'm going to start with here. We have all my accounts in the cloud. So if I click on show all, I can examine all the accounts that I have here. You can see I have here a few clouds that's shown to me in a really neat way. If I expand any Azure cloud, I can see the resource group that I have in this cloud. So that's really cool as well. I can just examine my environment, the cost I have, the actions I have, the savings potential. Everything is really organized here. Now, if I just want to take a look and see what Turbonomic is offering me and take it back to the scaling, deleting, and buying reservations, these two widgets really tells me the whole story. So first of all, necessary investment. This is everything I should do in order to keep my performance and compliance in the right place. So although I'm going to invest money, I should really do it, because if I'm not going to do it, I'm going to hurt the performance and I'm going to lose customers. So we always advise for customers to start here and take all these actions. Later on, when I want to start and save and be more efficient in the cloud, I'm going to click here and see all the options I have. So for the scaling category, I can see I have here scaling virtual machines, scaling volumes, database servers, and databases. Let's take a look and examine the virtual machines a little further. I can see here that only for the virtual machines, I can save around 4K a month. That's just for the virtual machine. If I want a further breakdown of how to achieve that, each action over here will have a breakdown of its own. Let's take a look at one action. I have the virtual machine name, and I also can click in and see more details about it. I know which account it belongs to. I have the current instance type that it's on in the cloud. I have zero RI coverage. And here, when we start the green bar, this is where I should be on. So I should be on this instance, still with zero RI coverage, and my cost is going to be lower. Almost, as you can see here, 50% discount. This is what I'm going to save per month. If I click on details, it will give me even more data about this virtual machine. So I can see that this is a really classic use case where we don't have big usage on the virtual machine. And that's why we're trying to size this down. You might think that this is usually not what happens, but actually many times in a customer environment, we see a lot of virtual machines with almost zero usage. And that's why we're resizing this down. One of the really cool things here is that I can see the tags. So tags are used to organize cloud environments by sometimes application or environment type like development or production. So you can always use this to identify your virtual machine and also set some policies and rules around the actions that are based on tags. So that's really cool. Here it's a pretty classic use case where we're just sizing down a virtual machine that is not being used a lot. And I can flip through all my virtual machine actions here. Here is a virtual machine with more activity, and we also sizing this up for 50% RI coverage. We're using all the RIs in the system and we're optimizing them. That's why we decided that this one should actually has an RI coverage. From here, after I examine all these details, I can share it with my application owner to gain more trust and build a relationship with the application team. I can also go ahead and execute this action, and that will take in place. The virtual machine will be sized on the spot and will gain more RI coverage. After I do this a few times manually, we always recommend for users to go ahead and automate a policy. For example, in a tag, you can take your development environment and just automate all these actions on a daily basis or a weekly basis. It will be automated for you, and you can, at the end of the day, just examine the results with a report. So that was on the virtual machines. We have similar user interface for volumes. So here you can see again the name, the account. Here we can tell you that it's reversible as well. Some actions are non-disruptive and reversible. These are the ones that easiest to take and it's a performance action too. Woohoo! You see, that's great. So these ones are the easiest to take because even if there is a reason that you need to turn it back to the bigger size, you can always go back and it's also not disruptive. So these are some of the actions that users will take first. So that's a great use case as well. We have the database servers. As you can see, once you learn, how one table works, all of these are very similar in their concept. So it's really easy to use as soon, as invest 2 minutes to kind of getting how this built. And I'll continue to volumes. These are the unattached volumes. Here we can see that this one, for example, is already 82 days unattached, and we're paying for this $10 a month. Now, it might not seem like a lot, but it really accumulates in this environment. We delete things pretty regularly. So when you have a lot of unattached volumes, you can just throw money away from the window. It's not really good. So this is also can be just taken. I can take all these actions at once with this button over here without going into the details, and I can automate that. You can see we're multi-cloud as well. So we have AWS here. Also Azure has unattached volumes, and GCP is TBD. It's still in private preview. My favorite part, buying reservations. So as I said, first you need to scale, then you need to delete. You also need to suspend on a schedule. And lastly, you should buy reservations. Here we also have a breakdown of the full environment. Let's take a look at Azure, for example. We have a GovCloud account over here. So it's recommended to me to buy all these RIs for the GovCloud subscription. We see here the instance types, the quantity, the term. Some of the things are configurable. For example, the term you can buy for 3 years, not only for 1 year. That's flexible. You can buy for one account or for the whole environment. So you really have all the options to fit your use case. Once I click over here, I can see the chart. You see how in this environment, I can see that D4S V4 standard VM is really running. It's a uptime over a typical week. It's running nonstop. So when I see a use case like this, I would definitely recommend to do suspension over the weekend. I can see that from Monday until Sunday, there's no suspension over here. It's really rare that this virtual machine should really be up at all times. However, even if that's the use case and it's hard to suspend or delete things, you can always just go and purchase what's recommended. And we have some details over here of, let's say if you purchase this, you will utilize this almost 100% of the time. This is really minor because probably there was a restart over here. That's why it was not 100. Your total cost for this RI, your total savings over on demand. So if you won't buy this RI, you will pay 40% more. That's a lot. I would not want to do that. And the estimated savings overall will be almost $900. So that would be only for one RI. And we have a list of RIs. This will update based on your environment. All their environments are growing over time. So you'll have more and more and more RI purchases over time. So here you have the RI list, and over time your environment will grow and you purchase more and more RIs. And that's it. This is how you optimize the cloud with a few small steps. It's really all summarized for you in these two widgets. This is important for performance. This one is important for efficiency. And I'm glad I was here today to present, and thank you so much. And Dina, back to you.
All right, and thank you, Mary, for that wonderful demo. I hope everybody got as much out of it as I feel like I did. Felt like that was very insightful. And I just want to, there we go. I just want to say thank you to everybody for joining us today. Again, I hope you learned a lot. And if you would like to learn more, please feel free to reach out to Mary or I, as well as try out Play with Turbonomic at turbonomic.com/try. Mary, is there anything you'd like to add before we answer some questions?
Cloud is great. Great technology. You can unlock a lot of things. Let's be innovative. I think it's really exciting times. Like the cloud changes a lot in our daily lives. So I'll be happy to answer any questions and chat more about the cloud.
All right, amazing. Let's hop into those questions.
Great presentation, Dina and Mary. I just brought up a poll question for everyone out there. This says, what additional information would you like about the Turbonomic solution? And we appreciate your feedback on that. Mary and Dina, are you ready for some questions from the audience?
Yes, we are.
Awesome.
Would love to.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, we got a lot of good questions coming in already. I can see one of the first ones I saw here that came in, they were asking, they say, my scaling process is difficult, but what can this do to help me cut costs quickly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we many customers that they have a long approval process of scaling virtual machines, and what I showed in the demo looks really easy from the software side, but sometimes a lot of people are involved in, especially in big enterprises. So for this use case, I would recommend start purchasing RIs. There was some question about RIs, which RIs should you buy? Usually people buy 3-year RIs, and that's what I would recommend for this case, just to start cutting the cost. Later on, you can establish the processes for approval of scaling decisions and make your environment the right size over time. So just the short answer, you can start buying RIs and then scale over time and adjust the RIs in the backend side of things.
Excellent. Yeah, it sounds like that could help a lot of companies to save some money, rather fast. Next question, are you taking suspension schedules into account?
Oh, great questions. Yes, we do take suspension schedule into account. Not only that, we'll take also all your uptime data into account. If you have any policies or anything like, you want to use some certain families or not the others, all of that will be taken into account. And the RI recommendations will give you only RIs that will save you money of schedule suspend, uptime, etc.
Okay, excellent. Let's see, another question here. They want to know, I'm sure you've heard this one before. What makes Turbonomic different from other vendors who do cloud cost optimization?
Yeah, great question. So what is different in Turbonomic is that we take performance, first of all, into account. So you can always size everything down, and that will decrease your cost, but then you're going to lose all your customers because your quality of service will go down tremendously. So what we do, every action in our software will take performance into account and will never decrease that. In fact, some of our actions are going to actually ask you to invest more money because we see that you have some congestion in your CPU or memory. Will alert you and tell you you have a performance issue here. Please increase that virtual machine size. So that's the biggest differentiator of Turbonomic from other companies. I would say that this is very essential and key for growing over time and generally servicing your customers at a high level.
Absolutely. Another question here: when it comes to getting started with Turbonomic, what's the best way to do that? Is this something they would install? Is this a SaaS-based service? Like, what's the model and what's the best way to try it out?
Yeah, great question. So we have multiple offerings, but for our cloud customers, we have a SaaS solution that will, once they contact our team, we can work with them. And actually, we already have a tryout website as well, where you can just log in and try it out yourself. And that's really easy as it comes. So, SaaS solution.
Very nice. Yeah. Sounds super easy to get started. Could help a lot of companies out there to, scale and make their IT organization more agile and also save some money, potentially at the same time. So I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A slot. I see there's at least 15 other questions I'm afraid we didn't have time to answer, but maybe you can get back to those folks electronically. Thank you so much, Dina and Mary. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to Turbonomic, of course, for being on the event as well. Check out the handouts tab right there, and you'll find a link to download the Application Resource Management for Cloud Applications Solution Overview. Looks like a really well-done resource, very visually appealing. Lots of stats here, lots of good stuff. So make sure you check that out. It won't be as readily available as it is right now once the event ends. So again, thank you for all the great questions as well. I'm routing these over to Dina and Mary. And I'll leave up the poll question. And we're going to announce our prize winners. And to do that, I'm going to hand it off to my fellow moderator, Mr. Scott Becker. Scott, you ready to announce the prize winner?
I sure am, David.
Awesome. Well, it looks like we got an Amazon $500 gift card. Who's the big winner of that one, Scott?
The big winner is Belinda Zhao from Louisiana. So, Belinda, congratulations, and we'll be getting in touch with the details of that one. So, congratulations, and I'd say let's move on to our next presentation. So, we're going to be hearing from Ping Identity and Aubrey Turner, who's an executive advisor at Ping Identity. So, let's have Audrey take it away.
Hello there. My name is Aubrey Turner. I am an executive advisor at Ping Identity. Some career highlights include started my career at Deloitte and then went to an organization that eventually became Optiv and now at Ping Identity. So today, as you can see, the topic of this presentation is devising cloud strategies and solutions. And then the subtitle is Cloud Identity and Access Management. And what I'm really going to talk about, what I'm really hoping you take away from this presentation is identity's role and identity's pivotal role in your journey to cloud. And there's really a couple overlapping axes that are relevant. So first, we're moving services and apps and systems to the cloud. But we're also, and this has been occurring for some time, moving identity to cloud. And so we're going to talk about both of those things and their interrelationships and what some of those strategies look like, what that journey to cloud and cloud identity looks like. And again, that's what I'm hoping that you'll come away with. But first, we put customers first. And this is one of the things being at Ping that I'm most proud of, is what you're looking at is our Net Promoter Score that's on the left-hand side of your screen. And that's really our customers honoring us and with their level of satisfaction. So we are, again, honored to have earned a world-class NPS score of 65. Some of our company includes Apple, Netflix. It's the neighborhood that we are in. To my knowledge, recent knowledge, I don't know if we have any competitors that are quite matching our NPS score. So again, this is driven by our unwavering commitment to our customer success, your success from an identity perspective. And then on the right there is the 2021 Gartner Access Management quadrant, Magic Quadrant, excuse me, really just kind of highlighting our recognition as a leader in access management. So just a couple bona fides that I wanted to share with you. And the other thing that I'll say before I get into the sort of heart of the matter is we're proven in the enterprise. We've got some of the largest customers as some of the largest companies as customers, 60% of the Fortune 100 and well over 2 billion identities secured. So that's pretty exciting and pretty awesome stuff. And then what we're going to be talking about as it relates to this journey to cloud and journey to identity, cloud identity, is this cloud platform that we have and the experience orchestration that we are building to, again, help you deploy these solutions faster than ever before, help you to integrate with a platform that is scalable and powerful and enterprise proven. Again, you saw some of the data on the previous slide, but really what this looks like from a journey perspective, right, is the ability to, again, verify that user, verify that identity proofing, registering them, being able to authenticate them, strong adaptive authentication plus single sign-on, and then being able to sort of authorize that user what they can do once they have access via web and API, and doing that authorization dynamically based on purpose and context, and managing that, what we call consent flow authorization, being able to dynamically do that. And last but not least, safeguarding the user. So monitoring them, elements of risk, certainly API intelligence and security. So this is what the Ping Cloud Identity Intelligent Identity Platform looks like, and sort of at a high level, what we're looking to, how we're looking to build a orchestration solution that is built across these experiences in a platform that can deliver extraordinary experiences to users while at the same time being secure. So cloud identity, why does it matter? And some of this is likely going to be very, very obvious, but nonetheless, let me point out a few things. Certainly operational efficiency. We've all heard, and since we've started talking about cloud over the last decade plus, the efficiency that the cloud can offer. That plus most of the digital transformation has been naturally occurring in cloud as we look to build these new capabilities. The fastest way that our teams have found to do that is naturally in cloud, all right? And so whether, APIs, consumption of SaaS apps, IoT, as well as other, and now in the last 18 months, remote work, all of that part of digital transformation strategies, the cloud has been attractive from an efficiency perspective. So that plus end user experience, Again, all of these things are factors in terms of why the cloud matters. And then second but not least is market dynamics. So the trends toward multi-cloud, right? And by the way, in my opinion, multi-cloud is not necessarily anything new. Probably the aspect of it that's relevant is resiliency. Certainly we saw some organizations had some unexpected resiliency issues. So they've looked to spread their workload across multiple environments. But if you've been multiple clouds, but if you've been consuming SaaS apps, chances are those SaaS apps are running in various clouds, and hence you've been in multi-cloud for some period of time. And then this is one of the things I think our customers really, really value is identity independence, right? And I think, if I could say so, this is a Ping tenant. We try to limit vendor lock-in. We don't really care what cloud you live in, but we push for standards so that whichever cloud you are choosing to live in, or whichever clouds you're choosing to live in, we can adapt and we can continue to help support your identity independence and kind of that neutrality, so that we can manage and orchestrate these experiences across whichever cloud and clouds you choose to be in. But these are the reasons why and the factors why cloud identity matters and why it's so relevant today. So we're all on life's journey, and journey to cloud is no different. It mirrors it in some ways, and it's just another journey that we are all on. And so another Aubrey with a far higher social media profile than mine once said, sometimes it's the journey that teaches you a lot about your destination. And I really like that quote because it illustrates, again, what you're seeing here in terms of the steps in the journey to cloud and to cloud identity. These, and I will get into them shortly, they'll tell you a lot about your destination as you take those steps. And again, you'll see things related to speed, agility, and efficiency. These are some of the underlying factors in that journey to cloud, journey to identity in the cloud. So if anybody knows the other Aubrey that said that quote, probably wouldn't be too hard to find out. If you know how to use Google, shoot me a line on LinkedIn or something. See if you're all paying attention. Anyway, I'll continue. So in that journey to cloud, unifying administration. So these use cases, and I touched on the experience orchestration slide, the Ping platform. We're building a platform. We have a platform really that's covering use cases for customer, so B2C, B2B, and partner. We're seeing more overlapping use cases. So our platform continues to evolve with those overlapping use cases in mind. And then certainly, you're looking to administer various environments, development, testing, prod, as well as standard SaaS applications, and then legacy and non-standard, some of our favorites that we have to figure out how we're going to manage as we move the apps and identities to cloud. The value of this step in that journey is to accelerate common tasks so that we make those common tasks that are repeatable. We unify that administration, and then centralize access to all of your environments. If they're decentralized and disparate, makes it far less efficient and agile to manage and administer those environments. And then single sign-on to all these management consoles and portals, et cetera. That's certainly part of it. But this is your first stop to identity as the control plane. And you're going to hear me refer to that before my time here is done. Identity as the control plane. And this is part of that journey to cloud, journey to identity in cloud. Adopting identity as the control plane is a key element of that, as well as you probably got some zero trust running concurrently or driving some of this as part of the security framework that you're, again, balancing risk and efficiency and user experience as part of this migration or move to cloud and consumption of more cloud. And yes, hybrid is still a reality. So these legacy and non-standard apps as you make your decision, go through your decision criteria in terms of whether you're going to move them or whatever you're going to do with them, we're still seeing a tremendous amount of hybrid. So being able to bridge cloud to on-prem or legacy and non-standard apps, that last mile integration is still a huge part of this. It's still a key part of the journey to cloud. So again, this idea of identity as the control plane, establishing a cloud authentication authority. So we're going to benefit from this centralized orchestration of user authentication flows and where the Ping Intelligent Identity Platform sits. Again, regardless of the user type, customers, employees, partners, again, we're supporting various user types. And then this authentication authority, what the value here is that we can define these integration patterns and we can have one source of identity data. This one source will allow us to be agile in terms of self-service onboarding for any application or systems or resource across your enterprise. Again, whether those applications, SaaS apps, or you're migrating them to the cloud, or they're going to reside in private cloud. Again, wherever they are, establishing a cloud authentication authority will have tremendous business value in terms of efficiency, agility, and speed. And so consolidating these disparate identity systems, processes, and personnel can only lead to, again, that improved operational efficiency and again, whatever that operating model is that you are aligning with. So once you've done that, right, we want to sprinkle some multi-factor authentication and adaptive multi-factor authentication and as part of that, right? So we've got all these use cases, all of these authentication flows, web, mobile, VPN, SSH, these different authentication points that, again, form these authentication use cases. We want to when I say, globalize your cloud authentication authority, what we're talking about is adding additional features to it that strengthen it. And again, not only strengthen the security, but also enhance the end user experience, for example, with passwordless. So that's another way that we can effectively marry security and the end user experience, right? And have a pretty good balance between security and the end user experience. So again, we're talking about speed. We can enable users to log in faster across numerous authentication methods, right? And kind of meet the user on their terms, again, in this centralized global authentication model. Launch apps in any cloud consistently and securely. So that's huge. And I talked about those adapters or the ability to adapt to any cloud. It's almost like, I just went to Europe, and you travel to Europe, they've got different outlets and volts and amps and things like that. But you can bring an adapter, and in some cases, whether the adapter or converter, you can still power up and be able to do that easily and securely. And this is the kind of same idea here in terms of being adaptable to different clouds and again, bridging different clouds and being able to securely do that. Improved efficiency. So this is also part of this is, again, reducing help desk calls and call center costs through end user self-service. So again, multi-factor authentication, a huge piece of this. Let's then add risk, right? So we've got single sign-on, MFA. Let's add risk to that, and that's the intelligence piece of this. By the way, frictionless security is also something that I've talked about, and this is how we frictionless user experiences. This is how we get there. So anonymous network, whether the device is, jailbroken, the OS, the version, IP, reputation, and possible travel, sort of all of those device posture things, we can aggregate that risk and we can create a score that then makes a decision as to whether that user, gets access. I talked about frictionless end user experiences. So we increase speed. We have these risk thresholds that are and policies that are dynamic, so that can help us build these frictionless experiences through machine learning and intelligence and artificial intelligence. We can have security for, again, any apps deployed in any cloud. Kind of that analogy of, again, traveling to another country and still being able to sort of power up your devices with sort of an adapter and or converter. And then improved efficiency, so reducing manual effort, so your administrators can focus on other higher level tasks, more strategic tasks, so we can use machine learning to detect abnormal behavior and then take action on that. And again, this is not just paying, right? We can also consume and aggregate risk from other sources that you may have in your environment to again build a complete risk picture and detect abnormal behavior, and then make a decision from there. As we can kind of continue, then we're talking about verification, affirmation, and then this could be document validation, such as a driver's license. Like I mentioned, I went to Europe recently. International passports or some other valid type of document for identification. Or it could be data driven. It could be there could be other elements, other factors that we use just based on the level of assurance that we need in order to verify the identity. And one of the things that we're certainly seeing is as part of again these cloud journeys is verification being more tightly integrated with registration and authentication. So this is again part of that journey to cloud, and having trust being a big sort of underlying factor, right? That's what this is all about. So the capabilities to again, for know your customer, or if you're in financial services, anti-money laundering, streamlining all of those things from account creation and onboarding, as well as authentication. I talked about frictionless things like passwordless. So all of those things are all sort of chained together, and then being able to standardize the onboarding for all new apps and services. I talked about standards, and so we want to be standards driven, standards friendly, and improving the efficiency. So self-service account creation. So as we build out this cloud authentication authority, we single sign-on, and there's a term that I've used. It's SSO everything and MFA everywhere. So those are those concepts that we can use, and certainly we see them here. And we don't want to just do single sign-on and MFA. That's kind of like peaking in high school. We want to add risk. We want to add verification. We want to build out these capabilities as part of this global authentication authority. So one step here that we can also take as part of this journey is consolidating legacy IAM in the cloud. And so we have legacy systems that we can again accelerate the time to market for new apps with a single platform for authentication and actually authorization as well. And the idea here is to replace these custom and proprietary systems with standards-based. I touched on standards, and this is all part of this identity as the control plane for cloud. Limit, reduce on-premise infrastructure. Again, we can certainly bridge hybrid. That's the name of the game. And so let me complete that thought around improving efficiency, reducing on-premises costs, admin costs, operational costs, the infrastructure that you have on-prem. So consolidating legacy identity in the cloud onto a single platform, that's part of this journey as well. And your steps may mirror these, or you may run some of these things concurrently, right? This isn't necessarily sort of serialized. You certainly can run pieces of this in parallel, but that's roughly the journey to cloud, journey to identity in cloud, adopting identity as the control plane. So let's talk about where you are in the journey, right? This is a current state of identity checklist. I know this is very, very busy. There's quite a lot on here to consume. But let's talk about where you are in the journey, what you have done. We all know the gratification that comes with checking off items on a to-do list, and Ping can certainly help with that. So rather than having, or me, reading all of these to you, I encourage further conversation around your use cases, and let's imagine the future. Let's talk about your journey to cloud, your journey to identity in the cloud, and let's see where you are. So with that, I want to thank you all for listening. And sometimes in these virtual sessions, it's challenging to get direct and immediate feedback. But again, if you certainly have any questions and want to continue the conversation, like I said, I certainly encourage that. Thanks again, and be well. Take care.
All right, great. So, and I just put up a quick poll here about what additional information you'd like about the Ping identity solution, and we'll leave that up during the Q&A portion. But Aubrey, really nice presentation. Are you ready for some questions?
Yeah, definitely, Scott. Let's go.
Okay. First one here, how do you maintain visibility and security across multiple clouds, particularly when environments sprawl and are hybrid?
Yeah, so much of the things that I shared and discussed during the presentation come into play here. And this is all about, making sure we can move at the speed of business. And, what we know, so a lot of the digital transformation has been occurring in cloud, right? As organizations look to, unlock different revenue sources or test out new business models, again, they've turned to cloud as the venue to support and again do that in an accelerated manner. And really, the key here is identity as a control plane, as I mentioned, knowing who, what, when are accessing these these various clouds and these systems and services, as well as data that are running across these different environments, right? And it could be in the cloud. It could certainly still be things that are in data centers. So that hybrid model, we continue to see quite a bit of that. Again, even with all this accelerated move to cloud, the reality is a lot of mission critical systems still live in our data centers and continue to extract. We see business continue to extract value from that hybrid model. So with the deperimeterization, if you will, we've hopefully heard that term, the castle moat type security that we had is long and gone. We're not moving back to something like that, at least in the foreseeable future. So really, what we have to lean on as part of our security model going forward is identity. So that's going to allow us visibility into, again, who's accessing these systems, what they're doing, and as well as even before we even, allow them, make a decision based on conditions and purpose and context, be dynamic in terms of granting access, right? So we've authenticated you. Now, are you authorized to perform whatever activity it is you're trying to do? And candidly, just network-based controls aren't really sufficient anymore to do that. So we've really got to leverage identity, and again, identity can help us accelerate a lot of these things that we're trying to do in the cloud. So that's one of the key things in terms of gaining visibility across these various environments. And to sum it all up, Scott, I'd say again, look at identity as the control plane.
Okay, great. And by the way, you made a reference to another Aubrey for a quote, and Derek chimed in, nice Drake quote. So assuming that's correct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Derek. That is
Okay,
correct.
and I don't know if Derek was
Yeah.
quick with the Google fingers or if
Either way.
he's a Drake fan, but unfortunately we don't have a prize for that one. You mentioned about identity, and Casey had a question for you. Any comment on the industry phrase, identity is the new perimeter?
Yeah, yeah. I've got a good friend of mine and a colleague who, he's got some varying perspectives on that phrase, and kind of along the lines of it sort of being sort of overused somewhat. And it's not a new phrase, by the way. It's been around for years now. And time flies, so it's hard for me to sort of really kind of pinpoint it, but it's at least half a decade or more old, all right? It's not a new phrase. And again, despite its potential overuse, the reality is that it is accurate, right? In many ways. So if you think about digital transformation and especially in the last 18 months, and that's another overused term, by the way, possibly digital transformation. And I'll add another one to that heap, zero trust. We're doing a lot more with APIs, IoT. Basically, at some point, every user is essentially going to be an external, considered an external user if you're following zero trust. Or an insider in some cases, depending on what angle you want to take on that. But you've got to sort of apply a risk to that. And then again, where we are developing systems and where we're building and creating new business models or new business processes and new applications, that's all occurring, quote unquote, outside sort of the four walls of the companies that we have historically lived in or been in or worked in. And so this identity is the new perimeter. That's essentially where it came from. It's the most portable way in this new world of controlling access and controlling and maintaining security. So the perimeter is gone. I talked about deperimeterization. Well, what do you have left? What means do you have to take to APIs that are running outside and public APIs, apps that are running in public cloud? Users that are business partners that need, companies are global, right? So you have business partners that are maybe supporting you across the globe. Users that are now remote and working from home. This is where that term really lends itself to kind of a brief description of this new security paradigm. Identity is the new perimeter, and I've actually seen some stuff. And some folks have kind of taken it to the next level. Identity is the only perimeter. So it's really just a reflection of the world that we live in, the state and how we're doing business, how business is so moving quickly, how we need to keep up with it, and how identity is this sort of portable way, almost like a passport, for us to identify ourselves and be proven. We claim to be who we are as part of the authentication and authorization process. Identity in the context around identity is the way that we're going to be able to do that in a frictionless manner with applications, data, and services running everywhere. So kind of connecting any user on any device to any service running anywhere. The way that we're going to do that in a frictionless way is through identity. And that, again, is where that term comes from. However you feel about it, and whether you feel it's sort of jumped the shark or overused or not, that's really the essence of it. Solid question.
Always appreciate a jump the shark reference.
Yeah.
It's so apt in technology terms. Hey, I hate to wrap it up here. We had a ton of audience questions. I hope you can stick around a bit online and maybe answer some of those.
Yeah.
Some of those that have come in. But Aubrey, thanks for a great presentation and a really good introduction to ping identity and fascinating topic.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's time, and thank you, Derek, for letting me know that you were paying attention. So thanks, and I look forward to answering any additional questions that may be out there. Really appreciate the time as always. Stay well. Take care.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next Amazon card prize drawing, another $500 Amazon gift card. And I'm about to announce the winner of this one. It is Brett Smith from Kansas. So Brett Smith, congratulations. You've won this $500 Amazon gift card just in time for the holidays. So we'll be getting in touch with you about getting that card to you. So let's move on to our next presentation. We're going to hear about Firemon, and we're going to hear from Tim Woods, who's VP of Technology Alliances with Firemon. So Tim, welcome to the Megacast.
Happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, take it away.
Very good. Well, first of all, yes, I do want to thank our listening audience for being here today, and I'm sure you guys have heard of a lot of information today, so hopefully what I'm going to present adds on to that. If you're not familiar with Firemon, hopefully you are, but if you're not, that's okay too. Firemon is the leader in the NSPM arena, NSPM meaning Network Security Policy Management, and so we help companies every day overcome some of the many barriers to enterprise agility by extended visibility, establishing continuous compliance, change detection, change analysis, and last but certainly not least, making sure that risk is not increasing within the respective environments as well. So let's jump right on in here. So you've heard, I'm sure today you've heard about storage. I know you were just talking about identity access management. I know you've probably heard some stuff about performance management. There's so many things to take into consideration when we're talking about cloud, especially when we're looking at our plans for next year and beyond. Today, I'm going to talk about network security policy management and then also cloud security operations in the very short time that I have. I've included a few extra slides here, so I'll blow through some of these, but I wanted to keep the slides in there more importantly for your reference later if you need to. So let's start first with security. Let me get rid of this pop-up that just came up here. Always at the most inopportune time for me. Let's start first with network security policy management, and one of the issues that we see, this is the world that we live in, and probably one of our biggest adversaries, and I want to talk about that in a little more detail, is the growing complexity that we find within the environments today. Aubrey was just talking about the perimeter blurring or the perimeter going away, and so the surface is definitely expanding, and complexity is expanding as well. And what we find and what we hear from our clients and our users and engagements today is that they're struggling to get their arms around the very policies that are helping to control some of the security controls within their environment. And so what happens here is when you fail to manage your policies adequately over time, these policies can bloat, unnecessary complexity creeps into the equation, but the very thing that's meant to protect us actually becomes a threat vector in and of itself. And that's what we want to get our arms around. I've heard all kinds of stories about bad actors and nefarious individuals trying to get into the network, and all of that is very true, right? You have to understand clearly what is it that I have that someone else would want, and to what length they would go to get it, and then of course you adjust your security posture accordingly to the level of threat. But I think also one of our biggest adversaries, again, is unnecessary complexity that creeps in over time. I originally created this particular slide to kind of show the sheer volume of rules increasing within the environment, sheer volume of enforcement point security rules going into the environment. But you could apply this to many things here. You could apply it to applications being deployed within the hybrid infrastructures today outside of the purview of IT security. You could apply it to some other factors as well. But here's the thing that we know for sure. For sure we know that if you don't challenge complexity, if challenging complexity is not a part of your 2022 cloud plan, unchallenged complexity will result in a couple of ways. It manifests itself in a couple of ways. Number one is risk is guaranteed to increase. The probability of human error creeping into the equation more is going to happen. And the probability of misconfiguration is going to happen. And so we have to challenge this. There's always going to be a certain amount of inherent complexity in any good security architecture implementation. But what I take exception with is that unnecessary complexity that creeps into the equation over time. And so what are some of our current challenges? Of course, increased complexity at scale, lack of automation, and the one to the right here, limited budgets and staffing shortages. That kind of goes hand in hand with automation. If you're not adding more people to respond, to the, say, take that slide, for example, that I just put up, the growth in rules. If I don't have the people, the resources to manage that, then I need to turn to automation. If I'm not adding more people, I need to make the people that I have more efficient. I try to create just a little kind of a picture of what I'm describing, so that I can kind of draw you into the value proposition that Firemon provides, but kind of what we see today. And so this is just kind of a micro picture of what our hybrid infrastructures look like today. You start at the bottom and you have remote locations, the headquarters, the data center, our road warriors. You're connecting into the environment via an SD-WAN or some other connect. Predominantly today it's SD-WAN. Maybe you're leveraging SASE today, or you're exploring SASE options as well, and then up into your cloud provisioning. But all along this path from ground to cloud, there are policies, and there are a lot of policies, and those policies are growing every day. And so how you get your arms around managing those policies is the value that Firemon provides. We homogenize or normalize all of those policies and bring them back into our platform under a single lens, so to speak, and then we allow you to do behavioral analysis of the policies, compliance, posturing, making sure your compliance posture is where it's supposed to be and that it doesn't drift. And if it does drift, that I can provide you actionable data in order to perform compliance remediation, making sure that risk awareness is where it needs to be. I think at the end of the day, we're always, as a responsibility to the business, we have to manage risks to a level that's acceptable. And of course, proactive change assessment, meaning before a new rule or new access is introduced into my environment, am I able to sandbox that proposed rule and run my compliance assessments against it to make sure that it's not going to cause an impact to my business posture, my business continuity posture, my security posture, compliance posture, et cetera. And then in the bottom there, you see where we talk about API driven. You have to also recognize, I think for any good security application today, you have to recognize that you are not the only part of the puzzle. And subscribing to a robust API so that I can exchange and enrich information with the other systems that are within the environment in order to grow the total value of the combined security solution, I think today is paramount and will become even more paramount in the future. One thing I'm going to touch on here, and so there's a lot of issues when we talk about some of the top challenges that we're faced with today, not just in the cloud, but in the hybrid infrastructure itself. And I'm going to touch on visibility as the first one, given the time that we have. There are a lot of impact areas that I'll call them as a result of the lack of visibility within the environments. We hear this time and time again. I don't have the visibility I need to manage the security at the level that I believe that I should be managing it. I know it's not that we don't know what to do, Tim, it's having the resources and the tools to do it. But what are some of those impact areas? I think first and foremost, it starts with change. If I talk about change in the upper left there, change, that means when a change happens in my environment. And of course, as we embark on our obviously digital transformation and overused term, but our digital transformation area efforts or our cloud first strategies, detecting change across a larger surface becomes more of a challenge in and of itself. But it's so critically important to understand when a change happens within our environment, how to assess that change. In other words, answer some very basic questions around that change. Did I expect the change? Probably is first and foremost. Was it authorized change? Does it have a valid business justification behind the change? Did it happen at the right time of day? Some very simple things, and is there documentation associated with that change? Just things like that become very important in our day-to-day operations, but not being able to detect change as change happens, especially as it relates to the access that's being granted within the environment, can be catastrophic. And then, of course, deployments. You can't manage what you can't see, so things that are being deployed within the environment outside the purview of IT security. How do you control something that you don't know about? Policy behavior. We talked about complexity. I talked about maintaining compliance. Hygiene probably is at the top of the list. Keeping those policies clean and making sure that they don't bloat and they don't become uncontrollable over time is very important. So all of these things kind of culminate, come together and form a bigger problem if they're not addressed. And this is all one way of challenging. When we talk about challenging complexity within the environment, this is a way to challenge that complexity. I wanted to touch, I stole one of these slides off of we did a webinar here recently. We talked about mapping zero trust, the security policy management. So I stole a couple of slides out of that I just wanted to touch on. But it's so important to one of the first things that if you are trying to establish a zero trust architecture, ZTA requires you to understand what is in your environment. So even though that parameter is expanding, even though the total breadth of that perimeter is not what it might used to be, we still have to know what are the things that are inside that we have to protect, and what are the security controls that we have to apply to those things. So and also policy, as you start, if you haven't already recognized this from your zero trust architecture effort, you probably will. If you're trying to establish zones of control, segmentation and or micro-segmentation, the policies that are controlling that segmentation, that are controlling those zones of control, you need to be able to not only maintain those, but as they change, or as change happens, you need to be able to make sure that there is not drift that moves you away from your security intent as it relates to your zero trust posture as well. Developing, this is more just, I just wanted to bring it up because there is, in the cloud always, there is a shared responsibility. Most of you, I'm quite sure you clearly understand that. But I would just touch on this as a component of your 2022 cloud plan, is to make sure that your people and your organizations understand what those lines of demarcation look like, and where the delineation is between what the cloud provisioners, cloud providers have responsibility for, and what it is that you have to take responsibility for. So I want to touch very quickly on the Firemon value propositions. This is what we believe. These are the key essential tenets of security policy management if you want to ensure consistent security controls across that hybrid expanse. And the first, as I said earlier, and I'll say it again, you'll hear me say this again before the end of the broadcast here, but being able to see everything. Visibility is so critically important. Again, you can't secure what you can't see, and you can't manage the unknown. It's very hard to do, and so we have to be able to have the necessary visibility across our environment in order to manage it, in order to apply the appropriate security controls. Scale, doesn't matter how good the technology is. You can have the best technology on the planet, but if it doesn't scale to the size of the environment, then you're not going to recognize the return on the investment that the companies make. Adapting to change. When change happens, you need to be able to, like I said earlier, answer those very basic questions, and understand what the impact to change is, and how I react to that change if necessary. Broad breadth of support is very important, and of course the importance of the API is growing every day too. The ability to exchange information with those other security platforms that you have within your environment is going to continue to be important and grow in importance over the years. So if you weren't familiar, now we're going to switch gears here right quick and go into security operations. So there's a lot of things I could continue to talk about on security policy management, but hopefully if you have interest there that that's piqued your interest enough that you'd reach out to us and we can talk more about your unique environment. But we acquired, barely 3 months ago, we acquired a company by the name of DisruptOps. And DisruptOps is a security operations platform. The cool thing, the absolute cool thing about DisruptOps is the visionary behind Firewall was actually the CEO at DisruptOps and has now come back to Firewall and is the current CEO of Firewall today. So very exciting for us, but also very exciting for where that's going to take us. Security operations, the main question that they ask whenever you get into the operational aspect of managing your cloud security is how do you currently detect and respond to security events in your cloud environment? There's a lot of challenges, a lot of security challenges that you're faced with, right, as you start looking at cloud native services. And it's not just cloud native services because you probably have some third-party services as well that you have to manage. The probably number one of the biggest fears in the cloud, of course, is misconfiguring a resource and exposing the data of that resource, to the internet. We've seen that hit the front page of the Wall Street Journal and other trade magazines. S3 buckets, unencrypted S3 buckets making its way onto the internet. Definitely not something that you want to happen. Distributed operations, threat monitoring. One of the toughest challenges with cloud security is solving simple problems at scale. Again, you can have the best technology on the planet, but it has to scale to the size of the environment as well. So the DisruptOps approach here is from the time that you turn it on as you start finding those issues from day one or day zero operations as we start looking and finding those issues that we can add value to. Visibility, again, visibility. It doesn't matter what it is. Visibility becomes so important across all of these operational parameters, making sure that you can see the threats coming in and in real time. Today in the environments as dynamic as they are today, it doesn't do us a lot of good if we catch something 2-3 hours later. We need to catch things as they happen, and then we need to get it in the hands of the right people so that they can take action on that in their current in the way that their workload, the way that they can respond to it within their respective workflows today as well. So I'm going to show you, and this is a little bit of an eye chart, and I'm going to blow this up, the response section on the right-hand side here. I'm going to blow that up for you so you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. But on the left-hand side here, we have all of these alerts and events. If you've ever, I'm sure some of you are probably managing your Amazon Security Hub and stuff. You know all the different places that events can come from and come into, but being able to parse through those events so that I can get to the things that are most important that I may need to take action on is really the key. And then being able to get those, again, in the hands of the people that can take action on them, that need to commit to decide whether remediation needs to take place or not is very important too. So in this example here, you can see where a particular alert came in. It was distributed to the teams within their chat ops. In this case, it was an identity access management. Credentials were used by somebody, by an external IP address. And now we have some options. Not only am I going to tell you about it, but I'm also going to give you the option to take action on that. So do I want to disable this user? And this is just one example. It could be other things, but the key here is I don't want to just tell you that I've discovered a misconfiguration or I've discovered an event that requires somebody's attention, but I want to give you an action where you can correct it as well. That could be it could be an automation action. It could be a snippet that I use to copy, cut, paste. It could be a number of different ways that we react to that, but I want to be able to do it within the workflow of the process that I'm currently, that my teams are using today. Deploying DisruptOps in your environment, you're going to see the value of the features, the features at the top, the value proposition of the features at the top, and then you'll see the value outcomes there at the bottom in the blue. And we're almost out of time already, so I'm just going to hit on a couple of these. But again, better visibility, real-time monitoring for threats and misconfigurations is going to give you better visibility to those things as they take place. Team collaboration, reducing alert fatigue so that I can focus in on the things that I think deserve the highest level of attention. simplifying things, helping my people to become more efficient. And again, as I said earlier, responding to risk and or reducing risk. At the end of the day, we need to manage risk to a level that is acceptable by the business. So better cloud security outcomes from automating and improving cloud security operations. And that pretty much puts me on the 20-minute mark. So let's go ahead and open it up for some Q&A.
Sounds good, Tim. Really nice presentation. And, Ramachandran chimed in, said, love this update Firemon, so I think they speak for a lot of us. But one of the first questions here, how fast is the time to value once I've deployed Firemon?
It's almost immediate once you put it in there. There's things that I would call, a day zero, just like with Disrupt Ops, we start looking at things from day one or day zero. The security policy management platform is the same thing. When I start thinking about looking at technical mistakes within a policy, a lot of people the first thing they want to do is I've got a really ugly firewall policy that's legacy that's come over time, and I want to take a look at that. It's plagued us for years, and that's the first thing I want to do. And there's certain things that we can do immediately, day zero, day one, that's going to help you clean up the policy. If we're just talking about the hygiene of a security policy that may have been there over time. And over time, nowadays, is not very long. A policy that's 3 or 4 years old can become incredibly bloated. Surprisingly enough, it's not a surprise to us. Sometimes we find policies that have 40, sometimes 50% of the rule base that's not used. Finding those unused rules or those technical mistakes, shadowed rules, duplicate rules, things that just are never going to get hit and serve no purpose for being there and expose you to inadvertent access accidentally. And then there's the second side of the coin where over time, as we start looking at policy behavior and applying behavioral analytics to the policy over time, then we add incremental value over time. So we can start looking at rules that may not be a technical mistake and they may not be redundant or shadowed or anything like that, but it may just be a rule that's become stagnant and is no longer needed. And they decommission the resource that was allowing, that access went into the policy for in the first place, but they didn't take that rule out of the policy. And so the problem with that is if another resource is put in place and that rule just happens to intersect with that, then it may provide access to a resource that it never intended to provide access to. And that's where auditors and QSAs look for inadvertent access, things like that. So, yeah, that's a great question. But, yeah, really from day one, that's how quickly you'll start recognizing some value from the platform.
Day one. Okay, super. Next question comes from Guy. He's asking, how can Firemon quickly detect fatal cloud misconfigurations?
So again, parsing through, and then I'm going to switch over to the Disrupt Ops side of it here, but look, parsing through those alerts and bubbling up those things that we have thousands of kind of profiles that they're looking for against some of the alerts and the events that come in there, and we want to bubble those up to the top. And again, those are the things that need the most attention, or that somebody should, that we should assign somebody to take a look at. And it may not be an individual, it may be a group of individuals. In other words, I want to get this into my DevOps teams or my DevSecOps teams, but I want to promote that so that they can collaborate to take a look at that very quickly. So it's really parsing through these, and as these environments grow, and it's not just one environment, right? We have to take into consideration that most large enterprises have a multi-cloud strategy. Anyway, they have multiple cloud provisioning providers. And so you have to take the total you have to look at it more holistically across your infrastructure and the totality of the cloud providers that you're using for the events that you need to parse through.
Okay. How does Firemon provide risk insights?
So great question there. One is, looking at those events and making sure, like I said, promoting those things that need to be promoted so that we can take action on them immediately. Another kind of maybe not as talked about feature, but I think equally important on the policy side of things is the ability to ingest vulnerability scan data and overlay that onto the actual network security policies themselves, and making sure if there's any intersection of, ports, applications, address ranges, etc., contain, that maybe are relationally linked to a particular CVE or something like that, that we can identify those. When you look at a new CVE or something that comes out and you have hundreds of firewalls and thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of firewall rules, trying to identify if any of those rules fall within the scope of allowing access for a particular CVE within your environment very quickly, if you don't have an automation platform like Firemon for automating your policy management, then it becomes very difficult to identify those type of rules that could potentially be a threat vector within the environment. And so we pre-index everything. We use Elasticsearch, and we have the ability to not only dynamically find those things by ingesting vulnerability scan data and overlaying those onto the policies, but we can search against anything that's contained within the database and come back with a result within seconds. So if a particular new CVE for some new polymorphin virus that came out and it's attacking a particular high port, and I want to see very quickly across my entire environment holistically for all the policies that I'm managing, then I could very quickly query that using a natural language search to determine if that port or application is exposed over any of the rules across my environment. So things like that can very quickly help you to eliminate risk within your environment. But yeah, overlaying that, we also have the ability to run what we call risk threat vectoring. We dynamically build a depiction of the network topology, and we also overlay the risk onto that, or the vulnerability scan data onto that, so that we can do what we call risk threat vectoring. So in other words, if a bad actor came in through a well-known threat entry point of my network, how far could that bad actor get? And we base our knowledge on based on the route intelligence and the compensating controls and our understanding of risk vulnerabilities that are known vulnerabilities within the environment. Then we can run these patented risk threat vectoring routines to determine how far a bad actor could potentially get within the environment.
Okay. Well, Tim, I hate to do this, but we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But great presentation, and really appreciate you coming on and talking about Firewall.
No, it's my pleasure. And I appreciate everyone's participation.
Yeah, and there's a lot of questions there in the console still, and if you have a few minutes and you can kind of hang out and maybe hit some of those, greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Super.
Thank you so much.
That, thank you. We're going to move on to our next prize drawing. So the first prize here is an Amazon gift card for $500, and the winner of that one is Lila Davidson from New Jersey. So Lila, congratulations. And then we have another grand prize drawing. This is for an iPhone 13 in the color of your choice. And the winner of this one is Monique Johnson from Ohio. So congratulations to Monique. We'll be reaching out to both of you with details of how to claim your prize. So let's move on to our next presentation. We have Ed Aviza from OutSystems. Ed, welcome to the Megacast.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. So take it away.
All right, fantastic. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for taking some time to review with me the OutSystems presentation. My name is Ed Aviza, and I'm a solution architect here at OutSystems. Today I'll be showcasing the OutSystems platform with an eye towards helping you understand the value we can add to your cloud strategy. A cloud plan necessarily includes many elements that need to be considered as critical to your success in adopting cloud technologies. We believe that software development is a crucial piece of the cloud adoption process. And today I'll provide you with an overview of OutSystems, as well as a short demonstration of the platform so you can better understand how we can help you achieve your digital transformation goals. But first, a few quotes. According to the Gartner Group, if you have not yet developed a cloud-first strategy, you are likely falling behind your competitors. Companies across the business spectrum have accelerated their adoption of cloud technologies in order to save money, become more efficient, and reduce on-premise infrastructure costs. A cloud strategy doesn't necessarily mean moving 100% of your workloads to the cloud, but if cloud is not yet part of your planning, it's probably time to take a serious look at your technology strategy because your competitors are already out there and they're taking advantage of the benefits of the cloud. In fact, Gartner also states that IT organizations are now commonly accepting the pace and innovation of cloud providers as foundational to their business. Pace and innovation are highlighted here because one thing that has happened due to the growth of cloud adoption is that the pace of technology change has accelerated rapidly. If you don't have the ability to keep up with the speed of change, your competitors will always be 2 steps ahead of you. So how do companies keep up with the current rapid pace of software development? Well, according to Forbes, software builds are now measured in hours, not weeks, and there are multiple deployments a day as development cycles shrink from months to days. Keeping up with the speed of innovation is difficult in any circumstance, but using traditional software development tools and techniques increases the challenge of keeping up with changing technology. Organizations that want to innovate rapidly need new approaches to building applications and new tools that support agile, fast, and high-quality software development. OutSystems can help because we offer a fully integrated, low-code application development platform that empowers developers to build software fast, right, and for the future. Again, according to the Gartner Group, by 2025, 70% of new applications developed by enterprises will use low-code or no-code technologies, up from less than 25% back in 2020. Low-code technologies enable businesses to create and change applications in a fraction of the time it takes for them to build using traditional technologies. OutSystems gives you a platform to not only adapt to change, but to embrace it. In these days, change is a constant. As we see it, winners are built for change. So what is OutSystems? OutSystems is a modern application development platform that empowers your organization to build applications fast by using a visual development language that makes it easy to create serious applications quickly. But you're not only building things fast, you're also building them right. Our platform creates industry standard code behind the scenes, and you own that code. We don't lock you into any proprietary software, so there's no risk of the dreaded vendor lock-in with OutSystems. Our platform is ready for the future, ready for change, and it solves the broadest set of challenges faced by businesses today. A successful cloud strategy must address 4 key pillars for comprehensive business transformation. First, your customer-facing assets must provide compelling experiences to end users. These days, difficult-to-use interfaces are no longer tolerated by customers. People are used to having powerful, easy-to-use applications that are available to them from a multitude of devices such as computers, laptops, tablets, and smartphones. Providing fantastic customer experiences will increase engagement, grow your revenue, and improve customer satisfaction. From an internal perspective, your employees also expect easy-to-use applications that allow them to accomplish their tasks without headaches. Employee satisfaction is not only critical to increase retention, but also to improving your company's ability to attract top talent. Happy employees are more productive employees. And also, automating processes leads to higher efficiency and cost reduction across the organization. With our built-in automation, your developers will be liberated from menial work and empowered to focus on higher value initiatives. And finally, by modernizing your applications, both internal and external, this will help you reduce infrastructure costs, simplify your IT landscape, and potentially even help you reduce your dependence on third-party software that may or may not provide you with the capabilities that your company needs. In short, the OutSystems platform will give your organization the power to innovate through software, and that's our mission and our promise. So let's take a look at the idea of digital transformation in a little more detail. To begin with, digitalization is not the same as digital transformation. If you lift and shift servers from on-premise to the cloud, you haven't really transformed anything. Rather, you've just moved some stuff from here to there. Digital transformation is about innovation that changes how you do business. It is about creating applications that improve the way your business works. And that is where the rubber meets the road. To help companies transform how they do business, OutSystems has created a well-defined and proven adoption journey that we will tailor to your specific case. When companies start working with OutSystems, we focus our efforts on helping you accelerate and de-risk time to first value by selecting the right projects and the right enablement program to get your first OutSystems apps deployed. Moving forward to the evolving phase, we help you increase your throughput in delivering digital solutions. Our data shows that by increasing delivery throughput, the alignment between IT and the business increases significantly. As a consequence, transformation becomes self-sufficient as business stakeholders agree to increased investment in your transformation program, and the company moves forward into the scaling phase where deployment of the platform is expanded throughout the organization. Finally, our most successful customers reach an optimizing phase in which they have deployed OutSystems to support multiple lines of business, subsidiaries, and users around the globe, leading to self-sustained, rapid innovation. Our level of involvement will vary depending on your needs over time, and we have a full complement of partners who are ready and able to help you succeed. Companies that successfully transform into digital leaders focus on what we call the value chain. When you are able to remove intermediaries in your supply chain by using software to create frictionless experiences for customers, you are able to accelerate value creation for those customers. Software becomes a critical conduit in your interactions with customers, providing them with real-time interaction with your business. By focusing on the value chain and taking control of it, you will be able to create those amazing experiences with digital leaders like Apple, Uber, and Netflix have made commonplace. With OutSystems, you'll have the power to create those experiences rapidly with the speed of change customers are accustomed to. You'll be able to innovate quickly using a modern application architecture that minimizes or even eliminates the technical debt of the legacy systems. And by distinguishing your company as a digital leader, you will be able to find and attract top technology talent that will further increase your reach and grow your digital footprint and productivity. So now let's take a look at an overview of the platform. We help companies and organizations change how they think about software and delivery of software, applying automation and artificial intelligence to software delivery. You can visually develop your applications, easily integrate with any system, and change applications with no limits. But let me dive in a little deeper here. When we call OutSystems a full stack application development platform, what we mean is that you can build your apps from the ground up. Everything needed from the front end to the back end is included in the platform. Think of it as building with powerful building blocks that automate and accelerate tedious and frequently error-prone tasks. The creation is done in a visual environment where you assemble the layers of your applications from this set of building blocks. Front end, back end, process orchestration, integration, data, everything you need to create complex enterprise applications can be done visually using OutSystems. Less experienced developers are able to become effective full-stack developers in a matter of weeks, allowing them to be upskilled easily. And experienced developers are able to move even faster, avoiding many of the mundane tasks that consume much of their time when coding by hand. And what's amazing is that this visual approach is the same for every type of application you build. Many organizations want to know how we fit in with the IT complexity they already have in place. Our platform is extremely simple to integrate and extend. With OutSystems, you have everything you need to create and deploy applications that integrate with your existing systems or external services and can run on any device, all in a single platform. You can connect out of the box to the most common enterprise databases like Oracle, SQL Server, or DB2. You can quickly integrate web services, REST or SOAP APIs, cloud services and enterprise systems such as CRMs and ERP systems. And you can extend the platform with custom code if you need to. With OutSystems, developers are always in control of what they create. Sometimes developers worry that they may encounter platform limitations later in the development process that might prevent them from really building enterprise-grade applications, but rest assured they won't with OutSystems. OutSystems is open by design to allow all layers of applications to be extended with your own code. Libraries, integration components, and any custom code can be published and managed for later reuse. We also have an open source community code repository called The Forge. There, you'll find code modules, connectors, UI components, and other components to help speed up application delivery time. We have over 2,500 available connectors with over 1 million downloads. You can use pre-built connectors to enterprise platforms like Salesforce and NetSuite, or easily incorporate the latest AI and machine learning capabilities from Azure or AWS without having to learn the technical details of integration. If there isn't an existing connector that meets your needs, you can also create your own with our platform and share it with your team. The platform also provides full DevOps solution out of the box that supports continuous delivery and continuous integration of your applications. And this can also be integrated with your existing enterprise DevOps tools. We support the entire development lifecycle. You can create and debug applications visually, test them directly on mobile devices or in the browser, deploy them across environments, capture feedback directly in the apps, and monitor them with sophisticated dashboards and management tools. The platform handles all the dependency analysis, code compilation, database scripts, and deployment, so your architecture never breaks. And finally, the OutSystems platform enables your team to create a wide range of rich and engaging digital experiences. Not only can you create user interfaces for any type of form factor, but also things that you may not be thinking about yet, like chatbots and integrations with virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa. Imagine your digital experiences reaching any and all customer touch points. We ensure the user interface looks fantastic regardless of the design skills of the developer. OutSystems provides a rich, beautiful UI kit to create great experiences with best practices built in. Apologize, and got backed up a little bit. Sorry about that. These are packaged as themes, templates, and patterns that are fully reusable. You can customize your interfaces, adapt them, or modify them to create brand consistency across all your teams. You have complete control of the user interface down to the individual level of pixels. It is also easy to include your own custom JavaScript and CSS if you have components that you'd like to leverage. And finally, the platform allows you to expose APIs and services that can power other experience and applications in your environment. We are a complete, fully integrated application platform, not a bunch of components cobbled together. Your applications are architected for scale, security, and performance out of the box. We have over 200 automatic security checks across the full stack and the apps you build, and the applications created with OutSystems are also highly scalable. We have customers with millions of end users hitting our servers, and we also offer deployment flexibility. While most of our customers use our cloud offering, many use their own public or private clouds or on-premise in their own data centers. Okay, so now that you know what OutSystems is and what it can do, let's take a look at a short 2-minute video demonstration of this platform.
This is the #1 platform to deliver mobile apps, portals and web applications, voice and chatbot powered virtual assistants, even core business systems. With OutSystems, you can create and manage large application portfolios that integrate existing systems and reach millions of users. Applications are built and changed in a visual environment where you can define your application's workflow processes, user interfaces for both web and mobile devices, including offline functionality, and access to device sensors, business logic, and data models. All development is done in a powerful yet easy to learn drag and drop development environment that you can even extend with your own custom code. The platform offers AI-assisted development to speed up app creation. It's like having a smart and friendly expert helping you. It also makes it really easy to integrate with any system, such as legacy platforms, large enterprise packages, public or private web services, and enterprise integration platforms. When you're done, one click is all you need to deploy your apps. And for mobile apps, you can create the package to submit to app stores with just one click, or deploy them as progressive web apps. Once your apps are live, testers and end users provide feedback right in the app. All your applications are generated for standard open development stacks. They can run in the OutSystems cloud or any public or private cloud or on premises. They are fully portable, so you'll never be locked into a proprietary cloud environment or a single provider. When deploying your applications across environments, OutSystems runs a complete impact analysis to validate all application dependencies and ensure a robust and risk-free staging process. When everything is ready, the platform automates the DevOps process for you, making it easy and fast to roll applications into production while giving you complete visibility and control over the entire process. Real-time performance monitoring is built in for all your applications. You'll be able to see exactly how each application is performing and ensure your apps are providing an amazing user experience. Whatever type of application you build, with OutSystems, you have everything you need to rapidly and easily deliver your next great business application with no limits.
So what does the marketplace think about OutSystems? According to Gartner Group, OutSystems has been considered a leader in their low-code application development, or LCAP, Magic Quadrant for 5 consecutive years now. In the 2021 report, which was just recently published, OutSystems is the #1 low-code platform from the ability to execute perspective and compares favorably with much larger players in the space such as Salesforce, ServiceNow, Microsoft, and Mendix, which is owned by Siemens. The Forrester Low-Code Wave Leader reports for both general application development and mobile development also place OutSystems far up and to the right in the leader zone. Technology analysts across the software spectrum consider OutSystems to be one of the finest technologies available for building disruptive applications quickly. But what do our customers think? As you can see from quick results on Gartner Peer Insights, OutSystems by far has the most positive engagement of any company in this space. To see why we're so highly esteemed by both industry leaders and customers in general, let's take a quick look at 2 case studies before we wrap up the presentation. Think Money is a digital disruptor in the financial services industry. The company was looking for an agile way to improve the customer experience of their digital banking services. In just 6 months, we led the delivery of a B2C mobile banking app that allowed them to retire an off-the-shelf banking platform and launch a new customer onboarding process, all while enabling a newly formed Think Money team to deliver 3 new customer-facing apps in only 6 months. According to the customer, adopting OutSystems for our digital initiatives has been a game changer for us. Schneider Electric set up an OutSystems-powered digital capability to support organization-wide transformation. They were able to deliver their first project 3 times faster than initially anticipated. Schneider told us that they saw low-code platform as a catalyst to bridge the gap between business demands and the available IT resources, and that's why they chose OutSystems. To wrap it up, I invite you to visit our website at outsystems.com. You can learn more about who we are and what we do, and you can download our free edition to get started learning and building your digital transformation with OutSystems. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ed. Really nice presentation. Appreciate the demo as well. Let me switch things up onto the poll here, just so you know. Once again, this is the poll that you'll recognize. This one is about OutSystems solution. You can just click on there what you'd like to see from OutSystems. But Ed, we do have a number of questions that have rolled in here. And the first one I want to ask you is from Bradford. He says, how easy is OutSystems to learn for my development team? And then how about my less technical team members? Can they learn low code from OutSystems?
Well, that's a great question. So OutSystems is really designed to make the professional developer more productive. So we didn't start out with the mission of enabling non-developers to really build code. However, because we are a low-code platform, non-developers can get started very easily. So existing developers, people with development skills, can take to this very quickly. Frankly, when I interviewed for the role that I have at OutSystems, I had to create a demonstration, and I had about 3 days to do it. And I managed to integrate with a Google Cloud backend database, create a great user interface that allowed me to have full security, all these different capabilities. And that was, I'm an experienced developer, but it took me about 2 or 3 days just to get up to speed and get going with it. Non-experienced developers can come up to speed very quickly as well. So we definitely address the citizen developer market as well, but experienced developers will be able to come up to speed very quickly.
Super. Next question comes from Paul. He's asking, can the OutSystems digital transformation platform apply to more agile, smaller scale SMBs as well as they might apply to a larger organization?
Absolutely. We have a licensing model that basically allows for smaller businesses to get started or larger businesses to all the way to the enterprise level. In fact, as I showed in that last slide, we have a free edition that anyone can download. And that allows you to get started. Obviously, there will be some limitations into what you can do in terms of deployment, but a free edition is available. And again, our licensing model has lower cost entry points, so you can get started with OutSystems for only a couple of users if you have to, if you have a small organization that's trying to do it. So we cater to all levels of businesses, based from the startups all the way to large enterprises.
Okay, super. Hey, similarly, like on the infrastructure side, so Steve asks, are there minimum software standards that OutSystems needs to have in order to work? And he's mentioning that they have multiple legacy systems that, run on older technology. What do you need to be, to get up and going with OutSystems?
So in itself, OutSystems is a complete platform that is deployed, and it will deploy with whatever dependencies it needs. There are basically the IDE, the integrated development environment that you work in, is either a Windows-based or a Macintosh-based application. So to start as a developer, you need to just have a computer that has normal computer specs these days. Maybe 8 gigs of RAM, that type of thing. Maybe a gigabyte of disk. It's not a huge it's not a huge space consumer on the laptop or on the desktop, but from the back-end integration, as long as those back-end systems can expose services via web services or SOAP or REST APIs, we have no problem integrating with any of those systems.
Okay, great. And we probably got time for one more audience question here, and this one is, do I avoid vendor lock-in with OutSystems?
Absolutely. I mentioned this in the presentation that you can take the code with you. What we call it the detach process. Basically, if you want to leave OutSystems after some period of time, once you've adopted it, we will happily work with you to give you all the code you created in the system back before we disconnect the platform. So vendor lock-in is one of the things that was kind of top of mind during our development process for this platform, because we wanted to ensure that customers can jump in, get involved with this, adopt this platform, build some applications. But if they find that it's not working out for them, we give them an easy way to remove their code and take it with them for deployment anywhere else they'd like.
Okay, great. Well, Ed, thank you for that presentation. Thanks for bringing us up to speed on OutSystems. Really appreciate your participation today.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Great. Okay. So let's move on to our next gift card drawing. So this is for another Amazon.com gift card. This one for $500. And this one goes to Anna Shirley from South Carolina. So Anna, congratulations. We'll be getting in touch about claiming your gift card. And now I'd like to move on to our next presentation. We're going to hear from Stu Miniman at Red Hat. He's Director of Market Insights for hybrid platforms.
Great to be with you in this community again. By way of introduction, again, I'm Stu Miniman. I'm the Director of Market Insights with Red Hat. We're going to be talking as this whole event is 2022 cloud planning. I'm sure most of us, a little bit shocked that we're turning the page to 2022 already, because a lot has definitely changed in the last 2 years, and we're going to talk a bit about that in the session. So real quick, the agenda, we're going to, of course, talk a little bit about the pandemic impact, what that's happened on cloud, and then we're going to turn the page and look a little bit at 2022. So just as most of us kind of look and say, what resolutions am I going to be making when the new year comes around? What habits do I want to set? We as an organization should also be doing some of the same thing. So if I look back, the pandemic did hit a lot of us like that wrecking ball. Especially, I'm sure most of us had our plans for 2020. I had certain trips on the agenda. I had certain, business and personal objectives, and most of that went out the window by the time we hit the end of Q1 of 2020. When it comes to cloud, it's been an interesting what has happened. Many companies have found that the working remote and the impacts and ripple effects of what's happened to not only our businesses, but our customers and our partners is that the cloud businesses have actually accelerated. So one of the pictures I'm showing here is a graph from my friends at Wikibon tracking the public cloud providers and their growth rate. And this is growth rate. So if you look when we get through 2020, it looks like growth rate went down a little bit, but mostly that is just because you reach the larger numbers. It is tough if you're multi-billions or tens of billions of dollars to keep growing at a 20, 30, or even higher percentage of growth rate. But all of the cloud providers, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Alibaba listed here, are growing at phenomenal rates for multi-billion-dollar rates. We're over $100 billion worth of combined annual revenue between the top 4 providers now. And if you look, even Amazon actually accelerated in the last couple of quarters, going back to growth rate that they hadn't seen for a couple of years. So amazing to see that from kind of the macro level of what's happening in cloud. But what did that mean for individual businesses? What were some of the lessons that we've learned? So first of all, we did need to change. We know change is one of the toughest things for any of us to do. And organizationally, you go through months of planning for the year. I know I've been sitting through lots of meetings getting ready for 2022. And you have your plan, you're in your first quarter, you've probably trained your sales team, you've worked with your partners, everything's all set. And then we need to majorly readjust what's going on. So what do we need to do? We need to make sure that we can be very adaptable to these environments, because we need to be able to respond to the change. We can't just keep running the same playbook. I'm a fan of pro football, here in the US, and it is one of those things that some of the best teams are the ones that when you get through a quarter of the game or half the game, you need to reassess your game plan and adjust accordingly to make sure that you can react to what the other team was doing and what is working and what is not. That's something that we tend to do in business, but it needs to happen much faster today. We all know that the pace of cloud and the pace of change in our industry has been rapid. Well, the pandemic did accelerate some of those things. So many companies, as I said, had to dive into cloud. Conversations with some companies, if I had, a call center in a physical location, and within a matter of a week or two, I often needed to be able to enable that remotely. I need to make sure my security processes were still in place when, rather than making sure that only the people in the building could access things, well, now I need everybody to be remote. And it's not like we haven't had VPN for decades and the like, but security needed to be checked as to what was happening. And there was, as I have on the list here, some experimentation. So what works now that might not have worked in before? What lessons can we learn? Where can we learn from our organization, learn from our peer organizations? I had actually, at the beginning of 2020, sat down with the head of remote for GitLab, talking about how modern developers often are working asynchronously and remote. So this is not necessarily all new, but for many companies, it did accelerate that move to be more remote, to be able to have flexibility where people work from. And there was also that move to leverage the public cloud more, because I could not go into my data center, whether it is I have a networking issue and I need to reset some things and rewire, whether I needed to swap out or add some components. If I go to the public cloud, they can take care of those pieces for me. That flexibility is also super important, something I've talked about. If I have to be flexible, I have to be ready to be able to change. And just the last thing on this slide is that there's been almost a trope in the industry for a number of years that, software is eating the world. Is everyone becoming a software company? Well, not every company is monetizing the software that they are working with, but it is a software experience at the center of what we're doing. So explosive growth in public cloud and in SaaS, and those are some of the things that you need to look at. So once again, as we turn the page to 2022, think about the habits that you were making as an organization. And we know that it is not something that just overnight you say you're going to do something different, or I'm going to march down a path, but it normally takes, it can take 30 to 60 to 90 days of doing things a new way before it really gets ingrained as a habit. And that's something we want to look into. So the pandemic affected lots of companies in lots of different ways. So let's actually dig in a bit and talk about where people are and some of the steps they can be taking as we are hopefully emerging into the next phase of what's happening globally. You're probably familiar, hopefully, with Maslow's hierarchy, which is we need to make sure that some of our base needs are met before we go up the stack on it. So, from a personal standpoint, I need to have food, I need to have shelter, I need to have stability, and then I can start working on, greater fitness, working on my further education. And in IT, it's the same way. There's a joke in the industry, if I don't have Wi-Fi, I'm probably not doing anything else. Well, here, I have to start with the basic base of the pyramid, infrastructure and connectivity, making sure that I have a secure environment, and then I can start going up the stack more to really make sure that my IT is differentiated and responding to the needs of the business. So just a framework, so something to think about that, of course, whether I'm building a house, whether I'm building my IT, you start with the base and then you build your way up, and you want to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the business. So when we break down looking at companies as they've been responding to the pandemic, not every company just hit the accelerator and said, wow, let me dive into cloud. Obviously, there were certain industries in certain regions that were hit very differently when it comes to the pandemic. So we might not be able to take on that brand new project. We might have needed to take care of some basic things to make sure my business is run. So if I think about the restaurant and hospitality industry, need to make sure that I have online ordering or takeout. So you saw huge growth of some of the SaaS companies that support that type of environment. So if I was a company that maybe the pandemic slowed me down, and I'm using cloud, I dipped my toe in, might have actually had me start going to the cloud for the first time, we're going to look at some of those base pieces of the pyramid. So what are the things that I can do in 2022 to help my business start moving a little faster and taking advantage of cloud? The first one on the list there is automation. So automation is something we've been talking about in our industry for decades. What is different today is it's not just point. Let me think about something that I was doing manually and let me script it and let me automate it. But I want to really look at it across the board and automate holistically. Of course, from a Red Hat standpoint, we have a number of solutions that fit into that environment. Ansible being the one that is front and center, but even if we look at from a Linux standpoint, from a Kubernetes standpoint, automation is baked into everything we're doing because for the most part, most companies have reached the point where they are beyond that human scale, and you can't have your people just scrambling constantly to deal with all of the changes. We need to put the automation in place to be able to take advantage of what's happening. Data is a theme that you'll see weaved throughout this presentation, because we know that our people and our data are some of the most valuable resources that we have. So how do I start getting insight out of my data? So do I understand where my data is? Can I take advantage of it from a base standpoint? Am I making decisions based on data? The cloud, when I go to the public cloud, I should not just keep doing things the way that I was doing things before. You need to relearn things. You need to make sure you take the time to do training and your people understand this, the value and power that you're taking advantage of with the cloud. And one of the best ways to do that is through what we call managed cloud services. So that means that many of the things that I would have done if I was managing the IT environment, when I go to the cloud, is there a service that I can take advantage of that takes care of that for me? We're basically just shifting that responsibility onto the vendor, onto the platform. They have people that can take care of that. From a Red Hat standpoint, it's where we've seen some of our largest growth, our partnerships with Azure and with AWS for our managed Kubernetes services based off of OpenShift, as well as we've managed services on Google, and we have upper layer managed services that are built on top of those for more advanced things like streaming and API management and the like. And the last one, something that I mentioned earlier, is security. Security is something that is everyone's responsibility, is something that we need to really think about at every layer of the stack. It is no longer the case that I can just say, oh, well, security is a team off on the side, or it's a firewall that makes sure that nobody comes into my environment. It is something that everybody from the application developer through all of the infrastructure pieces and the architects working with the cloud need to make sure that security is front and center. And unfortunately, when everybody went home with the pandemic, that did not stop some of the bad actors, because there's even more that's going on. We actually did a whole event on this with the Megacast earlier this year to talk about some of the security imperatives. In 2022, just one of the hot items that's come on is the secure supply chain. So make sure you look into that. You will find now that most of your software providers are going to have signatures so that you can make sure that you're getting the right components and that they are secure, and everything can, we can watch holistically on the system to make sure that I'm using good software, I'm up to date with my latest patches and the like. What if I've already been using cloud for a bit? I've taken care of some of those base pieces of automation and security and taking care of them. Here are some of the, I guess we go from kind of the 101 to the 201 series of, going a little bit faster. So we're strapped in, we're using cloud. How do we take advantage of things more? So one of the pieces that is the toughest is really looking at our application portfolio. So how do I take my application portfolio and how do we make sure we migrate it more to a cloud native environment? So if you've looked at your applications, there are some applications that we can just offload them completely. So, the easy example is something like email. If you would manage that in your environment, hopefully you've moved to an Office 365 or a Google Suite or the like, where, that's just a SaaS offering. So often SaaS what you can. And then when you go to the cloud environment, there are some things that you will build new, and there are other things that you will need to migrate it in. If you lift it and shift it in there, you will hopefully then modernize it. Because if you don't modernize it, you will often find that both the capital expense in the cloud, as well as your operations team managing the cloud, will quickly match, if not exceed, what you were doing in your data center. So the goal is, if you can modernize things, have the right architecture for things in the cloud, it will match the economics that make sense, as well as the operations that make sense. Goes somewhat in line with what I was just talking about on the previous slide with the cloud services themselves. I talked about data before. If I have my data and I understand my data, if I have data scientists on my team and I can start digging into machine learning and artificial intelligence, there are ways that I can really create new businesses for my company. I can work with our partners. We can really respond to the needs of our customers even faster. So we've seen large growth in machine learning and artificial intelligence over the last few years. It's really exciting. Almost every single vertical has great success stories of how these are fitting in, and they tie very well to not only what's happening in the public cloud, but that starts to go out to edge environments and is an area where Kubernetes is a key component. From the team I'm on with OpenShift, we have a lot of customers that are going down that path and starting to really reap the benefits from machine learning and artificial intelligence. And the other piece I have on this slide is service mesh. So once I've gotten to the cloud, there's a lot of different components. So how can I really have something that isn't just the base infrastructure, but all of the services? How do I tie them together? How do I make it more of a pluggable architecture for more things to be able to kind of tie in and come out with it? So now if I'm more of a pro, you really have some expertise in the cloud. We've been leveraging the cloud. We really feel that like our company might not have been born in the cloud, but we have some real strong knowledge of how to use the cloud. How can we really accelerate what we're doing? So I'll start with one that's serverless. So serverless, when it came out now, boy, it's been a number of years since a lot of people would say that Amazon's Lambda service was really the marker of the era of serverless coming about. It is, how do I have all I want to do is write business logic and not think about the underlying infrastructure. If you listen to your developers, they don't want to have to think about server storage and networking underneath what they're doing. They just want to write their applications, build their application, and let the platform take care of it. If you've leveraged any of the Alexa devices from Amazon, so you just ask it something and it goes and gets the information. That's actually built off of Amazon's serverless technology. Well, what's been interesting over the last couple of years is serverless is actually from a architectural design and from how software is built has permeated more of the industry. So we're actually seeing coming together the container and Kubernetes world and serverless. So Amazon has had a number of things that they've done to extend that, and the open source community has a project called Knative, which has reached the 1.0 generally available, ready for production environments. Just recently on that. Red Hat is heavily involved in the Knative activity, as are a number of our peers in the marketplace. And again, I don't need to think about the underlying containers and all of the server storage and networking pieces underneath it. My developer can really just build applications on top of it, and they can leverage it. And what's nice about Knative and what we do with OpenShift serverless is that is not tied to a specific cloud. We can use that across all of the cloud platforms, which really amplify and extending the benefit of what we saw from Kubernetes. Talking about the developers themselves, there's a word, I'm not sure if you've run across something called Quarkus. So I'm sure you know what Java is, and really what Quarkus is Java for the cloud era. So that is something that we have seen a lot of growth over the last few years. Lots of applications were written for Java. So how can I modernize? How can I build for new, leveraging the skill set that we've had from Java for a really long time? And the last one on this slide is GitOps. So GitOps is really extending the conversation that we were talking about when it comes to automation. So GitHub is where a lot of your software code, your projects, a lot of things, your developers are probably living in GitHub itself. So when it comes to managing the state of what code I have, what version should I be using, we can actually automate that through this GitOps operation. So once again, built off open source, it's Argo CD and Tekton are the projects in the open source community where code can live in GitHub, and we can make sure that as an enterprise, I understand what version of code we're using, I have the latest patches, and it will from an automated standpoint, make sure that the code in GitHub and the configurations that I'm running in my various clusters and environments stay maintained. So we don't get drift. We don't have a group going outside of the bounds that we're doing. We can make sure that we manage the environment, and going back to the needs of a security standpoint, we can patch things faster. Something we've seen, so some really fast uptick on this. Just earlier in 2021 is when the projects for GitOps were released, and at day one we had customers doing it. Now we have hundreds of customers that are embracing GitOps. Everything from some of the public sector government environments that really want to make sure that they have control and security taken care of, through financial services and many other industries that are taking advantage of GitOps. So there's no shortage of cool new technologies to take advantage of in 2022. There's a great roadmap in the open source community that we're excited for. So as we look across this spectrum, no matter where you are, whether you're early in your cloud journey or if you're really more experienced, there's things that you can do to help accelerate what you're doing. So aligning yourself and your business to what's happening in the cloud, in multi-clouds, in your hybrid environments, as we said, meet you where you are. Make sure that you can help accelerate what you're doing. And we as Red Hat are here to partner with you. We've got lots of your peers that you can talk to. One of the things I love is that everything we do at Red Hat is built off of open source, which means that there is a large community around it. And it's not technology for technology's sake. And you can learn from your peers and take advantage of new technologies so much faster. So 2022, we hope we will be able to make some plans and be able to stick with them a little bit further. But we know that the pace of change will keep going on at a rapid clip, and you want to be able to keep up with the needs of your business, keep up with what your customers are having. You do, and therefore we can help you accelerate what you're doing. So we're going to turn, we have some time to answer some Q&A from the audience. I want to thank you for joining me. You can always reach out to me. I'm really easy to find on the Twitters. I'm just at Stu. From a Red Hat standpoint, we have a bunch of resources in the site for you to be able to get more information or to reach out and connect with us for more information. So thank you, and we'll go to the Q&A.
Okay, super. Yeah, Stu, really nice overview of where we stand as an industry in cloud adoption and where the sort of the state of the art is as far as living in the cloud. I also have to say, I really liked your advice about, SaaS what you can and your caution about the way, in lift and shift, you can end up doing as much in the cloud as you were in your data center. That kind of leads to the first question that we have here, which is, does this approach that you've been laying out, does that work better if we're more on premises or if we're already in the public cloud?
Yeah, that's a great question, because look, we're talking about the cloud, but as a reminder, we only have as an industry about 20 to 25% of all applications, in the cloud today. So while we talk about cloud, and you would think that, oh boy, I'm behind if I don't have, 80% of my applications in the cloud. The reality is we know that this is a long journey. These are the type of journeys that are more like, 5 to 10 years for them to go. When I listen to some of the big analyst firms out there, they said, well, we might reach 50% in the middle of this decade. So you've still got a few years on that. Many companies I talk to, you'll make a 3-year strategy to get many of your applications to cloud. But when it comes to the data center, look, data centers are not going away. When I look at Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, you see that they are building more solutions to be able to come to your environment or the hosted environments, and it's going to be a mix. So right, many of the things we're talking about, cloud is not just about a location. It's it's a mindset, and it's operational capabilities. So yes, we can still do many of the features and things that we talked about in this presentation can be done in your data center. The thing I'd caution is, can you take advantage of the the innovation that's going on. There's certain applications and certain pieces of your business that probably don't need to change, but many things do need to change. So it's a mix. From a Red Hat standpoint. Obviously, we have a strong history in the customer's data center. The proliferation of Linux really started there, and we wouldn't have most of these public cloud providers if it wasn't for the underpinning of Linux. Yes, it is a hybrid world. I did an ebook earlier this year talking about hybrid strategy, and the big point I put in it is today we are hybrid, and if you look out the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to be even more hybrid because it's just your data center, it's the public cloud, the edges coming into the mix. So one of the rules I always have in IT is that everything is always additive. It is difficult to ever get rid of anything.
Great. Well, Stuart, thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here, and appreciate Red Hat's participation.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here, and wishing everybody a happy and healthy and prosperous 2022.
Sorry about that. So we've got a poll up here for any additional information that you'd like about the Red Hat solution. So if you would fill that out, we would greatly appreciate it. And they can send you any materials that you'd like. And I'd also like to remind everybody about the handout section, where we have great resources from all our presenters today, including Red Hat. So please check those out as well. We did have more questions than we had time for, but we'll be passing those along to Red Hat, and hopefully they'll be able to get back to you on some of your specific questions. And I do want to mention, in addition to all the great questions that we've had come in, there is a $50 prize, an additional Amazon gift card that's available if you have the best question of the day. So keep those questions coming. We're still considering, potential winners for that. And at this point, I do want to announce our next gift card. It's going to Jay Dibble from Tennessee. So Jay, congratulations, and we'll be in touch about how to claim that gift card. And from there, I would like to jump to our next presentation. So we have Richard Beckett from Sophos. So I'm going to hand things over to Richard.
Hi everyone and welcome. I'm Richard Beckett from the Sophos Public Cloud Security Group, and today I'm going to be talking about the 10 steps to cloud security success in 2022 and how Sophos can help you. And we're going to be covering 3 key topic areas. First, we'll examine the cybersecurity threat landscape as it relates to the cloud and the shifting tactics of attackers. Second, a closer look at the 10 steps of cloud security success and how Sophos can help you achieve your responsibilities for security in the cloud. And thirdly, why Sophos's blend of automated protection and managed services in a single package is becoming so attractive to modern organizations embracing the cloud. Now, for those not already familiar with Sophos, we are a cybersecurity company. We've been around for more than 30 years at this point, and our mission, is simply stated, is to protect people and businesses from cybercrime. And we do this via a combination of powerful and intuitive products and services that provide effective and comprehensive cybersecurity for organizations of any size. And when we say comprehensive, what I really mean is that we cover networks and data security, user and device protection, and of course we do that for on-premise networks, remote users, and of course the cloud that we're here to talk about today. And these are the types of security incidents that we're defending organizations from every day. Those that 70% of organizations running workloads and data in the public cloud have experienced in the last 12 months. And while blocking these incidents are high priorities for all organizations, some teams that are faced with a range of responsibilities that include security are finding that they need the blend of the right security tools, the right managed services to ensure application uptime and data security at all times. And with this shift, organizations are also seeing an increase in ransomware statistics, with 59% of attacks where data was successfully encrypted now including data in the public cloud. And now more than ever, it's important to be aware of data security best practice across all environments, whether that's on premises, whether that's in a hybrid or public cloud environment. And these incidents, we're seeing new tactics involved here as well. We're seeing new tactics that are automating searches, targeting those harder to monitor cloud resource misconfigurations to gain entry into an organization's environment. Now, misconfigurations are now causing up to 66% of incidents in public cloud environments. So organizations need that ability to also shift their focus to continually monitor for these potential backdoors into your environment. And according to a recent Sophos research project, you can see just how quickly someone can identify these misconfigurations, including vulnerabilities like leaving RDP or SSH exposed, or data storage in public mode, or perhaps overprivileged IAM roles giving an attacker access into that environment. And these types of vulnerabilities, these misconfigurations, can be found and they can be targeted in less than a minute. So it's leaving the window to respond very short for you as an organization. Now, a lot of organizations can think that they are securing data, securing workloads in the cloud just because they are aligned or they are using the services from, say, Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud Platform and so on. And unfortunately, this isn't the case. Each cloud provider will have what they call a shared responsibility model for security. And as you move to the cloud, it's important to take the time to understand your cloud provider's own model here. Now, let me begin by expanding on this shared responsibility model by touching on a subject that we call operationalizing security in the cloud. And what this really breaks down to is like a mental governance model, if you will. There has always been the shared responsibility model with any cloud provider. And an example of this is on screen here, but each provider is going to have their own specific version. This is kind of a catch-all generic version, if you like, that tries to provide a summary of what where everyone's responsibilities lie. Now, what you see here is really just a definition in blue and orange of the different security responsibilities of the cloud provider. So AWS, Azure, Google, and so on. Now, the cloud provider is responsible for security of the cloud. So the compute resources, the underlying infrastructure that you're utilizing. And the customer, so yourselves, you are responsible for the security in the cloud. So any data that you upload or applications that you upload into your environment, that is where your responsibilities lie for securing those pieces. And the term operationalizing that security is really important to grasp. And so if I zoom in here on your responsibilities, what we mean by operationalizing security is it's about selecting the right security software tools, the right people in your organization or in third-party organizations, and the right processes. So if we spend just a moment just to look at these in a bit more detail. Now, the right security software tools. What I mean by that is that there are, of course, cloud-native security tools that you can leverage. There are also tools from cloud provider security partners like Sophos, where we've taken some of those native tools and we've built on top of them. We've really enhanced and expanded their capability. So having the right selection of software tools to watch the specific areas of your cloud environment for security incidents is really what we're talking about. And I'll of course define the right areas in just a moment. Then we have people, having the in-house or the third-party accessible individuals that are skilled with those particular software tools. Whether that is For example, being able to use a SIEM to respond to events inside your central alert system, or responding to or managing native security tools like Amazon GuardDuty or Azure Sentinel, for instance, or leveraging the Sophos security stack that we have on offer. So people that are familiar with how to operate these security tools is really important. And then you have the process. What we mean here, what's important here is that you have a well-defined process for what might happen on a bad day for your company. So if there is a security incident, what is the process that you have in place to respond to that incident, to investigate it, to triage it, to find the root cause? And you'll most likely need a different process and tools for different types of incidents. As a network perimeter event would be different, say, than that related to identity. So having a well-defined process used by people that are skilled to operate the tools that you have in place, those three things combined are really what we mean when I say operationalizing security in the cloud is at the utmost importance in your cloud environment. Now let's just talk a bit about what we can do at Sophos to help here. To do that, I like to take a look at the 10 steps. Let's call them the 10 steps to cloud security success. Any customer can use these when referring to, or determining what areas of your cloud environment should be monitored for security events 24/7. So let's take a look at these 10 now, and I'll highlight how Sophos can help you address these areas as we go through and a little bit later on in the presentation as well. Now, the first area here is cloud infrastructure vulnerability scanning. This is basically a definition or a set of requirements that points to your cloud environment and allows you to routinely scan your cloud infrastructure for known software vulnerabilities. So no doubt you're using different software tools and applications in your environment. And this is really just a mechanism, a service, if you will, to make sure that you're monitoring for known vulnerabilities. The second area is cloud resource inventory visibility. So this is a continuous scan and reporting of all of your cloud resources and their configuration status. Now, of course, you probably heard, the old saying, you can't secure what you can't see. So you first need to make sure across your company that you have visibility of all of your assets. So your virtual machines, your containers, your IAM roles, for instance. Any workload running in the cloud should be visible to you. So this is a service that is specifically aimed at making sure you have a complete inventory of everything you have running in the cloud and ensure that something like shadow IT just doesn't impact you negatively. Now, the third area is cloud security best practices monitoring. So every native service from your cloud providers, whether it is Amazon S3 or EC2 or Azure VMs, Google databases, whatever you're using, they all have a security configuration best practice defined for them. And this is a service which monitors for those specific best practices against all the native services that you might be using. And it detects misconfigurations and alerts the person or the system monitoring this specific area if that misconfiguration occurs. So common examples might be shared storage buckets that might be open, might be exposed to the internet when it's not intended to be in the first place. Now, the fourth area is compliance monitoring. So we've taken some of the most common compliance areas like CIS Foundation's benchmark or PCI DSS or HIPAA, for instance. And this is a service which monitors your cloud environment for compliance status against those specific standards and alerts the system or people or persons monitoring that specific area if there is a deviation from those standards. Now, the fifth is around monitoring and triaging security events. So this is a service which is able to monitor all of these areas that we're looking at on the screen here and the other 5 that I'll be displaying here in just a moment for security events. So there should also be recommended remediation guidance or full remediation done by a service on top of this as well. So remediation actions could be things like close open ports when they're exposed or shut down unauthorized instances that might be spun up. Now, the sixth area is really to make sure that number 5 is happening around the clock, so 24/7. Attackers are not working 9 to 5. These incidents are going to happen around the clock and usually at the most inconvenient times for you and your team. So your security tools and environment should be monitored around the clock as well. Now, number 7 is distributed denial of service or DDoS mitigation. So this has to really do with the edge of your cloud environment. So you should have a service in place to be able to monitor for potential DDoS attacks that can impact the availability of your web-facing applications for your customers. And that service that you should have there should have the ability to detect these events, prevent them, or mitigate them in the first place. Now, the 8th area is Managed Intrusion Prevention System, or otherwise known as IPS. Now, this is a defensive service that defends against known threat patterns, typically on the network side, and it increases your overall security posture within your cloud environment. Now, next up, the 9th area is Managed Detection and Response, so MDR is the industry term here, but specifically MDR for cloud-based endpoints. Where an endpoint is a virtual machine or an application or a workload or a container, maybe a serverless function running and so on. This is really a combination of software running on those endpoints, monitored for threats at the infrastructure level, and human beings, experts trained in the cloud security environment, looking for potential security threats, detecting them, investigating them, and of course, removing them from the environment. And then the 10th step, the 10th area here is Managed Web Application Firewall, otherwise known in the industry as WAF, of course. So this protects your web-facing applications and your APIs against some common exploits that are really very prevalent out there on the internet. So that combination of these 10 areas, these 10 steps, is really what we recommend that you cover within your organization to get success out of your security program. So if you cover 10, we highly recommend that you cover the other 7 steps. If you're covering 5 on your own and you need help for the other 5, well, that's a great reason to talk to Sophos. Now, here at Sophos, we have a single cybersecurity package of tools and managed security services to help take some of the weight of cloud security off your shoulders. So think of it as your ticket, if you like, to achieving those 10 steps that we just outlined a moment ago. So let me just take a moment just to break down the Sophos package here for you. So it's a single cybersecurity package. It includes automated security across cloud workloads, virtual machines, and endpoints. It's wrapped in our Sophos 24/7 managed threat response service to ensure we got security of data. We can proactively prevent vulnerabilities, and of course we can block threats around the clock for you. So you will have a dedicated team of security experts from our MTR service. They're going to be continually monitoring your cloud environment to respond to security events. Whether that's 3 a.m. in the morning, whether it's weekends, whether it's holidays, it doesn't matter for that team. And there is also a very flexible deployment approach here. And it allows that protection to be managed in-house by you, if you wish, or through a Sophos managed services partner to ensure you've got correct deployment of Sophos protection, correct configuration, and day-to-day security management in place. And as a third option, as kind of a middle ground, if you like, we also have Sophos professional services team who can help with the initial deployment of Sophos security tools and then hand over to yourselves for the day-to-day management. And from a cloud provider platform perspective, this also helps you achieve much greater value from key AWS services like Amazon Guard Duty, for instance, or Security Hub, or Azure services like Sentinel, for instance. And the reason here is because security findings from these services are analysed, they are risk assessed, and they are prioritised by Sophos to ensure that nothing is lost in the noise of your cloud environment in the first place. And because we provide these tools and services as part of a connected system, all managed from one central console, working with Sophos has three big benefits that it's able to unlock for you. It's optimizing prevention in the first place. We are enabling you to proactively identify misconfigurations and gaps in security best practices. And this just helps to prevent security incidents in the first place, okay? And then if that threat does get in for any reason, we're also about minimizing the time to detect and respond to those incidents. And 24/7 security monitoring is there in place with that elite team of experts. And that just means that you benefit from the best people and the best technology protecting your environments, your customer applications, and your data. And I'll highlight one of my favorite quotes from one of those customers here. This is a company called Solex. And this quote here is that Sophos is there 24/7, so my team doesn't need to be. You know, for Solex and a lot more of our other customers, it's just not realistic, as I mentioned, to keep those teams monitoring security around the clock to cover your side of the cloud shared responsibility model. So it can be more cost effective for you to really look at outsourcing and realigning those internal resources to more revenue generating activity for the organization. Now, most cloud security incidents could be proactively prevented with proper configuration and a good understanding of the cloud provider's shared responsibility model. So these 10 steps to success are really a hassle-free approach from Sophos as we combine those steps with our single cybersecurity package to enable you to quickly add the right security tools and the right expertise, whether that's in 2022 or whether that's today, and just help you reduce security risk, increase cloud security posture, and improve the efficiency of your security program and those internal teams of yours. And as I wrap up today's session, I'd like to point out two key next steps if you'd like to learn more about Sophos and how we can help you. First, here you can register for a free cloud security and compliance assessment today at sophos.com/cloud-security-assessment. And there we'll work with you to complete a security and compliance review of your environments and present back a summary of those findings and how we can help to harden your security posture. And you can also discover more information on any of the security tools and any of the services in the single package that we've discussed today at sophos.com/cloud. And with that, I'd just like to thank you for your time today. I hope you've enjoyed that session. I know I've enjoyed taking you through everything, and I believe now we have some time for some questions.
We do have some time for some questions. Richard, are you ready?
I sure am. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Super. Given your perspective on the market and sort of your catbird seat, what do you expect hackers to change in 2022?
Yeah, in 2022, yeah, not too far away now. So I think this last year I've just put the Christmas lights out today. So this last year we really saw a growth in attackers exploiting vulnerabilities and misconfigurations in cloud environments, kind of automating their searches for those weaknesses, those backdoors. And what we're now starting to witness through the sort of the half and tail end of this year and going into next year is really more of an evolution from our customers, where they're becoming software companies increasingly, and we're finding security needs to evolve in parallel, I guess, to that. So what we've really seen in recent incidents is software development pipelines that are presenting vulnerabilities now. And the challenge for a lot of the security teams that we speak to is, how do you keep pace? How does security keep pace with that level of automation within the organization? How do you get those efficiencies out of it? So it's really, exploiting those, if you like, sort of pre-production environments, those automated build environments where vulnerabilities and misconfigurations can be quickly replicated across the environment, and now finding increasingly how security now needs to be embedded and automated into that process, because there's no way, we want security to really be enabling that transformation and not getting in its way or slowing it down in any way, but really enabling the business to grow. So yeah, the integration into development pipelines from an attacker point of view is definitely where we're seeing movements for sure and going into next year.
Interesting. Okay. Next question comes from Ashish, who's asking, does Sophos provide value in service for Salesforce/GCP as well?
Yeah, good question. So definitely GCP. So Sophos tends to cover sort of the primarily AWS, Azure, GCP, and Oracle Cloud primarily. So from a GCP point of view, yes, we can provide workload protection for the various endpoints that you might be running there. We have firewall solutions, and we have our configuration monitoring, compliance monitoring service, Cloud Optics, that I mentioned during the webinar today. So those are all available for GCP today. Salesforce, not so much. We're not quite in that sort of space at the moment. So more on the infrastructure as a service and SaaS space from a Sophos perspective.
Okay, great. Hey, and on that IIS side, that turned into a tongue twister. But we've got a question here. We're running a lot of containers on AWS. What specifically do Sophos offer for protection here?
Yeah, sure. Because a lot of people might know us more for endpoint and firewall. So what we're doing at the moment is through our cloud security posture management service, so Cloud Optics that we mentioned in the session today. We currently provide visibility of the containers that you're running across your environments, whether it's AWS, Azure, or GCP again, and that's going to scan for OS vulnerabilities that might be exploited in those images, and it's going to signpost to you where there are high-risk vulnerabilities, fixes available to those container images that you could go and implement already. So it's kind of identifying those OS vulnerabilities today. We've recently actually just acquired a company called Capsulate who specialize in Linux and container runtime protection. And so that is now going through the sort of integration process into our stack. That is available. That is available as a product today, but that will be integrated into our workload protection suite in the first few months of this next year. And then that in turn, so that will provide the runtime protection of those containers. And then that those threat detections will then at the same time be fed into our MDR services as well. So they've got that detection kind of telemetry when they're monitoring the environments for you. I hope that helps.
Yeah. And we've probably got time for one more question. I'm going to ask one here from Bradford, who's wondering if you guys are an all or none solution. Can you slowly build his security environment with Sophos?
Yeah, definitely. And that is, a lot of the ways that customers come to us is from, say, endpoint. They move to workload protection because they like the agent that's there and the protection that it provides against ransomware and so on. And that is a very common process that people move to us through that pathway. The package that I've mentioned today is obviously a single package, but it is built of components, and you could take those individually. So, I mean, I've talked a lot about I think someone put it the 10 Commandments today. So, if you were doing, I think I mentioned in the session, if you were doing 5 today and wanted our help with the other 5, or if you want to run a combination of native AWS or Azure services and Sophos protection, that works. That's all possible within the same console. Dare I say it, you can mix and match Sophos protection with other vendors. We obviously would love you to be able to manage it all from one central console and have that kind of the efficiencies of that experience. But it's definitely possible. So all those component parts that I mentioned today, all available separately. This package was ultimately designed in partnership with AWS as part of their level 1 MSSP competency that they launched at Reinforce earlier this year. And that package was designed together with them to really just, I suppose, take some of that weight of security off people's shoulders, not just have a clear, guided approach to what areas of my environment do I need to secure and what areas of my environment do I need to monitor around the clock. So that's where we're trying to help there. Very flexible, as I mentioned.
Great. Well, tremendous. Well, Richard, thanks for this presentation. I personally really appreciate it, and I know some of the audience did as well. The 10 security steps or commandments that you laid out there. Those were really useful, and thanks for bringing us up to speed on Sophos and what you guys are up to.
No problem. Thanks very much for having me. Thanks very much, everyone.
All right, and now we're going to move on to our next prize drawing. And while we do that, I'll just leave the poll question up there about any additional information you'd like about the Sophos solution, and also point you to the handout section where there is the handout from Sophos that you can get more information. But we do have one more gift card to give out here. This one goes to Thomas Anderson of California. So Thomas Anderson, congratulations. And we have one more grand prize here as well. And I shouldn't say one more. We do have another gift card and another grand prize coming in after our next presentation. But this one is for an iPhone 13, and it goes out to Gary Medalitza of New Jersey. So Gary, congratulations. And Gary and Thomas will be getting in touch with both of you about how to claim your prizes. So from Faction, I'd like to welcome Alex Sammer, Senior Technical Product Manager. Alex, welcome.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, take it away.
Take it away. All right. Welcome, everyone. We're going to have a short discussion about how can we build a better multi-cloud solution. And we're going to go into the details on what does multi-cloud mean, what are the benefits, what are the challenges, and what are we going to offer to help you overcome some of those challenges, right? And myself, I'm a senior product manager here at Faction for our cloud control volumes product line. Been in the storage industry for roughly about 22 years. And worked at a lot of different companies in the past on storage products. A quick look about Faction. Who is Faction? So we were founded in 2006 in Denver, Colorado. That's where we're based out. And we're building solutions for hybrid and multi-cloud, and we're innovating in that space so that users can leverage all the benefits that the multiple clouds offer. We have roughly under 300 petabytes under management, 10 different locations for our cloud services, and over 1,000 end user customers. We're partners with Dell Technologies, VMware, and AWS, and also backed by Dell Technologies Capital. So when we take a closer look at multi-cloud, what is the current state of multi-cloud, right? When we take a look at the Flexera State of Cloud report, 92% of the enterprises have a multi-cloud strategy, and the average usage is about 2.6 public clouds when you take all of them into consideration. And there's a link on the bottom for that report if you want to take a look at this. But what are the key takeaways from that report? 49% is basically silo work between the individual clouds, right? So you're doing 49% on the cloud A, and the other thing is on cloud B, and only 45% are integrating the data between the clouds, right? And so making sure that the different options are available, or data sets are available between AWS, for example, and Azure. The other key item is 54% of the workloads are expected to be in the public cloud in 12 months. So we see a lot of movement in terms of taking workloads and moving them into the cloud as a service, run them in the cloud with the flexibility that the public clouds offer. And then once you are in the cloud, there's a pretty high percentage that plans to optimize the cloud costs, right? So you start out, you build your environment, and then you have to figure out how to best optimize the cost structure within the cloud and leverage the benefits of the different clouds. And when we take a look on how that looks today, typical multi-cloud solution, you have your individual clouds and you have your data set that you work with in your cloud. You have your compute that accesses this data set, but usually it is accessible only from a single cloud, right? So you have your data for AWS, you have your data for Azure, and if you move the data between clouds or want to leverage the same data set from one cloud to another, you have to copy that data with different technologies and make sure that that's always up to date in the same, the same timestamp. So you're working with your most recent data sets in each cloud. The other thing is you have to have multiple IP addresses and multiple volumes to manage to make sure that everything is in sync. So these are a few challenges. And when we take a closer look at those challenges is basically what happens is if you do the classic multi-cloud solution as we've seen on the slide before, is that you create data silos across the clouds. Each cloud has their own data set, working with their own data set, but they're not in sync and you can't leverage, for example, what you just done in Google Cloud on AWS without copying and migrating or moving the data. When you start moving the data, the second challenge that you have is certain clouds charge different egress fees if you take the data out of the cloud, right? So once you have the data in the cloud, it's all good, but once you have to move it out of the cloud, you may end up with egress fee charges. And that basically leads to the fact that the data is, unless you want to spend all that money to move the data out of the cloud into a different cloud, it's pretty much locked into the cloud, right? And then in the end, you have your multiple volumes. You have to make sure that they're all in sync. You have the different infrastructures, and that makes it a little bit more complex than when you would just use a single cloud. However, multi-cloud has benefits. For example, you can leverage the ideal resources in each cloud, to access your workloads, to use your data, to have your compute, and every cloud offers a little different sets of options that may be the best choice for your environment. So, but there is a better way to build a true multi-cloud solution. And we're gonna touch on these solutions in a second. So what if you have one copy of the data set and you can access that data simultaneously from all clouds, AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, at the same time? It's one IP address and one single volume. So you don't have to worry about making sure the data is in sync. You don't have to worry about having multiple copies of the data. And you can update a data set on AWS and it will immediately show up in Azure as the updated data set. And that makes it a lot simpler from a management perspective, and it has a cost advantage as well. In addition to that, what if there would be a mechanism that you can take some of your on-premise data sets that you're working with that you want to move into the cloud and just replicate them straight onto that copy of data? And that's where Faction can help you with. We have a patented plus cloud routing that enables the access with a single IP space of all your data from the different clouds at the same time. So you don't have to worry about all the challenges. And this is a very neat solution if you really want to go true multi-cloud and leverage AWS at the same time as you want to leverage, for example, Google Cloud for your data sets. And so what does it do? It prevents your data silos, right? So rather than duplicating the data and storing it in each cloud, you have one copy of the data that is accessible from all the clouds at the same time, right? Also, we can help you to lower or eliminate the egress fees, right? First of all, we have zero egress fees with Azure and Oracle Cloud, so you can move the data out of these clouds for free. And then second of all, the data is not necessarily stored within the other clouds, so you don't have to take it out, you just read it. And the only thing that you have to pay for is if you write data to it, which is a smaller amount than taking the whole set out of AWS, for example. And then we avoid the data lock-in because your data is accessible from each cloud at the same time. So for example, if you have a strategy or had a strategy to go with AWS, but then there's a contract now with Azure and you want to move your workloads from AWS to Azure, you just mount that volume in Azure and access all your data that you had in AWS and be ready to go without any migration of your data sets, right? So that makes changing a vendor based on a strategy or a pricing or a business need very, very simple. And then you want to manage that all from one place, and you want to make sure that your connections to the different clouds have the correct amount of bandwidth. And so we have a portal where you can go in, see all your data sets, and then you can dynamically move them bandwidth perspective, move the bandwidth to the cloud where you need, for example, higher speeds, right? You're not moving the data, but you're moving your connections from one cloud to another, or you add a new cloud to it where you want to make your data accessible. On top of that, Faction also offers add-ons to your data sets, right? We can add on data protection to make sure that your data is backed up. And you can use that for your on-prem data. You can use that for your cloud data. You can use that for both of them together. So you can basically back up your cloud workloads that are still in the cloud, for example, and then make sure that they're backed up, or you can leverage that as an enhancement of your on-premise data center where you say, hey, certain workloads I want to have in a different location for security reasons and data protection reasons, and you can leverage that on top. In addition, we offer cyber recovery solutions for the different environments, so you can actually add a cyber vault environment to enhance your data protection. And then if you have data sets that need to be retained for a long time for legal or other reasons, you can also tier that data off to object store that is either hosted in the Faction cloud, or you can also take any public cloud object store to tier that data off. So basically, what we allow to do is to build a better solution where you can leverage every advantage each individual public cloud gives you, and you don't have to make a decision, where am I going to place my data? You can use, for example, let's take machine learning. You can leverage multiple clouds at the same time to do your machine learning processes and leverage the data across multi-clouds. We also offer different levels of storage that you can make available in the cloud for access that goes from archive all the way to flash-based turbo tiers, where you get a very high performance for those sensitive workloads. And if you want to take a look and look a little bit deeper in what we offer, just visit our website at factioninc.com, or if you have, for example, availability in Azure's marketplace. So the next thing that is coming up is we have a little polling question, and so let's take a look at that. Without doing any research, what is data gravity, right? Is it a negative effect that makes it hard to move large data set? A positive effect that makes it easy to move them? A metaphor that means data and applications are attracted to each other? Or a metaphor that means that data and applications repel each other? So let's take a look at this. All right, we're getting the answers are trickling in, Scott.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, so it looks like we had about, they're still coming in, but we could talk about it as it is. It looks like the top selection is the most popular one. It's around 45%. The negative effect that makes it hard to move large data sets, and then behind that is the metaphor, the third option there, a metaphor that means that data and applications are attracted to each other. So, and then the other two are sort of evenly split. So how does that line up with what you expected?
That lines up pretty much with what I expected from that perspective, and we're gonna give give the answer in a few minutes, I guess, once all the polls are in.
Yep, I think everybody who wants to hazard a guess has probably done it.
Okay, good.
So,
great.
Yeah, so is it number one or number three, or were most people off base?
It is.
It
is actually number one, Scott. It is number one. It is a effect that makes it hard to move large data sets, right? And so what we're saying is, if you defy data gravity, then you can move your data, from one place to another, and that makes it very easy, right? So data gravity is basically, you take a stone, it falls to the earth, the gravity keeps it there, and if the stone is big, it's really hard to move, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it is number one.
Yeah. All right. Super. Well, are you ready to move on to questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, and while we're doing questions, why don't I go ahead and put up the poll for any additional information that people would like from you guys at Faction. It's data sheets, technical white papers, et cetera. You can see all the selections there. So this was really interesting. And this is kind of a basic question, but where is the data? With the Faction Cloud, are you storing it in one of those clouds, or is it in your own?
So it is in the Faction Cloud, and we have 10 locations across the world. They're very adjacent to the cloud providers themselves, so we can offer very fast and low latency connections to those clouds, but the data is actually in the Faction Cloud.
Super. Okay. And what's a good use case for a true multi-cloud solution? When does it make the most sense to consider multi-cloud versus sort of committing to one cloud or another?
Right. So we can take one example, which is let's take machine learning. Right. You can leverage the GPU accelerated compute in one cloud, right, for your training of your machine learning, and then take the results and use them for modeling in another cloud without copying the data, right? So you can actually leverage for one specific application the benefits that each public cloud offers. And sometimes it's also a cost perspective, right? So one cloud may offer better GPU nodes for a lower price, and then so you can leverage that. But then, when you do the modeling, it's probably better in a different cloud. That may be because the application that uses the model sits in that cloud as well. So you can leverage all of them without moving the data.
I gotcha. That's really interesting. There's different use cases for the same data. That will have completely different parameters. How can this question came in? How can I benefit from the zero egress fees for Azure?
So I'll give you one example. There's multiple different benefits in there, but let's say you have data in Azure, right? So you have your compute, you have your Azure storage, right? And you want to make sure that the data is backed up outside of Azure, just in case, right? Something happens. So what you can do is you can spin up, for example, a DDVE within Azure, right? You can get that from Azure in the marketplace. And you can back all your different storage platforms and file systems that you have in Azure up onto the DDVE, and then replicate that DDVE to Faction, right? The replication from the Azure DDVE to the Faction cloud is free because you don't have egress fees, right? So it's just going to get replicated. And then the advantage you have, in addition to that, first of all, your data is backed up at the second location. And let's say you need to access that data either on-premise or in AWS, you can actually mount that in a different cloud or on-prem and restore the backup or read the backup and access those files as well. So that is one example where we can, help with the zero egress fees, where you have stuff in the cloud and you have data in the cloud and you want to keep it there, right? You may not want to move everything out, but you can back it up for no egress charge onto the Faction cloud and then use it wherever you want to.
Okay. Hey, we had a question from Guy who's coming in on that data gravity issue. How does Faction's multi-cloud approach overcome those data gravity concerns?
Your data is basically not tied, right, to a single cloud. So you don't have to technically move the data to use it in Google or Oracle or Azure or AWS, right? So the data gravity concern that you may have, my data is in one place, we can help with that. The other thing is we also allow you to take that data once you have it, and you can put it back on-prem. If you say, hey, we tried Azure and it's not working, but it's stored in a Faction cloud, we have very easy ways to take that data and move it back to your on-prem environment.
Okay, great. Question from Bradford, does Faction provide the analysis to determine which public cloud provides the best solution for the given workload?
We can help you with an analysis, and depending on what your requirements are, but typically there's a lot of different aspects to it, but we can help you with, hey, this cloud may be the best for your workload if you want to start to move into the cloud, and then we can help you set that up and make sure that you choose the right cloud and the right cloud control volume for that.
Okay, great.
And the workloads, typically, can the data move easily? Typically what we do, what we help with is, you have your on-premise
running up
data set.
what it can do for them. How do they get started with it, or what are some?
Exactly? So typically you have your data on-premise, right? That's what you work with. You want to go get started in the cloud. We'll figure out which cloud will be best. But then, if you don't want to put your data inside the cloud, you want to make sure that you defy the data gravity and make it available if something changes into a different cloud. We have tools and options to move the data from your on-premise into the Faction cloud. And from there on, we just mount it in the cloud that we selected. And so we've been moving a lot of data from the on-premises to the Faction cloud to make sure that the customers can get started with their data set. And they can start very small, right? You can try it out. You can have a few terabytes where you say, okay, I'm just going to start here and check it out. And then we allow you to grow the environment to multiple petabytes if you need to.
Fantastic. Well, that was really interesting, Alex. Thank you for that presentation and this bringing us up to speed on Faction. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we're going to go to our last prize drawing of the day. So thank you, everyone, for being here today, for participating in this event, and for all your questions throughout the day. But I do want to announce the last two prize drawings. So first one is the Amazon gift card for $500, and this one goes to Howard Lee of Texas. Congratulations, Howard. And our final grand prize of the day, another iPhone 13 in the color of your choice, goes to Subin Moyen of Maryland. So, Subin, we will get in touch on how to claim your prize. And with that, I again want to thank everyone for attending today. I just want to mention a few other things. Don't forget to subscribe to our 10 on Tech podcast. A lot of great information available through that podcast. I also want to mention that if you liked what you saw today and you want to participate, you want to sponsor one of these events, email us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we'll be glad to let you know how to do that. Also, tomorrow we have another huge event coming up. It's our Developing Your 2022 Security Plan. So today we covered your 2022 Cloud Plan. Tomorrow is the 2022 Security Plan. If you've got the time, we'd love to have you on that EcoCast. So that starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. And that wraps us up for the day. So thanks again for participating, and have a fantastic day.